Hero, Amaterasu. By OkamiHeroAmaterasu. Summary. 5-year-old Izumi Midoriya lives her life believing she is cursed, quirkless, abandoned by her father, her mother's soul stolen by a mysterious villain known as the Reaper, and left to suffer in several bad foster homes. But Izumi is no normal human. In reality, she is the third incarnation of OkamiHeroAmaterasu, the goddess of the sun. Reborn into the age of quirks to stop the machinations of the resurrected demons, their master Yami, and the mysterious evil one that pulls the strings. Izumi must gather the powers stolen from her by the evil one and become a hero, just as her second incarnation did thousands of years ago. No knowledge of the Okami or Okamidan video games is needed to enjoy this story. Everything is explained within. Notes. Important notice, please read. Or skip if you don't care. I've got 5 points to go over, so please give them a look so you know what to expect. 1. This story is written as a crossover between My Hero Academia and the video game Okami. Elements of Okami, and some from its sequel Okamidan, are used in this story. However, you do not need to have any knowledge of Okami to enjoy this story. Everything you need to know is explained in the story at some point or another as it becomes relevant, so no prior knowledge is needed. However, I do recommend the game for anyone curious. Its HD release is available on most consoles I believe and is well worth it if you like Zelda-esque exploration and adventure. 2. Due to the nature of the story, Izuku Midoriya has been gender swapped and is now Izumi Midoriya. I felt it better suited the role I have planned for the character. However, Izumi shouldn't be too different in personality from Izuku, and any major differences are caused by in-story events. 3. Izumi will be very overpowered by most standards. I know that doesn't appeal to some people, but hear me out. While she will be far above the level of her canon counterpart, it is explained within the story and the opponents she faces are also of a much higher level. In addition, her strength comes more from strategy and working with many different abilities, so the battles should still be entertaining. For those unbothered by spoilers, read this next part too. Warning. Spoilers. Skip to the next part if you want to avoid it. Izumi will have all the powers that Amaterasu has access to in the game, adapted to better suit a more dynamic world, as well as other abilities that are logical for her to possess, such as enhanced senses when using her Amaterasu power. More importantly, Izumi will end up with all for one and one for all via different methods. I'm guessing that made some of you roll your eyes and think, oh, it's one of those stories, but seriously hear me out. They come into the story in the latter half of the first and second acts respectively, and function fairly differently from the versions we see in canon, so don't expect Izumi to go around stealing quirks or having All Might level power. Both acquisitions are explained in the story, so please give it a chance. Spoilers over. Safe to read from below. 4. I'm a British person, so some of my spelling may be different from American English, expect extra use lol. This work is a labor of love for my friend and I, who are writing it together, so constructive criticism is welcome, just please don't be rude or outright insulting. 5. This story will contain some nasty stuff at times, but it should be fairly canon typical. Still, expect instances of child abuse, torture, extreme violence, and vulgar language. Warnings will be posted at the top of the chapters with the more serious instances. I'll also be inserting official Okami artwork in places to go along with my descriptions. Be aware that some are slightly different though, as I tend to use the in-game appearance description which can be a little different. With all that said, I hope you enjoy. Please comment and review to let me know your thoughts. I try to reply to everything I can. 1-1 Darkest Before the Dawn Part 1. Title card by Yusuke Rizuno. People are not born equal. Few people knew this better than Izumi Midoriya, who at only 5 years old had learned how unfair life could be. Anyone aware of what she'd gone through in those 5 years would have wondered how one child could have such terrible luck. It was like she was cursed. Before she was born, her mother Inko Midoriya was on her way to becoming a successful lawyer at a prestigious law firm in Tokyo, and she was married to the man who would become Izumi's father, Hisashi Midoriya, who was a wealthy businessman. When Inko fell pregnant, they thought their little family and their perfect lives would be complete, but it all went wrong. Days after Izumi was born, the law firm Inko had been set to work at had become the center of a massive fraud case, in which the upper echelons of the firm worked with corrupt cops and politicians to frame their rivals as villains. Almost everyone working with or connected to the firm was arrested, and Inko only escaped prosecution due to her being ignorant of the fraud and being on maternity leave through the whole thing. Still, she was named in connection with the case, which ruined her career. Inko had to settle for any job she could get, and it wasn't until Izumi was 2 years old that the woman got even close to her old position, when she was offered the position of secretary at a smaller law firm based in Mizotofu. It was nowhere near the heights she once aimed for, but it at least meant she could help support her family and not leave it all to her husband. Then, when Izumi was 3, her father disappeared. Hisashi said he had to go to America for a business trip and then simply never returned. No call, no letter, nothing. Money would just appear in the Midoriya's bank account every month, but no one had seen Hisashi again. When Inko investigated her husband's business, she found it didn't truly exist. It was just a shell company that owned a single empty lot in Tokyo and an office in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. Hisashi was never heard from again, leaving both Inko and Izumi heartbroken. This was the first real bit of misery that Izumi felt for herself, but more would be heaped on her soon. Her dream was to become a pro hero alongside her childhood friend, Kaken, real name, Katsuki Bakugo, and to do that, she needed one of the superpowers that 80% of humans possessed, a quirk. Katsuki had a powerful explosion quirk, so no one doubted he'd become a hero, but by age 4, Izumi still hadn't manifested one. A trip to the doctor confirmed her worst fear. Izumi was one of the 20%, she was quirkless. Her dream was crushed. As much as Inko loved her daughter, she couldn't bring herself to tell her she could still be a hero, instead apologizing as if she had failed her child. Izumi didn't give up exactly, still determined to be a hero somehow, but the idea of becoming like her idol and the #1 hero, All Might, became impossible. Being quirkless, Izumi quickly found herself being bullied. She was always the shy, bookish type, so she hadn't been popular, but she hadn't been disliked either. She was fairly cute, with a few freckles on each cheek, big sparkly green eyes and mossy green hair that fell in soft curls down to the center of her back. She was tomboyish enough that little boys hadn't minded her, but girly enough that little girls were okay with her too, but that changed. Now that she was considered quirkless, she was the bottom of the pack, as everyone viewed her as either something pathetic and to be pitied, or something deviant and to be driven off. Kaken had taken it hard, believing Izumi would become his sidekick one day, and while he never directly hurt Izumi or allowed others to hurt her, he still belittled and bullied her verbally. Izumi gained a new name from him. Deku. Their mothers were as close as sisters, and when the two had been a little younger, they'd been told what the other's name would have been if they'd been born the opposite gender. Katsuki would have been Katsumi if he'd been born a girl, and if Izumi had been born a boy, she'd have been Izuku. When Katsuki saw Izuku written down, he misread it as Deku, which was a kind of wooden puppet. Now that she was quirkless, that's what Katsuki called her, Deku, the useless wooden puppet, good for nothing but playing with and then tossing aside. In another world, that would have been enough, but the universe wasn't done toying with Izumi yet. She hadn't truly lost everything, and so still had hope. So the universe went for her mother. Monday, July 25, 2270. The streets of Tetsuin Ward, Muzurifu. Izumi walked hand in hand with her mother as they made their way home. It had been another rotten day at preschool, but Izumi was determined not to cry. Crying made her mother sad, and heroes didn't make their mothers sad. Izumi had to keep smiling no matter what, like All Might. Inko smiled down at her daughter. It had been a tough day for her too, but it made her happy to see her child smile. Izumi dear, how about we stop by the supermarket and pick up the ingredients for katsudon? Izumi looked up at her mother with sparkling eyes, a little drool slipping out from the corner of her mouth. Really? We can have it? Izumi exclaimed excitedly. Katsudon was her favorite food. Yes, really. Can you be a good girl and help mommy pick out the ingredients? Inko asked with a smile. The little girl nodded her head enthusiastically. I want to help make it too. Inko giggled at her enthusiastic daughter. Okay then. Let's go, she said, leading Izumi by the hand to the supermarket. Things were looking up. The Midoriyas headed for the supermarket, but just as they turned the corner a block away from the store, they found the way blocked by a large crowd of people, as well as police and ambulances. Oh my, what's happened? Inko asked, approaching the crowd. A villain attack. Izumi thought aloud, a little afraid. An elementary school boy at the back of the crowd turned to look at them. It was the Reaper. They got a couple of ladies from the coffee shop over there, the boy said, pointing to the ambulances. Inko gasped and Izumi gulped fearfully. The Reaper was a mysterious villain whose quirk could steal a person's soul, leaving them comatose. Dozens of people had suddenly collapsed into comas over the last year, and there was never any evidence pointing to who was committing the crime, leading to the theory about the Reaper's quirk stealing souls. The victims were all still alive, but no one knew how to wake them up, as physically there was nothing wrong with them. The only connecting thread between the victims was that they were all women between the ages of 16 and 40, and were generally considered beautiful. Inko frowned. I'm sorry, Izumi, but it looks like we'll have to have katsudon another day. We can't get to the store through all this. Izumi nodded sadly. She was disappointed, but she was more sad about the people who'd been attacked. Before they could turn and head home, the elementary school boy who had spoken to them suddenly called out, Hey, ma'am. If you want to go to the store, I know a shortcut around the crowd. It's real short, just down that alley, he said, pointing down an alleyway on the edge of the crowd. Inko eyed the boy and the alley carefully, but didn't find anything suspicious about them. The boy was fairly normal looking, his eyes and hair were both brown, and he was wearing a light green hoodie and dark green shorts. On his head was a funny little paper hat with the katakana, I, written on it in red ink, and he carried a plain black backpack with a recorder sticking out of it. As for the alley, it wasn't particularly dark or shady looking, so Inko just shrugged. That's very nice of you, young man. Please lead the way. Inko smiled. The boy grinned happily, revealing his teeth. The lower canines were longer than normal, and Izumi couldn't help but be nervous of this older boy. He wasn't much older, probably only being about 8 years old, but something about him just felt off. As she and her mother followed the boy down the alley, she would soon learn how right she was. They walked a few feet into the alley, turning a corner and then walking a little more, then turning another corner, right into a dead end. Hihihi, sorry lady, but your soul is mine, the boy suddenly said, turning around with a manic grin. Inko's eyes widened as she pulled Izumi behind her, protecting the girl with her body as the boy began to breath out a thick cloud of black smoke. The smoke engulfed him, and when it disappeared, the boy was no longer human. Instead, he became a strange ape-like creature with green hair all over its body, a pale yellow horn sticking straight up from the top of its head, and long, thin limbs. It wore a dark green waistcoat with a red dot on each of its pointed shoulders and long light green sleeves. The rest of its body was naked, but genderless, and its face was covered by a slip of paper with the katakana, I, written on it in red ink, just like the boy's paper hat. The backpack was gone, but the recorder was now a long yellow flute. Green IMP, as soon as the transformation was complete, Izumi felt a fresh wave of terror, as well as an odd sense of familiarity. She was sure she hadn't seen this creature before, but it felt like she had. Inko wasn't interested in sticking around to see what would happen next, and instead picked up Izumi and made a run for it. Before she could turn the first corner out of the dead end, 2 more of the same green creature appeared in front of her. Hihihi, no escape. You look tasty. We'll take your soul with the others. The first creature, the one that had been disguised as an elementary schooler, walked menacingly towards them, hihihi. Sorry babe, but we've got orders to steal the souls from pretty women, especially if they're young and strong. You could see me, which means you've got a lot of spiritual power. I couldn't let a tasty snack like you run away. Inko gasped, you're the Reaper. Hihihi. Me and all my demon buddies. We've got to get fresh souls for the master. Izumi's eyes widened, demons. Was that why no one had seen the Reaper? Because you needed a lot of spiritual power? She and Mommy could see them though, and that made them prey to these monsters. Inko was trying to be brave for the sake of her child, but she had no real combat abilities and her quirk wasn't strong enough to pull the demons' flutes away, leaving her with nothing to fight them with. The demon was a bit smaller than the average human, but Inko was also a small lady, so she'd be unlikely to overpower one demon successfully, let alone 3 of them. The demon that had lured them into the trap pulled the yellow flute from its back and brought it to its mouth, lifting the paper tag just enough to reveal it still had larger lower canines. Since you're strong enough to see us, I'll give you a nice prize and tell you my name, I'm Rokuju the Green Imp. Rokuju suddenly blew on the end of his flute, causing it to extend rapidly and pierce into Inko's chest. The woman gasped from shock, and Izumi screamed, watching the flute impale her mother through the heart. The green imps behind them began cheering and dancing, while Rokuju retracted his flute. As the bamboo left Inko's body, it took a small white glowing orb with it, and Inko fell to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Izumi began to cry and knelt beside her mother, shaking her and trying to make her wake up. Inko didn't have a wound, the flute had passed through her flesh to suck up her soul, like it was some kind of straw, but now that she had lost her soul, Inko was left comatose, just like all the other victims. Mommy! Mommy, wake up! Please wake up! Izumi sobbed, shaking her mother and trying to copy the CPR she'd seen on TV. She did chest compressions and mouth to mouth, but her mother's body was physically fine, her heart was beating and she was breathing, she just couldn't wake up. This soul is pretty small actually. Not much more spiritual power than normal. Rokuju complained, plucking Inko's soul from the end of his flute and examining it. Still, it's pure white, and that lady's a real looker. Master should still be happy with it. Izumi looked over at the imp, her eyes reddened by her crying. Give it back, give mommy her soul back, she screamed, getting to her feet and charging the imp. Rokuju shrieked like a monkey and jumped out of the way, making Izumi stumble and fall with a yelp. Hihihi, this girl's got a lot of spiritual power too, one of the other imps laughed. Let's take her soul to the master, the other added. Izumi whimpered, but she was still determined and tried to get to her feet so she could get her mommy's soul back. Unfortunately, Rokuju stamped his ape-like foot down on her back, making Izumi cry out in pain as she was pushed hard into the ground. Nah, this brat's too young. Master wants souls from pretty women, not little girls. She's kinda cute though, maybe he wouldn't mind if I snack on it myself. Rokuju said menacingly, poking Izumi's face with his flute and using it to wipe the hair from her face. Izumi shuddered. Was this her fate? To fail to save her mother and then be eaten by this monster. Was she truly cursed? One of the other green imps shook his head vehemently. No way. If you eat a soul, Master will find out and eat you. We're not allowed. Yeah, only the boss demons are allowed to eat souls whenever they want. We gotta wait till the Master gives us some, the third imp said. Rokuju tooted, tch, fine, this little morsel isn't worth getting eaten over. We'll come back for her when she's all grown up. If she looks like her mommy, she'll be pretty, he said, taking his foot off Izumi's back. Seeing her chance, Izumi rolled onto her back and kicked upward with both feet, hitting Rokuju hard in the crotch. Apparently, despite being genderless in appearance, the imp really was a male, as he promptly shrieked and fell to his knees, dropping his flute and Inko's soul. Izumi immediately scrambled onto her hands and knees, trying to get the soul before one of the other imps, but the demons were too fast. One grabbed Inko's soul and stowed it inside his clothes, while the other jumped on Izumi, slamming her hard face down into the ground of the alley and pressing her shoulders to the floor, leaving her unable to move as she screamed and kicked. The imp that picked up Inko's soul grabbed her legs and held them down too, leaving the 4-year-old face down on the floor and unable to do more than wriggle in vain. Little brat. I may be an imp and a demon, but I'm still a man, damn it. Rokuju snarled as he recovered. He grabbed his flute, as well as one of his cohorts, then walked to Izumi's side. Kids like you get harsh punishments. How about a little caning to teach you some manners, he declared, extending the dual-wielded flutes until they were the length of the bamboo sticks used to tie plants to. Izumi cried out, but she could do nothing to break free from the imps or stop Rokuju, so she was forced to lay there weeping and screaming as the evil creature lashed her over and over again with the bamboo flutes. He struck hard from the back of her neck to the back of her ankles, taking delight in her pain. The poor girl had no idea how long this lasted, it felt like an eternity, and before long she had lost even the strength to scream or cry. When Rokuju was satisfied, her entire back was a mess of welts and bleeding cuts, her yellow dress nearly shredded by the rapid strikes. That'll learn ya. Rokuju laughed mockingly, as he and his fellow imps ran off, leaving Izumi bleeding on the floor beside her now soulless and comatose mother. With what little strength Izumi had left, she dragged herself over to her mother's body and put her face in the woman's hand, trying to get whatever comfort she could before finally blacking out. Izumi awoke the next day in hospital. Apparently, her screams during the caning had been heard and someone had managed to find her and her mother after the imps had fled. People were shocked to learn Inko was another victim of the Reaper, but even more so when they saw the brutality inflicted on her daughter. Kaken and his parents, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugu, had come to see her in the hospital, and were devastated by what had happened. With the Bakugas there to comfort her, Izumi was able to give her account of what happened. The policeman taking her statement was doubtful, but in the age of quirks, just about anything was possible, so he didn't dismiss her account. Izumi's account led to the Reaper being connected to the new villain, Rokuju the Green Imp, and copies of her drawing of him were put on wanted posters and on the news. No one believed the spiritual power angle though, and believed that the villain could somehow hide himself from his victims, create monsters, and steal people's vitality. For Izumi though, it didn't matter. She wanted to go find Rokuju and get her mother's soul back, but Katsuki bluntly reminded her that she was quirkless, and thus useless, and that she'd gotten beaten by the imps because of that fact. Mitsuki had been furious with her son for being so callous, but that didn't change the boy's mind. After a few days, Izumi was fully recovered and allowed to leave the hospital as most of the cane wounds healed over perfectly, though a few had been deeper and left her with scars on her back. Since Inko was comatose in the hospital, Izumi had no home to go to and was offered a place at the Bakugas, but as they weren't actual relatives, Izumi was instead taken to an official foster home until the Bakugas could complete the necessary paperwork to become foster parents themselves. Foster care was a new challenge for Izumi, but it taught her two important lessons. First, her mother had been a better person than most for not treating her badly because of her lack of a quirk. Second, there were a lot of cruel people in the world. The first foster home she was placed in treated her well physically, but were cold towards her. They were stricter with Izumi than the other kids in their care, and showed her no warmth, but they didn't hurt her and they kept her fed and clean, so Izumi felt she couldn't complain. Izumi was a good girl, and did her best to obey their every command, especially as they hadn't asked to take her in. She did all the chores and didn't whine about the other kids bullying, which at least made the adults tolerate her. Izumi remained in that house for 3 months, while the Bakugas arranged to become her foster parents, only for their petition to fail. The government didn't tell them the exact reason why they'd been rejected, only that their family had failed at the final interview stage. When the petition failed, they had to wait 6 months to apply again, and Izumi learned why her first foster home had kept her for so long. They were expecting to hand her off to the Bakugas. Once they realized it would be another 9 months before the Bakugas could take Izumi, 6 months to wait to try again and then another 3 months of paperwork and interviews, they demanded she be sent to another home. 3 months is more than long enough. Don't send us any more quirkless kids, the husband had yelled as Izumi was led, crying, into the social worker's car. It got worse from there. People treated the quirkless like they had some sort of incurable disease, they were to be pitted or disgusted by, nothing else. The second foster home lasted a week, until the wife got violent with Izumi and sent her to the hospital with a broken rib. The third foster home turned out to be child molesters that had managed to slip through the vetting process. They were the nicest of all Izumi's foster parents, past and future, which only made Izumi feel worse. They were grooming her, but thankfully Mitsuki had exposed them during a visit after stumbling on some inappropriate images of Izumi in the bath. Aside from being pressured into naked photo shoots, Izumi hadn't directly suffered any abuse, but she hadn't been the first foster kid sent to the family. That taught Izumi another important lesson: the only reason someone would love her was if she was useful to them. Her mommy was different, Inko had been a saint, and the Bakugas were looking out for Izumi for her mother's sake, or at least that's what Izumi thought. At 4 years old, with 3 terrible foster homes behind her, Izumi decided what she should do. Heroes were loved because they helped people. The only people outside her family that loved her had been people who had a use for her. That meant that if Izumi wanted to be loved and a hero, she'd have to prove how useful she could be. She started at her preschool. Instead of reading alone or playing alone or just sitting alone, Izumi would run around the playground helping the other kids. She picked up things the other kids dropped, put band-aids on their scrapes, picked flowers to give to girls who were sad, or let boys play with her prized All Might action figure. When another kid was getting bullied, Izumi would run in and defend them, then stand there and bear the insults and occasional smacks. She never complained to the teachers, and even helped them where she could by carrying their things or handing out supplies. The teachers and other kids all looked at her strangely at first, but she never complained or caused trouble for anyone but bullies, and by the end of the first month of Izumi's plan, she'd gone from the quirkless kid to the helpful quirkless kid. It wasn't a big change, but it was enough. The teachers, other children and their parents didn't look at her with disgust or pity anymore. They didn't love her or particularly like her, but it was enough. Izumi had been useful, and so their opinions of her improved. Izumi's plan was a success. For almost half a year, Izumi stuck to her new plan of heroism, doing good deeds to make people happy. It had started very small and local. Izumi would do little chores to help her foster parents as well as her teachers. It had been hard at first, as other kids at school called her a teacher's pet as well as quirkless, and Kaken had begun calling her Deku again, apparently having run out of sympathy for her predicament. Still, Izumi didn't give up and kept working for others to the point that Katsuki no longer teased her, instead ignoring her and simply calling her Deku like it was her real name. Izumi liked to think it was because he respected her efforts, but she'd never dare say that to him. Oddly, Katsuki ensured that the other kids kept their bullying to strictly verbal, as he wouldn't allow anyone to physically harm her, claiming it was what a real hero would do. Gradually, Izumi began to expand her efforts. She'd go door to door in her foster parents' neighborhood and offer to help anyone who needed something small done, like taking out their trash or caring for pets. She would always refuse payment, so she quickly became popular with her neighbors. Then she'd start climbing trees to rescue cats and reclaim balls and kites that got stuck there. Then she'd do grocery shopping and clean the streets for some of the elderly residents of the neighborhood. It got to the point where everyone in Tatooine Ward knew her and she was nicknamed the Fairy of the Green Valley, a reference to the meaning of her surname and the fact that she was like a helpful fairy, especially when she began to help people with gardening. Finally, Izumi began to feel loved. She was useful and the people loved her for it. Izumi scampering about helping people became a common sight in Tatooine Ward, and gradually, people stopped caring that she was quirkless, with adults and children alike greeting her in the streets and being friendly to her, their smiles and praise warming Izumi's heart. Izumi would go through 3 more foster homes for a grand total of 6. The 4th home had been an elderly couple, who had to give her up after one of them passed away. Izumi liked them best, as they had been the nicest home after the molesters, which was sad in its own way. The 5th home had been the opposite, a young couple that became pregnant, so gave Izumi up to focus on their own child. Izumi didn't mind that though and wished them well. Her helpful reputation had begun to overshadow her quirklessness at this point, so life had been easy with that family. The sixth and final family to foster her had been a bit like the first. They were cold and stern, but not cruel, and had only agreed to take Izumi in because the Bakuga's second attempt at fostering her was nearly complete. It looked like they would succeed this time too, and Mitsuki was excited to take her in. Izumi actually began to believe that the Bakugas wanted her for her, and not as a favor for her mom. It didn't stop her from keeping up her helpful work though. Izumi wanted to be loved, wanted to be a hero, and to do that, she had to be helpful. And so it seemed that Izumi had found her purpose in life at only 5 years old, at least until a fateful day in the park. Sunday, September 3, 2271, Park, Tetsuin Ward, Mizutofu. Izumi was just wandering through the park, looking for someone else to help, when she heard a familiar crackling of sparks followed by a whimper. With a pit forming in her stomach, Izumi looked around and spotted the source of the noise over by the sandbox. A boy about her age was on his knees, crying and holding his hurt arm while 3 other boys stood over him with cruel smirks. Izumi was horrified to see that one of them was Kaken, his fist smoking against his palm. On his sides were Ryuji Tsubasa, Dr. Tsubasa's grandson, and some kid with a finger-extending quirk whom Izumi didn't recognize. Swallowing her fear, Izumi ran and stood between them. "Enough, Kaken," she yelled, holding her arms out to protect the hurt boy. "You've already made him cry. I won't let you do more," she cried, shaking in fear. Katsuki growled, "TCH, the quirkless Deku wants to play hero again. How you planning to stop us?" he asked, making an explosion that made Izumi flinch. I know I can't fight you, but I'll stand in your way," Izumi declared. Kaken had never hurt her or let anyone else do so either, so she hoped this would be enough to make him back down. The boy just grit his teeth. "That guy was talking a lot of smack about us. We've got to show him his place. You can't hurt people just for saying stuff you don't like, even if it's really mean. If you use violence first, it makes you the bad guy," Izumi said. Katsuki growled again, but it was clear that the fight had gone out of him and he was only keeping up this act as a show of pride. Seeing this made Izumi smile kindly at him, feeling the warmth in her chest building again. Katsuki dropped his hands, but the long-fingered kid just rolled his eyes. "Come on, Katsuki, you can't let that brat get away with bad-mouthing us just 'cause your girlfriend gets whiny," he said, rearing his hand back to slap Izumi with his extended fingers. Katsuki, Tsubasa, and the bullied kid all looked on in shock as Izumi's eyes widened, the slap seeming to come at her in slow motion, but her body was unable to move. It struck her hard across the face, knocking her over. Her head was whipped to the side by the force of the slap and her eyes stung with tears, but all that faded as she hit the ground and her temple struck the corner of the sandbox. Black spots appeared in her vision and Izumi felt her senses fading away. The last thing she saw was the horrified face of Katsuki, and the blood on the corner of the sandbox. Then there was nothing at all. Next chapter, Darkest Before the Dawn Part 2 to be released, tomorrow. So that's the end of the first chapter. Since so much setup is established in this first story arc, I'll be posting a new chapter every day. Let me know what you thought. 1 to 2 Darkest Before the Dawn Part 2 Chapter Notes. Trigger warning, references to grooming of a child/sexual abuse. Izumi floated in a void of endless blackness, unable to see, hear, smell or feel. There was nothing around her but darkness. Slowly, over what felt like hours, Izumi began to get her senses back one after another. First, she could feel again, revealing that the void she floated in felt a lot like being submerged in an inky black pool. Second, she could hear again as her own breathing echoed in her ears, and the distant sound of someone calling her reached her ears. Third, Izumi began to smell again, the scent of flowers filled her nostrils. Finally, Izumi's sight returned and she opened her eyes to find herself not in a black ocean as she thought, but in a golden sea of clouds. The sky above her was the color of faded parchment, and the clouds on which she lay were as soft as silk. The feeling of being submerged faded, and Izumi found herself sitting on those clouds with no idea how she'd gotten there. Where am I? Izumi wondered aloud. The last thing she remembered, she had been slapped by one of Kaken's friends and had lost her balance. She'd fallen and hit her head, there had been a lot of blood. Am I dead? There was no answer, only the sound of the wind and the smell of flowers. Izumi knew she should have been scared, this place looked a lot like how she'd guessed heaven would look, and as she'd appeared here after being hurt, it would be a logical conclusion for her to have died. However, no fear came, nor did any regrets. This didn't feel like the end, no, it felt like something more transitory. A dream? Come on, wake up, furball. Izumi gasped and looked around. There was no one around her, and yet she could have sworn she'd heard a whispered voice. Perhaps it was only the wind. I said wake up. We've got work to do. Izumi felt her eyes growing heavy. She'd definitely heard the voice that time. It hadn't been the wind, there was someone calling to her. But why was she becoming so sleepy? Izumi could barely keep her eyes open. Wake up, Ami. Izumi's eyes closed, wondering who Ami was. The name felt familiar, but she didn't know why. As she fell asleep, she wondered if the mysterious voice was talking to the right person. Izumi startled awake. Her body felt larger and heavier than it had been before, and she couldn't feel her clothes at all. It was odd, but she didn't feel embarrassed or cold without her clothing, it felt natural. She looked around sleepily, there were flowers growing around her, as if she'd fallen asleep in someone's flower beds. Izumi hoped that wasn't the case, she didn't want to trouble anyone. She yawned and slowly stood up, only to find she was standing on 4 legs, not 2. That was odd too, but before Izumi could look at herself and work out what was going on, a voice called out to her. Finally. Geez, Ami, you sure aren't easy to wake up. Izumi blinked and looked down. There on the ground in front of her was a bouncing green light, with the silhouette of a person inside it. It almost looked like some kind of hopping firefly, but the shadow of the person within the light, as well as the youthful voice made it clear it wasn't any insect. Maybe someone with a shrinking quirk. Izumi peered closely at the bouncing light. The person within it was wearing some sort of large, round-topped hat and a cloak, and appeared to be wielding something long and sharp, but it was too small for her to make out properly. Bouncing bug person. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, furball? Stop lazing around, we're on a journey, remember, the creature said, before hopping up and landing on Izumi's head. Onward, my furry steed. Izumi snorted, this bouncing bug person was pretty bossy, but at least he didn't seem mean. Izumi shrugged and began walking on her 4 legs, looking at the area around her. She was in some kind of grassy meadow surrounded by sheer cliffs, a place that she'd never been yet felt familiar. The girl felt like that was becoming a running theme here. She could see a few old-fashioned wooden Japanese houses scattered about the meadow, and she could keenly smell something cooking. It was strange, but the world around her felt so vibrant. The sounds of bird and a running river were loud, and the smells of cooking and nature were thick in her nose. The world seemed so much more alive than usual. The girl walked without really paying attention to where her feet were taking her. She was thirsty, and found herself approaching a small river that ran through the meadow. There were short wooden planks stretched over it in places, acting like a bridge, and Izumi made a funny clicking sound as she walked on them and lowered her face to the water to drink. The water was crystal clear and clean, tasting delicious as Izumi eagerly lapped it up with her tongue. She thought this was a bit odd too, but it was instinctual and so she didn't think too much about it, until she got a look at her reflection. Instead of the green-haired, green-eyed girl she'd expected to see looking back at her, she was instead met with the face of a large white wolf. Izumi gasped and the wolf's mouth opened to match her. Was this her? The white wolf mimicked her every movement, its soft silver eyes never leaving Izumi's. It looked mostly like a normal wolf, but its fur was pure white, like freshly fallen snow, and it had red markings on its face and the sides of its neck. Izumi looked away from the reflection and finally looked down at her own body. She saw only the front paws of a wolf, with wing-like tufts of fur on her heels. She gasped and turned around, looking at her body from the side. She saw the rest of the wolf's body, with similar wing-like fur tufts on her back heels and on her shoulders. On her back was a strange iron disc. It was an inch thick and as large as a trash can lid. One side of the disc was a greenish-gray color and carved with ornate patterns, but the other side was polished and perfectly flat, forming a mirror surface. Along the edge of the disc were flames, but they gave off no warmth and looked like they were an animated painting. Izumi, the white wolf. What's the problem, furball? We've got work to do, remember, the bouncing bug man said, hopping on Izumi's/the wolf's head. Izumi tried to speak, only for a wolf-like whimper to come from her throat. The man just sighed, quit the whining. We've got to get going. Come on, Ami. That name again. Ami, was that her? Suddenly, there was a familiar laugh and both Izumi and the bug man were immediately on guard. 5 green imps popped out of the ground around the river, surrounding the duo and leaving them stuck on the bridge, unable to get past them without fighting. The idea of jumping into the river was unappealing. Izumi had always been a bad swimmer, and she didn't think her new wolf body would help much. Well, Ami, looks like they got us surrounded. Want to show why that was a bad idea? The bug man laughed. Izumi growled. These imps, they looked identical to the ones that beat her and stole her mommy's soul. If they wanted a fight, Izumi would give them one. In a flurry of action, Izumi the wolf leapt at the 3 imps to her left. They shrieked like Rokuju had when Izumi kicked him in the crotch, but this time, she wasn't going to be so gentle. The mirror on her back responded to her will and whipped forward on its own, smashing one of the imps into the distance and making it explode into dark purple smoke. A second swung his flute at her, but Izumi easily dodged with her lupin instincts, grabbed the mirror in her teeth and then swung it at the imp, making it explode like the first. The third tried to attack while her back was turned, focusing on the second imp, but Izumi kicked back like a horse, knocking the imp to the ground where her mirror could fly around by itself and smack it, destroying the imp. Izumi turned to the last two, who both brought their flutes to their mouths and blew into them, extending them just as Rokuju had to steal Inko's soul. Izumi howled in anger at the memory and her mirror moved to block the attacks with its iron surface. The imp shrieked in surprise as Izumi then bounded over the river in a single jump, destroying the fourth imp with her mirror and the final one by landing on him and ripping its head off with her jaws. When she was done, Izumi felt exhilarated, but also a little sick. The imps had smelled foul, and the smoke they exploded into had smelled even worse. Not to mention the taste of the final imp's head in her jaws, it had been like rotten meat. She thought she'd been more upset over killing 5 living things, but for some reason, Izumi didn't feel any guilt. In fact, she felt at peace. The imps had been demons, and so she had no problems with destroying them. "Good job, Ami," the bug man said cheerfully, "that was quick. Now let's get a move on. There's no rest for the great Amaterasu after all." Izumi's eyes widened as those words echoed within her mind. That name. Amaterasu, it was so familiar. It felt as right for her as her own name, Izumi. The girl-turned-wolf felt her eyes grow heavy. She was forgetting something, or was she remembering something long forgotten? Was this really happening? What was going on? Before Izumi could think any more, she collapsed to the ground, falling into a slumber. When Izumi awoke, she was back in the sea of golden clouds. She looked down at herself, and aside from being barefoot and not having her little satchel bag anymore, she looked human again. What's going on? Was all that a dream? Izumi asked, speaking to no one. That funny bug man, fighting those imps, the wolf I turned into. Why did it all feel so familiar? Izumi knew she had experienced it. It hadn't been a dream, she was sure it had really happened. But how? Or perhaps more importantly, when? Izumi didn't know, but she was sure the answer was somewhere in this sea of clouds. Getting to her feet, Izumi began to explore. The clouds looked like they went on forever, but Izumi was sure that they had to end, somewhere. She just needed to persevere. Izumi was good at that. She'd stopped people bullying and abusing her by persevering and being helpful, to the point that they even loved her now, so she wasn't going to be beaten by a sea of clouds. After what felt like hours, Izumi saw something floating in the air directly in front of her. She focused her eyes on the object and then gasped as she saw what it was. It was the mirror. The one she'd used to fight with in her strange dream. Izumi ran over to it, watching the painted flames burning along its edge. It floated in the air at head height, so Izumi was able to easily see into the reflective surface. As with the river in her dream, it was a wolf that stared back at her, mimicking her movements, but as Izumi looked down at herself, she saw she was still human. Cautiously, Izumi reached out her small hand and touched the mirror's surface, watching as the wolf in the reflection raised its paw to do the same. The moment they touched, the mirror began to glow a blinding white, forcing Izumi to back off and cover her eyes. When the light faded, Izumi rubbed the spots from her eyes and looked up to see that the mirror was still present, only now it was on the back of the white wolf that Izumi had turned into in her dream. The wolf, looking like it had jumped straight out of the reflection, watched Izumi carefully, then began to circle her. Izumi didn't move, instead just watching as the wolf walked around her, eyeing her and taking small sniffs. Suddenly, the wolf stopped in front of her and growled, before pouncing at her, teeth bared. Izumi shrieked in fear and surprise, and just barely managed to roll out of the way. The wolf landed easily and swung its mirror at Izumi, managing to hit her in the side as she stood up from her roll. Izumi braced herself for pain, only to instead experience a surge of voices in her head. The voice of the man that diagnosed her as quirkless, Dr. Tsubasa. Sorry, you should give it up. She won't manifest a quirk. The voice of her mother, I'm sorry, Izumi. I'm so sorry. The voice of Kaken, you messed everything up. We were supposed to be heroes together, but you can't be a hero without a quirk. The voice of the doctors at the hospital, I'm sorry, Miss Midoriya. Your mother is alive, but she won't wake up. No one who's been attacked by the Reaper has woken up. The voice of her first foster father, a quirkless brat. TCH, why do they only ever send the broken and deformed kids to us? Izumi gasped as she regained her senses. The wolf was circling her again, growling softly, but Izumi was too focused on what she'd experienced. Those had all been things said to her in the past, memories of moments that had hurt her. The moment she'd learned she would never have a Quirk, the moment her mother failed to believe in her dream, the moment Kaken tossed her aside, the moment Izumi realized she was alone, and the moment she learned that no one wanted a quirkless child. The wolf attacked again, this time head-butting Izumi to the ground when she was too distracted to dodge. It winded her, but didn't really hurt, and it left her open for another strike with the mirror. It hit her in the shoulder and more remembered words filled her ears. The voice of Mitsuki Bakugo, "I'm so sorry, Izumi. Social services declined our petition to become your foster parents. They said we failed in the final interviews. It sucks, but it'll be a few more months before we can try again. Hold out, okay?" The voice of her social worker, "This kid is seriously cursed. Dad ditches her, mom's attacked by the Reaper, she's left whipped in an alley and the only people who want her fail the interviews. Plus she's quirkless, who's gonna want a kid like her?" The voice of her second foster mother, the one who'd broken Izumi's rib while beating her, "Get away from me. You quirkless freaks are like Neanderthals. I don't want you in my house. Just go and die." The voice of her third foster mother, one of the child molesters, "Come on, Izumi, we love you more when you don't wear clothes. You want to be a good girl, right? Good girls need to do what makes people happy. Just pose for the camera, dear, we'll love you so much when we're done." Her own voice, "Mommy loved me, but no one else wants to. I want people to like me, to think I'm a hero. I have to be more helpful. If I do what they want, then they'll care about me. If I'm good enough, then maybe I can be a hero after all." Izumi gasped, "No. That was wrong." She got back to her feet, and found the wolf was circling her again. "Who are you?" she shouted, "Are you Ami?" The wolf snarled and leapt at her again, this time pinning her to the floor. The white wolf's muzzle was inches from Izumi's face, she could smell its breath, the smell of blood and flowers. The wolf backed off a little and the mirror moved between their faces, and began to spin, showing Izumi her own face in the reflected side, then the wolf's, then hers again. It spun faster and faster, the face in the mirror changing with each revolution, until it was spinning so fast that Izumi saw the reflection as half her face and half the wolf. More voices came, but this time, they were different, they were kind. "Heroes are special people, Izumi. They're the ones that save others when things are bad. They rescue them." Inko's voice said. That had been when Izumi was little, first learning what a hero was. "Hey Izuken, did you see All Might on TV? He's so awesome, he beats all the bad guys. When we grow up, we'll be even better heroes than him." That was Kaken, when they made their promise to become heroes together. "Izumi. It won't be long now. We got through the interviews and they said we did good. We'll be able to take you home with us soon. Don't worry, just wait a little longer and then your horrible ordeal will be over." Mitsuki's voice said cheerfully, "Only a few days ago." All the voices combined in her head as she stared at the fused face within the mirror. With it all coming together, Izumi's eyes widened in an epiphany. "I've been so stupid, haven't I?" she whispered, feeling hot tears pouring from her eyes. The mirror stopped spinning and returned to its place on the wolf's back, as the lupin beast continued to watch her, no longer growling. "I thought I was bad, that I was cursed. I was quirkless, and my daddy left and my mommy had her soul stolen. I thought it was my fault. I thought it was okay for people to hurt me, to use me. I thought that if I could at least make them happy that way, then I could be loved again, like I was when mommy was here, but I was wrong." Izumi sobbed, "There's nothing wrong with me. The people who hurt me and left me. They were the wrong ones." The wolf gave a small nod and backed off, allowing Izumi to sit up. The little girl wiped her eyes, but the tears kept coming. "I wanted so badly to help people and be a hero, but I was confused. I tricked myself into thinking I could bribe people into liking me, and that once I was loved I would be a hero and I would be happy. But that's backwards." The wolf ruffed quietly, making Izumi smile despite her tears. "I was so stupid. Real heroes like All Might don't help people for praise and love, they do it because it's right and they want to make people smile. That's what I wanted too, before I forgot. But I remember now, and I'm going to become a hero. Even without a quirk, I can do it so long as I do my best to help people, like a real hero should." Izumi giggled as the wolf nodded with an exasperated expression. "I don't understand who or what you are. I know you're me, or at least a part of me, but more than that. I look at you and feel like I should remember something important, but I don't know what it is." The white wolf tilted its head, making Izumi giggle again. When the beast wasn't snarling at her, it was actually quite cute. She could almost mistake it for a friendly dog. "Thank you, for helping me realize the truth. I'm going to keep doing what I have been, helping people, but now I'm going to do it for the right reasons. I know that mommy loves me, and even though I was stupid and tricked myself into thinking otherwise, I know Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru love me too, that's enough for me. That's all I need. With a loud whine, the wolf tilted Izumi's face up with its muzzle, then began to lick her cheeks, slobbering all over her face. Izumi laughed and spluttered, pulling away even as she petted the wolf's head. Bleh. Wolf drool, she exclaimed, wiping her face. Once her face was clean and her eyes were dry, Izumi smiled at the wolf. You are me, right? The wolf nodded. And all that slobber was your way of saying you love me? Another nod. Izumi smiled softly, so I should love myself. Yet another nod, this time accompanied by a howl. The little girl felt her heart swell. She had no idea what was really going on, why this wolf was a part of her, or why she had that strange memory with the bouncing bug man, but she didn't care, she felt at peace with herself. Izumi wrapped her arms around the white wolf's neck and hugged it, enjoying the soft feel of its fur. Suddenly, with a huge eruption of light, Izumi felt the wolf meld into her body, fusing their forms together. Warmth flooded every inch of Izumi's body as the wolf disappeared into her. The feeling was indescribable, every nerve in her body was singing with joy as a sense of fulfillment and overwhelming contentment flowed through her every pore. When the light faded, Izumi was alone in the sea of clouds, but she didn't mind. The wolf had been a part of her, and now it was back with the rest. Izumi looked around, the smells around her felt clearer, and the sounds were crisper as her body acclimated to the changes it had experienced. The circular mirror was still present, but now it headed Izumi's command. With a wave of her hand, the mirror moved in front of her and turned so that its reflective side was facing her, allowing Izumi to see what she looked like. Physically, her body hadn't changed in size or shape, but had instead gained some new additions. Izumi's hair had turned white, the same color as the wolf's fur, and she now sported the same red markings on her face too. As well as her human ears, she now had a set of wolf ears on top of her head, which twitched and moved at Izumi's will. Izumi opened her mouth wide and found her teeth slightly more pointed, with her canines have grown quite a bit longer, and when she looked down at her hands and feet, Izumi saw that her nails had grown into strong claws. Whoa, even if this isn't the real world, this is pretty cool. Izumi gushed. She could feel something moving under her dress, so she turned her head back and, after confirming she really was still alone, pulled up the back of her dress to discover the white wolf's tail wagging happily from her tailbone, just above the waistband of her underwear. So cool, so cool. Izumi smiled. She was feeling tired again. She knew that wherever she was, it was inside her head, so Izumi lay down on her side and curled up amongst the clouds. She'd been knocked out by accident back in the real world, so she'd be able to wake up there soon, she was sure. With that thought, and her new emotional fulfillment warming her heart, Izumi fell asleep. Sunday, September 3, 2271. Park, Tatooine Ward, Muzurafu. Back in the waking world, Izumi awoke with a start, gasping and taking deep breaths. It was like she'd been holding her breath the whole time she was unconscious. She slowly sat up, finding she was still in the park where she'd fallen. Izumi blinked, confused as to what was going on. Hadn't she been unconscious for a while? Her dreams had felt like they lasted for hours, but now that she was awake, it felt like no time had passed at all. Ugh, ow. Izumi whimpered, feeling a pain on the side of her head. She raised a hand to her temple and felt around, only to feel nothing at all, not even a bump. She withdrew her hand and looked at her fingertips, expecting to see blood, but there wasn't any. Puzzled, Izumi looked at the corner of the sandbox, on which she'd hit her head, and found it covered with blood that was still wet. Weird. I definitely hurt myself, but there's no wound. She thought aloud, before looking up to take stock of what was happening around her. The boy that was being bullied was gone, his footprints in the sandbox showing he had run off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Katsuki was beside the sandbox, throwing punches, kicks and explosions at the other two bullies. The long-fingered one that had slapped Izumi was bleeding, bruised and a little burnt from Kaken's assault, and Tsubasa wasn't much better, apparently having jumped into the fight to help his friend against Katsuki. Murderer! I'll kill you for this! Katsuki roared, tears of rage and sorrow glinting in his eyes and on his cheeks. Izumi gasped. Kaken thought she'd been killed when she hit her head. Kaken, she yelled, already feeling the pain in her head lessening in the warmth of the sun. Katsuki whirled around at her shout and immediately, relief flooded his features. Izumi! You're alive, he cried, running towards her. He dropped to his knees beside her and hugged her. I thought you died. You hit your head on the corner of the sandbox, there was blood and you weren't breathing. It's okay Kaken, I just got knocked out for a little bit. Look out. Izumi suddenly cried out, shoving Katsuki away with all her strength just as a fist sailed through the air where his head had just been. The long-fingered boy obviously hadn't taken Katsuki beating him up lightly and was trying to use Katsuki's distraction to land a cheap shot. Katsuki quickly got to his feet, but Tsubasa grabbed his arms from behind, then wrapped his wings around the blonde's torso to keep him trapped. The long-fingered bully raised his fists for another punch, but Izumi wasn't about to let that happen. "No," she yelled, holding her hand out. Her instincts were screaming at her, and the warmth that had settled inside her during her dreams suddenly burst forth. There was a flash of light, and the wolf's mirror suddenly appeared between Katsuki and the bully, blocking the boy's fist with the carved iron side and making him shriek as his long, but brittle, fingers broke at the impact. Izumi gasped. She hadn't expected that. She thought everything that happened while unconscious was just a weird fever dream that her brain was giving her due to her injury, and the whole thing with the white wolf had been her subconscious trying to get Izumi to make more healthy life choices. But the mirror had appeared in the real world and Izumi could control it with her willpower. She looked down at her hands and noticed her nails had turned into sharp claws. Had her transformation in the dream become real too? Izumi looked up as the long-fingered bully, crying and furious over his broken fingers, tried to grab at her with his uninjured hand. The sight of him made her angry. He'd slapped her for stopping him from bullying another kid. He'd caused her a serious injury, even if she'd somehow been healed. Before her revelation, she would have accepted it as her due for getting in his way, but now? Now she was mad. She didn't deserve to be hurt by this boy. He was acting like a villain, hurting others for his own desires, so Izumi would stop him. The warm feeling surged through her body and Izumi pounced, transforming fully into the white wolf and knocking the bully to the ground, pinning him with her paws. Then she turned and snarled at Tsubasa, who was still holding Katsuki's arms. The winged boy wasn't known for being brave, so he promptly screamed and released Katsuki so he could flee, only for his former captive to grab his arm and throw him over his shoulder, slamming Tsubasa into the ground. Katsuki would have followed it up with a punch, but Izumi's mirror moved at her will, so it was now firmly between him and Tsubasa. The blonde boy gave Izumi a strange look for several quiet seconds. "Izumi? That's still you in there?" Katsuki asked, still on edge. Izumi tried to answer, but she was still a wolf and only managed to woof, which made the blonde boy smirk. Blushing, Izumi let the warm feeling recede a little, turning her back into a human. "What the hell was that?" Katsuki asked as the adrenaline in his system began to fade. "I don't know. I had weird dreams about a wolf and the mirror. The wolf was me, but also not me. It was kind of confusing. We fused together, and then I woke up. I don't know how, but when I woke up, my wound was gone and I had this warm feeling inside me, and when I think about it I can move that mirror and turn into a wolf," Izumi said, doing her best to explain. "That's weird, you look really different," Katsuki said, pointing to Izumi's face. Confused, the girl willed her mirror to float in front of her so she could see her reflection, and to her surprise, Katsuki was right. Her body was the same as it had been in her dream after fusing with the white wolf. She'd thought that might be the case when she saw her claws, but now she saw the white hair, red markings, and wolf ears, which confirmed her theory. "That weird red makeup was on your wolf form's face too. I don't get how the mirror fits in, but who cares? You've got a quirk," Katsuki declared, actually smiling at her for the first time in over a year. Izumi gasped. Katsuki was right. She could transform between a human and a wolf, as well as the fused form, and could summon and manipulate the strange mirror. What was that if not a quirk? Her thoughts went to the strange dream within a dream she'd had, where she'd killed numerous green imps. With the powers she had now, she could actually do that. She could hunt down Rokuju and get her mommy's soul back. She could really be a hero like All Might. Izumi smiled happily, her heart almost bursting with joy. She knew deep down that her dark days were over. The dawn had finally come. Next chapter, The New Dawn Part 1 to be released, tomorrow. 1 to 3 The New Dawn Part 1. Sunday, September 3, 2271. Park, Tatooine Ward, Muzurafu. Izumi was smiling down at her clawed hands as she held the long-fingered bully down with her foot. It looked like her half-wolf, half-human form was a bit stronger than a normal human 5-year-old. Katsuki was examining her closely, paying special attention to her claws, tail and wolf ears, which Izumi found a little embarrassing. Still, she didn't mind until Katsuki actually put his finger in her mouth so he could poke her long canines. Izumi recoiled and huffed, ready to tell him off, but the taste of blood made her attention snap to his injuries. "Kaken, you're hurt," Izumi yelped, suddenly noticing the bruises on her childhood friend. He'd taken a few punches from Tsubasa and the other bully, and had quite a few bruises and bleeding scrapes. "Chill out, Deku, I'm fine." "Huh, guess I can't really call you Deku anymore," Katsuki mumbled. Izumi ignored him and reached over to examine a particularly bad bruise on Kaken's wrist. She wished she could help him, her own injury was completely gone now, but Izumi didn't know how that had happened. She tried focusing on the warm feeling, but nothing happened, so Izumi guessed healing wasn't a normal part of her quirk. Maybe the bullied kid had healed her before running away. "You okay there, Izumi? You zoned out for a second." Kaken asked, "Aw crap, you don't have brain damage from your fall, do you?" Izumi giggled, "No you goof, I'm fine." "Sit on this guy for a second," she said, gently nudging Katsuki until he was sat on the long-fingered bully. The bully growled but Izumi ignored him and Katsuki made a small explosion as a threat to keep him under control. Once she was sure the bully wouldn't escape and cause trouble, Izumi ran over to where she'd fallen and picked up the little satchel bag she always carried with her. It was a simple white satchel that Mitsuki had bought her for her 5th birthday, and Izumi had subsequently filled with first aid supplies. "Damn, do you carry a whole freaking hospital in that thing?" Katsuki smirked. Izumi rolled her eyes and began pulling out band-aids, bandages and antiseptic cream before going to work on Katsuki's injuries. She carefully wiped away the blood and cleaned his cuts and scrapes with the cream, making the boy hiss at the burn, then wrapped them in bandages before applying the band-aids over his bruises. It wasn't anywhere near professional or trained first aid, but it was passable, which was excellent for a 5-year-old. "Heh, you've gotten pretty good at this," Katsuki said. "I had a lot of practice. People aren't very nice to those without quirks, Kaken," Izumi said as she looked around for where Tsubasa was nervously waiting, too afraid to flee in case Izumi became a wolf again. Without realizing, Izumi's words cut Katsuki to the core, and the boy turned around to hide his pained wince. While Katsuki hadn't ever been one of the people to physically hurt Izumi, and had stopped others hurting her when he could, he had still bullied her. He thought that he could make it up to Izumi now, but an insidious little voice in the back of his head reminded him of a cruel, hard truth: he only cared now because she had a quirk. She wasn't a Deku anymore, she was useful to him. Katsuki looked at the ground in shame. He couldn't deny those feelings, even though he knew in his heart that they were wrong. He didn't know what to do, he wanted to make amends, but doing so now would just make it look like he only cared about her quirk. Unaware of her only friend's internal struggle, Izumi cautiously approached Tsubasa. "I'll treat you too, if you stay still and don't attack me," she offered nervously. Tsubasa didn't need to be told twice and promptly went still, allowing Izumi to carefully go around his body and treat his injuries. He wasn't as badly hurt as Katsuki, who had fought 2 people at once, or the other bully who'd gotten the brunt of Katsuki's rage, so it didn't take long to fix him up. Next, she turned to the long-fingered boy, still being sat on by the contemplative Katsuki. As she approached, the bully screamed at her. "Stay away from me. I'll get you for this," he yelled. Izumi gave him an unimpressed look, and Katsuki growled and looked ready to hit the boy again. "Kaken, Tsubasa, hold him still. I'll at least clean and wrap his cuts and burns," she instructed, speaking with growing confidence. Tsubasa jumped to obey her, apparently deciding she was the new boss of the playground, and ran to help a reluctant Katsuki hold the boy's arms and legs. It reminded Izumi a little of how she must have looked a year ago, when the green imps held her down so Rokuju could beat her, but she refused to feel guilty over the comparison. She was trying to help, not hurt. "TCH, why bother healing this dumbass? He could have killed you." Katsuki spat, glaring at the boy. "But he didn't, Kaken. He's only a little kid, the same as us," Izumi said as she approached. The bully's glares and vicious struggling were making her lose confidence a little, but as always, she persevered. "You got hurt because you attacked me," she said, addressing the boy. "It may be your own fault, but I don't want anyone to be hurt because of me, and it's not like you're a villain or a demon," Izumi said quietly, trying to sound like she was still full of confidence. Katsuki gave her a weird look at the mention of demons, but Izumi didn't notice as she began to treat the bully's wounds. The boy struggled and screeched like he was being murdered, but then went quiet when she rubbed the cream on his cuts and burns, as if afraid people would think he was screaming over the pain. Izumi shrugged it off as the kind of bravado little boys had. When she was done, the bully still hadn't stopped glaring and shouting at her, making Izumi sigh as Tsubasa and Katsuki released him and she sat on his back to keep him still. "I'm not letting you up until you stop trying to attack me," she said, not wanting to let another fight start. Katsuki was already glaring at Tsubasa and the bound boy, his hands twitching in the way they always did when he wanted to blow something up. Thankfully, any chance of a fight ended with the return of the kid that Izumi had originally stepped in to defend, followed by a police officer and woman from the neighborhood that Izumi recognized. It was Dr. Sakamoto from Yuzurifu General Hospital, whom had treated Izumi 3 separate times since her mother had been taken from her. Izumi guessed that the kid hadn't just run away, but had gone to get help when she was hurt. "Huh? Izumi, you're okay?" the boy asked, confused. There was no sign of the injury Izumi had suffered, so the two adults frowned and looked between the bullied boy, still nursing his arm, the other children, and the strange flaming mirror that was now hanging from Izumi's back. The officer frowned. What's going on here? If this was all just some prank, you will all be in trouble. The doctor beside him nodded with a frown and crossed her arms. It wasn't a prank. She really got hurt, the bullied boy cried, now looking panicked. He's telling the truth. Her quirk manifested though, and I guess it healed her. Look, her blood is still over there. Katsuki said gruffly, pointing to the corner of the sandbox. Sure enough, the dark brown wood of the sandbox had a single sharp corner that was stained red. Both the officer and the doctor could tell with a glance that it was genuine blood, and still wet. I don't really understand how it happened, but I was knocked out and had weird dreams, and when I woke up my quirk had manifested and my injury was healed. Izumi said nervously, tapping her temple where the injury had been. The doctor's eyes widened and she rushed over and examined Izumi's head carefully. That's your temple. An injury there can be lethal. The skull is very thin at that point and crucial blood vessels are right beneath it. By the blood on the wood over there, I think you're lucky to be alive. I need you to come to the hospital with me. Ma'am, I'm fine, really. Izumi said, trying to calm the worried adult. Besides, I'm good at patching up injuries. I got lots of practice. See, she pointed to Katsuki, Tsubasa and the bully boy, all of whom had bandages and band-aids on their faces and limbs. The doctor eyed the boys closely, and then looked at Izumi's medical supplies before giving a short nod. You've patched them up quite well. You really have had practice. Aha. I'll show you. Izumi smiled, hopping up and approaching the bullied boy. The long-fingered bully got back on his feet and started scowling even more, but with the police officer present, he didn't dare act. Izumi gently took the bullied boy's arm, and after warning him of the sting, cleaned his burn with the cream and wrapped it carefully under the approving eyes of the doctor and officer. That's good work, young lady. Can you tell us your name? I'm fairly familiar with the local kids, being a pediatrician, but I don't believe we've met. Dr. Sakamoto smiled. Izumi blinked. Don't you recognize me? You treated my cane marks after I was attacked by Rokuju, and my broken rib from my second foster mother. Her voice dropped into a whisper as she blushed, and that really embarrassing examination after I was taken away from my third foster family. Dr. Sakamoto gasped. You can't be. Izuken, turn off your quirk. You look too different with it on. Katsuki said, once again using the childhood nickname he'd once given Izumi. Izumi beamed at him, unknowingly making him feel guilty again. Listening to his advice, Izumi allowed the warm feeling in her body to compress itself back into her heart, turning her back to her fully human form. With her wolf ears gone along with the red facial markings, as well as mirror disappearing and her hair returning to the usual mossy color, the adults gasped, only now recognizing her. Wait, Izumi Midoriya. I didn't realize it was you. I still owe you for helping my mom clean out her attic last month, the police officer exclaimed. Izumi smiled tiredly. Oh, you're Officer Toshiji? Your mom brags about you a lot. I'm sorry, I don't need the hospital, I just overused my quirk and got tired. Her skin had paled enough that she wasn't very convincing when she said she was fine. She was surprised how exhausted she felt, but then again she'd used her quirk for several minutes straight and it was her first time using it. She'd need to build up stamina and get used to it. That's not surprising if you only manifested it today. We all believed you were quirkless, but it seems you've beaten the odds. I'd still like to give you a checkup to ensure you're okay though. Dr. Sakamoto said calmly. Izumi had helped her in the past too. She'd babysat Sakamoto's infant son when she'd been called into work on an emergency call. The doctor was more surprised than she'd let on though. She'd seen Izumi's X-rays and done blood tests on her. Izumi not only had the extra toe joint that most quirk users didn't, but she also lacked any kind of quirk factor in her DNA. Strictly speaking, it was possible for a sudden mutation to cause a quirk factor to appear. It had happened before when children were in stressful situations, but it was very rare. Officer Toshiji nodded in agreement. I think that would be a good idea, Izumi. How about we go to the police station? I need to find out what happened here, since there was an injury in reports of an explosion. We have a full medic station there. It's no hospital, but it'll do for a checkup. The bullied boy and Tsubasa looked frightened at this, while Katsuki just scowled and crossed his arms petulantly. The long-fingered bully just glared at Izumi furiously. Dr. Sakamoto nodded her approval and without asking for Izumi's input, the two adults began herding the 5 children to the Tatooine precinct. Tatooine was a relatively small residential area of Mizudofu, mostly apartment buildings with a few streets of detached houses and some small shops scattered about. The local police station was nestled between Izumi's old apartment building, where she'd lived with her mommy, and the street that housed Izumi's preschool school, so it was only a short walk from the park. The few officers that staffed the station looked up at the odd group, but a few hand signals from Toshiji had them nodding and getting on with their jobs. Each of the 4 boys were then sat at a different officer's desk and told to sit still while Toshiji led Sakamoto and Izumi to the medic station, which was really just a small office filled with medical supplies and a single bed. The examination hadn't taken long. Sakamoto mostly made Izumi wiggle her fingers and toes and move different body parts to show she hadn't lost any feeling, then asked her questions and made her look at different things to test her memory and senses. Once the doctor was convinced that Izumi wasn't hurt and hadn't suffered any brain damage from her injury, the little girl was given a juice box and some cookies to help her regain her strength while Toshiji called everyone's parents and guardians, and Sakamoto double-checked Izumi's work on the boy's injuries. It took half an hour, but Izumi's color had returned to normal and she no longer felt as exhausted. In that time, she had learned that the bullied boy was named Hayabusa and the long-fingered bully was named Ashigaki, though she hadn't learned their first names. Once she was let out of the medic station, it was only a matter of minutes before the first of the parents arrived and soon, they were all there. Ashigaki's mother, both of Tsubasa's parents, Hayabusa's mother, Mitsuki Bakugu and Mrs. Uchida, Izumi's current foster mother, were all invited into a side room and briefed on what Officer Toshiji had learned from the boys, before all 5 children were called in and faced with their parents. Mrs. Uchida looked at Izumi carefully, noting she was the only child without injuries. The Uchidas didn't think of Izumi as a troublemaker exactly, as they had gotten her after she'd been given the Fairy of the Green Valley moniker, but they still disliked how often she was at least involved in troubling situations, given her propensity for helping people. Izumi, I see you're well. I'm not happy about being called here, this could reflect badly on our family, the woman said sternly. Izumi flushed and looked down, I'm sorry ma'am. Hey, lay off the poor girl. Mitsuki growled, you should be more concerned about her feelings and less about your reputation. Mrs. Uchida sniffed disdainfully, she is in my care and I will speak to her as I see fit. Now what on earth happened to have us called here, she said, turning back to the police. Mitsuki growled, I hate to agree with this old bat, but I'd like to know that too. Katsuki, did you drag Izumi into one of your dumb fights? Mitsuki yelled, pulling on Katsuki's ear. The other boys' parents were responding similarly, all clearly worried and fairly upset that their kids had been taken to the police station. If you would, I'd like to let the kids tell you what happened themselves. Toshiji said sternly. He had already questioned them all while Izumi was recovering, so he knew everything except the bits only Izumi could tell. Izumi herself didn't know how the whole thing started or what happened when she was knocked out. As it turns out, the whole thing had started with a stupid squabble between Tsubasa and Ashigaki. Ashigaki called Tsubasa fat and the winged boy tried to redirect the other boys' teasing by pointing at Hayabusa, who was playing in the sandbox by himself, and calling him a loser for having no one to play with. Ashigaki had taken the bait and teased him too while Katsuki hadn't been interested until Hayabusa had responded to the taunts by calling all 3 of the other boys dirty villains. Katsuki had been incensed and marched over to confront Hayabusa, who had brandished his small play shovel in fear of the explosive boy. Katsuki had smacked it away with an explosion, causing Hayabusa's hurt arm. Tsubasa and Ashigaki had begun approaching and preparing to beat up Hayabusa, though Katsuki insisted he wasn't going to go further unless the boy fought back. That had been when Izumi interfered. After she was knocked out and Katsuki thought she was dead, Hayabusa ran for help and the furious Katsuki began beating Ashigaki for causing her injury. Tsubasa had tried to help Ashigaki, only to be drawn into Katsuki's rage. Then Izumi awoke and the rest was history. The parents were all terribly upset. A little girl had almost died because of a stupid squabble. Ashigaki's mother was especially mortified and promptly screamed at her son for starting the whole thing, hitting another child and then acting so ungrateful when the girl he'd hit had tried to help him. Tsubasa's parents were equally angry and both boys found themselves being grounded for a month. Hayabusa didn't get in any trouble, though his mother did give him a gentle warning about being more careful with his words. Mitsuki smacked her son upside the head and forced him to apologize to Hayabusa for using his quirk on him, then Izumi for insulting her. Katsuki accepted his own 2 weeks of grounding without complaint, actually looking ashamed of his actions. However, no one missed the fact that Mitsuki hadn't made him apologize to the boys he'd beaten up, nor did she scold him for beating them. Mrs. Uchida looked at Izumi as if she was seeing her for the first time. Izumi could practically see her own value increasing in her foster mother's mind as the woman's expression began to soften and warm up. She actually put an arm around the girl, the only kind of comforting contact she'd given Izumi since taking her in. The dregs of Izumi's self-deprecation made her want to beam with joy that she was finally being recognized by the woman, but she knew the truth. Mrs. Uchida valued her more highly now because of her quirk, not because she'd helped people. Izumi hated it, which made her feel ungrateful, which in turn made her even more conflicted. Izumi may have had an epiphany, but she still struggled with a year of self-conditioning. Once the parents had calmed down a bit, Officer Tashigi addressed them all. Since all those involved were 5 years old, no formal action will be taken. However, Bakugo, Ashigaki and Tsubasa all used their quirks in a fight, an action that is illegal. In the future, this type of action will lead to formal warnings, fines, community service and even time in juvenile hall, with prison replacing it once you reach the age of majority. Using quirks for violence without a hero license is a serious crime. Your young ages are the only things saving you here. Izumi, you used your own quirk offensively too, however since it was in self-defense, you aren't in trouble, just ensure you learn from the boy's bad example. I do have to commend you on treating the boy's injuries though, even when 2 of them fought you. Izumi smiled bashfully, the fact she was being praised for an action unrelated to her quirk made her feel a lot happier. I trust you will discipline your children appropriately. Mrs. Uchida said, looking coldly at Mitsuki and the other boys' parents. Izumi may well have been killed if it weren't for her quirk manifesting when it did. I understand a blow to the temple can be extremely dangerous, and Izumi lost a lot of blood, she said, turning to Dr. Sakamoto for confirmation. Mrs. Uchida is correct. Based on the amount of blood Izumi lost, and the length of time she was unconscious, I'd say it was nothing short of a miracle she survived. To be honest, I have no idea how she managed to survive. Her quirk seems to allow her to transform into a white wolf as well as summon and control some kind of mirror, but more than that I have no clue. It doesn't have any known healing effects. Dr. Sakamoto explained. We'll be sure to impress upon our sons what the consequences of their actions could have been. Tsubasa's mother said. She and Ashigaki's mother looked both ashamed of their sons and angry with Mrs. Uchida's superior attitude. The Uchidas weren't well liked in Tatooine, only being tolerated for their fostering of Muzutafu's children in need. Hey Azukin, didn't you say a ton of weird stuff about dreams? Katsuki said, wondering if those dreams held the key to Izumi's miraculous healing. He hadn't said anything to the cops or parents, but he could have sworn Izumi hadn't been breathing when she was supposedly knocked out. It was part of the reason he'd gone so wild in attacking Tsubasa and Ashigaki. Everyone turned to Izumi, who nodded. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Did any of you get dreams when your quirks appeared? They all shook their heads, confirming to Izumi that it wasn't normal. The girl began to recount her dream in the sea of clouds, and then her dream within a dream in which she was in a field with the bouncing bug man. She only left out the emotional parts. If only Auntie Mitsuki and Kaken had been there, she might have told them, but she didn't want to bare her heart to what was essentially strangers and acquaintances. When she was done, they were all watching her strangely. I've never heard of such a strange dream. It may be related to your mental state, but I'm afraid I don't know. Dr. Sakamoto said, a finger on her chin. She turned to Mrs. Uchida. I recommend taking her to see a child psychiatrist. They might be able to shine a light on it. Mrs. Uchida nodded. Neither she nor Izumi said it, but Izumi was already seeing a psychiatrist on a weekly basis due to her being an abuse victim. They could ask them about the dreams on the next visit. With nothing else to say about the incident, Tsubasa's and Ashigaki's parents pushed their sons forward and made them thank Izumi properly, as well as apologize to her and Hayabusa for their actions. Tsubasa seemed genuinely regretful. Ashigaki didn't. All 4 boys were sent home shortly after with their parents. Mitsuki promised to visit soon as she dragged Katsuki away, the boy clearly not happy to be leaving Izumi. He only stopped his struggling when Izumi promised to meet up with him tomorrow after school. Once they were gone, Dr. Sakamoto insisted that Mrs. Uchida take Izumi to the hospital if she had even the slightest inkling that her foster daughter wasn't completely okay before taking her leave. Mrs. Uchida thanked Officer Tashigi for his help and the man responded with a fond farewell. Mrs. Uchida, little Izumi has helped almost everyone living in Tatooine, and I have a feeling that with her new abilities, she'll be doing it a lot more. We're happy to help her in return. Just a heads up though, Izumi. Tashigi said, kneeling so he was on the same eye level as Izumi. Quirk usage is forbidden without a license if it is for violence or causes a disturbance. So long as you ask people's permission before using it and stay away from fights and criminals, you won't get in trouble, he winked at her. He then looked to the girl's foster mother. I was able to see her quirk in action for a bit, so I'll fill out the registry paperwork. Izumi will have her quirk fully registered within a couple of hours. Mrs. Uchida and Izumi bowed politely to the officer as they left, Izumi smiling proudly while Mrs. Uchida continued to regard Izumi with an appraising look. You've had a full day, haven't you? I'll make your favorite for dinner, as a celebration for getting your quirk. The woman smiled down at her foster daughter as they walked home. Izumi smiled shyly at her, trying to hide the feelings welling up inside her. Izumi had finally gotten what she'd always wanted, recognition, love and a quirk, but coming on the back of her revelation, it felt hollow. Kaken had stopped calling her Deku, which Izumi was glad about, but she wished he'd done that before she'd gotten a quirk. Officer Tashiji had been the one to make her feel happiest, by praising her efforts outside her quirk, and pointing out how Izumi had helped everyone she could even without one. As she walked home with Mrs. Uchida, actually having her hand held by the woman for the first time, Izumi began to seriously think about what she wanted to do. She still wanted to help people, even if it wasn't to get their approval anymore. She still wanted to become a hero, which would likely be easier now that she had a pretty good quirk. She would have liked to have managed to become one without it, but she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. She thought hard, and came to her answer. I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to keep helping people. I'm going to reach the number 1, just like All Might did, and when I do, I'm going to change the world. I'll show everyone that people without quirks are just as important as those with them. I'll point to the things I did this year and say, hey, I did that before getting my quirk, and I was only 5. If I could do that, so can anyone. That'll show everyone. All Might's the symbol of peace. I'll be the symbol of hope, she thought, smiling to herself. Her heart and mind were clear, and her path was set. Izumi knew what she had to do. That night, Mrs. Uchida told her husband and all the other foster kids what had happened, and instantly, Izumi had gone from the bottom of the pack, the runt of the litter, to the top dog or top wolf. Her quirk was stronger than the other kids, and all bullying stopped. Mr. Uchida actually had the gall to suddenly act all proud and supportive of her, and as they ate katsudon for dinner, it wasn't as good as her mommy's, but Izumi still loved it. Izumi heard them whispering to each other that maybe they shouldn't give Izumi up to the Bakugas like they had planned. Izumi wanted to be sick. She hadn't disliked the Uchidas before, but she did now. She gets a quirk and all of a sudden, she's worth keeping. No way would Izumi go along with that. She'd be sure to tell her social worker that she wanted to go with Auntie Mitsuki. However, such a conversation would never occur, as on that same evening, not long after Izumi had her evening bath and was getting ready for bed, there was a knock at the door. Izumi, having grown used to being helpful and unwilling to break that trend, dutifully answered it. Hello, Uchida residence. Izumi greeted, opening the door. She gasped as she found herself faced with her social worker, accompanied by 2 burly men in suits and sunglasses, despite it being nighttime, and a woman in her late 50s with slicked back gray hair and wearing a business suit. The social worker smiled nervously. Good evening, Izumi. Would you be a dear and fetch the Uchidas? Izumi nodded and obediently ran and got them. With her foster parents at the door, Izumi was about to leave them alone when her social worker called her back. What's going on? Isn't it a bit late for a visit? Mr. Uchida asked gruffly. It is, and we apologize, but something has come up in Izumi Midoriya's case, the woman in the suit said, holding her hand out to one of the men, who were apparently bodyguards. The man handed her some documents, and the woman read through them. The incident this afternoon has given us reason to doubt your ability to give this child proper care, she said, gesturing to Izumi. Now you see here dash. Mrs. Uchida began, only to be cut off. No, I will not. As of now, Izumi Midoriya has been removed from your custody and placed into mine, the woman said. She ignored the spluttering Uchidas and turned to Izumi. Young lady, please accompany these men to pack your belongings. Izumi stared at the woman with confusion. She was being taken away because of what happened. It didn't sound like she was in trouble, but she was still confused. Her social worker, an awkward man at the best of times, tried to nervously hurry her along, promising that her life would be getting better soon. Izumi didn't understand it, but she didn't particularly want to stay with the Uchidas, so she went with the bodyguards to pack her belongings. Everything she had fit into 2 suitcases, one for clothes and one for her toys and other belongings. Most of her things had been left in her mother's apartment, waiting for the day Izumi could get it all back. The bodyguards, despite being kind of scary looking, proved very nice and helpful, speaking politely to Izumi as she helped her pack and then carrying her suitcases for her. When they returned to the front door, they found the Uchidas being lectured by Izumi's social worker and the woman in the business suit. Upon seeing her packed, the woman nodded approvingly at Izumi. Good, we're ready to leave. She looked to the Uchidas. You will still receive your stipend for Izumi this month, since this is short notice. Izumi, please say your goodbyes. Izumi nodded and shyly said goodbye to the other foster children, who seemed conflicted to see her go, before turning to the Uchidas. Thank you for taking care of me. I know you didn't want me at first, because I didn't have a quirk, and were just starting to like me because I finally got one, but thank you for letting me stay with you anyway. I really appreciate it. Izumi said, bowing politely. Her words of thanks, mixed with a thinly veiled admonishment, made the Uchidas turn a funny shade of purple, as if they weren't sure if they should be angry, embarrassed or ashamed. In the end, they barely managed to choke out an apology and a goodbye, before closing the door. Izumi was then led to a limousine and told to get in, while her social worker spoke to her through the open window. Izumi, I'll be along to your new home soon. It's a bit different, but you'll be happy there, I'm sure. You'll be able to achieve your dream of being a hero, the man said with a smile, before waving goodbye and leaving in his own car. Izumi blinked. What on earth was happening? As if today hadn't been confusing enough between her dreams and quirk. The bodyguards got in on either side of her, while the gray-haired woman sat opposite her and knocked on the driver's window, signaling them to leave. After driving for a few minutes in awkward silence, Izumi piped up nervously, ma'am? Who are you? Where are we going? The woman smiled thinly. I am Ryuko Torikego, Vice President of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Izumi's jaw dropped. The Hero Commission. They were the big wigs that acted as the governmental agency in charge of hero regulations. They were the ones who officially licensed heroes. That's right. I was sent to collect you and bring you back to our Muzutafu branch, so you may meet your new foster mother. Torikego explained. My new foster mother? Who is she? Izumi asked, still reeling from the shock. Torikego grinned. Sakuya Kanahana, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Next chapter, The New Dawn Part 2 to be released, tomorrow. 1-4 The New Dawn Part 2. Sunday, September 3, 2271. The city streets, Muzutafu. Izumi sat in the back seat of a luxurious limousine, dressed in her pajamas, flanked by burly, but friendly, male bodyguards and facing a hard-faced woman, who had just dropped the biggest bombshell of Izumi's short life. Izumi had been fostered by none other than the enigmatic president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, Sakuya Kanahana. Few people had ever seen the woman, and she almost never appeared in public. Even during special events, like the twice-annual hero rankings, she usually had her vice president take her place as master of ceremonies. The woman who had told Izumi this was Vice President Torikego, who had only recently gotten the job, after her predecessor lost his life in a tragic accident. Izumi didn't know much more than that, only knowing what she did because she was a hero nerd. Fostered by the Sakuya Kanahana, why? Why would she want me? I'm no one important. Izumi questioned. She would be one day, when she achieved her dreams, but for now she was just a random little girl. Torikego's expression fell. I have no idea. To be honest, it's quite troublesome. She apparently learned of you this afternoon and immediately demanded you be put in her care. She was already registered as a foster parent, and pulled some strings to ensure the government didn't complain. I've spent the whole afternoon catering to this whim, even had me summoned to Okami over from our Fukuoka branch. Izumi frowned. She didn't like the idea of being part of some rich woman's whims. Oh well. She thought with a tired sigh, at least when she gets bored of me, I'll be able to go to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. Torikego didn't look like she wanted to talk anymore, and the bodyguards, while friendly, didn't seem to enjoy conversation much either, so Izumi decided to keep quiet. It was getting late, and she was very tired. She should have been in bed by now, not dragged out in her pajamas to go and be the new accessory of some random woman. Izumi idly wondered if President Kanahana was fostering her for publicity, or out of charity. Maybe she'd heard of Izumi's Fairy of the Green Valley nickname and decided to parade her around like a trophy. Either way, Izumi didn't care. She'd persevere as always and keep working towards her dreams. After all, unless the head of the Hero Commission was planning on beating or molesting her, she couldn't be worse than her second and third foster parents. After a half-hour drive to the richest part of the city, Darufu Ward, the limousine came to a halt outside of the Muzutafu branch of the Hero Public Safety Commission. The bodyguards quickly got out and held the doors open for Torikego and Izumi, who hopped out and gazed up at the building in awe. It wasn't as big as the monolithic skyscraper HQ and office complexes that the commission had in central Tokyo, but it was still pretty big and consisted of a single large skyscraper with what looked like a Japanese manor on the roof. Enough gawking. You'll be able to see it all soon enough, and in the light of day. Torikego said sternly, firmly grasping Izumi's shoulder and urging her into the building. I still have work to do tonight without having to wait around for you. She then snapped her fingers and had the bodyguards take her luggage. Izumi winced. Torikego didn't seem to like her much. The little girl allowed herself to be guided into the lobby of the building, which was quite grandly decorated and had a sculpture of Endeavor in the center. Izumi thought that made sense. Endeavor lived in Darufu Ward and was definitely the biggest hero in the area, what with him being the number 2 hero in Japan, only surpassed by All Might. As Izumi stared, starstruck, at the sculpture and the few local heroes milling about who had business as the commission branch, a nervous young man hurried over to Torikego and began speaking quietly to her. Torikego growled, of all the foolish. Damn that woman. The vice president groaned tiredly and began rubbing her temples in frustration. Izumi, against her better judgment, approached cautiously. Is everything okay? Torikego whipped around to face her, making the girl flinch. Before calming down a bit, it seems that our esteemed president finally realized that as a 5-year-old, you should be asleep at this hour and decided to postpone your meeting until after breakfast tomorrow. Why she couldn't have realized that earlier so we could have avoided this late-night escapade and picked you up tomorrow instead, I will never know, but I have never been able to understand that woman," she sighed. Turning back to the young aide who'd given her the message, Torikeigo asked, "Has Takemi arrived yet?" "Yes ma'am. His flight from Fukuoka landed a short time ago. He has already been shown to his rooms and retired for the evening," the aide answered nervously. Torikeigo nodded, "Good, I shall speak with him in the morning. I leave Miss Midoriya in your care," she said, before turning on her heel and marching off without even a word of farewell. Izumi watched her go with relief, and suppressed the urge to stick her tongue out at her as she left. Once the woman was out of sight, the bodyguards and the aide all relaxed, with the aide turning to Izumi with a friendly smile, "Good evening, young lady. I'm one of President Kanahana's aides. She apologizes for having you brought here so late and requests you retire for the night, so you will be rested for tomorrow's meeting." Izumi bowed politely, "Thank you sir. Where should I sleep?" "The president had us prepare 2 different sets of rooms for you, as she was unsure of your preferences. Would you rather have more westernized surroundings, or do you prefer a more traditional Japanese decor?" the aide asked. Izumi's eyes widened. Rooms? As in plural? That was new. She'd been sharing her room with other foster kids pretty much since her mother's soul was taken, as all but the molester couple had other kids to look after, and even with those molesters, she'd had to share their room, though thankfully not their bed. She hadn't had a room to herself since the apartment. She was tempted to go with the Western rooms, as that was what she was used to, but she decided to be adventurous. "Can I stay in the Japanese room?" The aide smiled, "Of course. I'll take you right up," he said, taking her hand and leading her to the elevators. They and the bodyguards managed to squeeze into one and were taken all the way to the top floor, which in reality was the roof. When they stepped out of the elevator, Izumi found herself looking at the Japanese manner that she'd seen on the building's roof. President Kanahana loves traditional Japanese decor. She has one of these manors built atop every branch of the commission. The east wing has been set aside for your use, the aide smiled, leading the shocked Izumi to the eastern part of the manor. Izumi was stunned. A whole wing of this big manor was just for her. That was insane. The manor was traditional Japanese through and through, with open walkways, paper screen doors and tatami mat floors. The areas between the individual wings of the manor were filled with traditional Japanese gardens, complete with one of those funny bamboo decorations that filled with water and then tipped over, making a hollow tone as it hit the stones around it. The entire manor was huge too, easily bigger than Izumi's preschool and her last 3 foster homes combined. The aide led her into the east wing, which was really its own building connected to the rest by a roofed walkway, and introduced her to a waiting servant. The servant was an elderly woman with a pleasant demeanor, orange eyes, a red nose, and white hair tied into a bun. She was dressed in a simple purple kimono with a pale yellow sash and matching headband. "Young lady, this is Mrs. Tsuru Kenkitsu, the head of President Kanahana's household servants. She'll be taking care of you," the aide smiled. Izumi bowed politely, "It's nice to meet you ma'am." Now, none of that dearie," the old woman smiled, "call me Mrs. Citrus, or Granny Citrus if you prefer. Everyone does. My family has served Kanahana for generations. We're happy to take care of her new ward," she said, taking one of Izumi's hands in her own and patting it gently. Izumi blushed and smiled. She liked this kindly old woman. Izumi never had grandparents growing up, as they had all died long before she was born, but she liked to think they'd be like Granny Citrus. Seeing that Izumi was in good hands, the friendly aide said goodnight and went on his way, leaving the elderly servant to lead Izumi and the bodyguards carrying her luggage to her room. "I'll be sure to give you the full tour tomorrow morning, but for now, you should get some sleep. This is your bedroom," Granny Citrus said, sliding open a door to reveal a fairly large room. It was bigger than the main room of Izumi's old apartment, and it was decorated with a wardrobe, dressing table, writing desk, a kotatsu and a small table with a large flat-screen TV sat on top. It all looked brand new and freshly assembled, which became even more obvious when Izumi was shown to her futon, which had been laid out on the opposite side of the room from the door. It still had that fresh, never been used before smell that futons had. At Granny Citrus' insistence, Izumi lay down straight away, allowing herself to be tucked in while the bodyguards put her suitcases off to the side. "I'll unpack those tomorrow. For now, you should get some sleep." Granny Citrus smiled. "Okay. Thank you, Granny Citrus." Izumi smiled, her eyes already drooping. It had been a long and crazy day, being knocked out by Ashigaki, learning to care for herself, coming to a new conclusion about heroism, getting a quirk and now being fostered by the president of the Hero Commission. Way too much had happened, and as Izumi nestled into her fresh new futon, she couldn't help but feel exhausted. She was asleep before Granny Citrus could even shut off the light. That night, Izumi found herself having another strange dream. In it, she remembered standing very still at the base of a large cherry tree atop a hill, staring unblinking at the little village below, until a woman in pink appeared and gave her her flaming mirror, which made Izumi feel reinvigorated and allowed her to move again. Izumi remembered turning to thank the woman in pink, but found that she couldn't see her properly. The darkness of the dream concealed the woman, but Izumi could still hear her voice, distorted but audible. Ah! Such divine white light! Such beauty and grace! The only one capable of such a wondrous spectacle is none other than our mother and the origin of all that is, Amaterasu. The moment that name left the woman's lips, Izumi woke up. It was the same name as before, the one that the bug man had called her, Amaterasu. Izumi knew that name, it was the name of the Shinto sun goddess, but she had no idea why people were calling her that in her dreams, unless the things she was experiencing were someone else's memories. It took a few moments for Izumi to realize where she was. In the chaos of the previous day, and all her weird dreams, it was easy to believe that it had all been a dream, and that she'd wake up quirkless at the Uchida's home. But it hadn't all been a dream. Izumi looked around at the large bedroom she'd been given in the Japanese manner atop the Musutofu branch of the Hero Commission. It looked even grander in the light of day. Izumi looked at a small clock on the wall, which read 6:30 a.m. Izumi always had been an early riser. Her mother used to say that she rose with the sun and set with it too. Unfortunately, in this unfamiliar place, Izumi had no idea what she should do. She couldn't just go wandering around, she didn't know where she was and wasn't allowed to go, and she couldn't dress for the day until she found the bathroom. Quietly, Izumi slipped out of her futon and crept around the room, trying to figure out what she should do. Aside from the door she'd come in through the previous night, there was another door, so she tried that. Thankfully it was a bathroom, so Izumi quickly grabbed her toiletries from her suitcase and put them around the sink, before washing her face and brushing her teeth. With that done, she was able to change into her day clothes, before finally just sitting on her futon and waiting for someone to come to her. She was too timid and unsure to leave the room on her own, and she didn't know if she was allowed to use the TV, so she ended up just quietly playing with a couple of her hero figures while she waited. She hoped she wouldn't be kept too long, she had to meet the president of the commission today, and since it was Monday, she had preschool. At 7 a.m., there was a quiet knock at her door. Izumi nearly jumped out of her skin, having been so engrossed in her game, but she quickly recovered and threw her toys back in her case before calling out a tentative, "Come in." The door slid open and Granny Citrus came in, smiling at her. "Oh my, you're prepared for the day already. Did you sleep well, dear?" "Yes, Granny Citrus." "Did you?" Izumi asked back. The elderly lady chuckled, "Yes, thank you. Everyone in this household tends to rise with the sun, so if it's up, we're up. Breakfast will be ready soon, but since you're already dressed, why don't I show you to the gardens until it's ready?" "I'd like that." Izumi smiled, getting to her feet. Granny Citrus was fairly short naturally, and was hunched over as she walked, so 5-year-old Izumi was about half her height as they walked along. Granny Citrus led her down the walkway to the central part of the manor, and opened a sliding door that overlooked the main garden courtyard to reveal the dining room. "This is where you'll eat. We have a guest for breakfast today, young Master Takami. He's just over there if you want to say hello," the woman said, pointing out across the gardens. Over by a small pond was a boy, no older than 11, with tan blonde hair and bright red bird wings sprouting from his back. He was staring at the koi fish swimming around, and at Granny Citrus' urging, Izumi shyly went over to introduce herself. Hello," she said, getting his attention. The boy turned to face her with a small smirk, apparently having heard her coming. "Hey. So you're the new kid. Wonder why they snagged you," he said, giving her a lazy smile. The boy's eyes were golden and hawk-like, with thin triangular black marks that pointed from the edges of his eyes to the bridge of his nose. His tan blonde hair was wild and windswept, and his expression was friendly, but tired-looking. He wore a plain white open-collared t-shirt, black shorts and some black boots, and around his neck were a pair of headphones connected to some aviator's goggles. Izumi examined him carefully, intrigued especially by his red wings. They must have been part of his quirk, and the goggles were probably to help him fly safely. The boy's grin widened as the little girl stared at him. "You okay there, kid? You're staring kinda hard," the boy said jovially. Izumi shook herself and blushed. Sorry, I was just looking at your wings, they're really pretty." My name is Izumi Midoriya, age 5. "Nice to meet you," she bowed. The boy laughed, "You're a pretty honest little kid." "I'm Kigo Takami, age 11. "Nice to meet you too. So what are you here for?" he asked. Izumi shrugged, "I don't know. Vice President Torikago came and took me away from my foster parents last night, saying they didn't do a good enough job. Apparently President Kanahana wants me and is my new foster mom. Kigo whistled, got the top lady's approval. Huh. You must be something special. What's your quirk? Mine is fierce wings, lets me fly with these wings and manipulate the feathers to do different things. I don't know what it's called, I only got it yesterday. Everyone thought I was quirkless, but then some stuff happened and it manifested. I'll show you. Izumi said, activating her power. She first transformed into her half-wolf form and showed Kigo her mirror, then transformed fully into the white wolf. Kigo looked fairly impressed, and petted her head, making the wolf Izumi lean into the touch. Now she knew why some animals liked getting scratched behind the ears. It felt wonderful. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Kigo was slightly confused by her transformations. For some reason, they looked oddly familiar to him. He knew he hadn't seen them before, he was sure he'd remember a big white wolf with red facial markings, but that just left him more confused when it felt like he had. Izumi turned back into her full human form with a blush. Being a wolf takes getting used to, but it's fun too, she said. I can imagine. I'd show you my quirk, but I'm probably going to be worked to the bone again later, and I don't really want to waste energy before breakfast. Kigo said, his smile never leaving his face despite the sadness in his tone. Izumi guessed Kigo's life hadn't been any happier than hers. Kigo? Why are you here? Are you a relative of someone in the commission? Izumi asked. Nope, the boy said, turning back to look at the koi again. I'm a pet project of Torikago's. A little bird she can teach tricks to. That sounds awful. Izumi exclaimed. Could be worse. Life wasn't any better before either. Tell you what, you give me your story, I'll give you mine, deal, the boy said. Izumi nodded, that seemed fair to her. As the two children watched the koi swimming in the pond and waited to be called for breakfast, Izumi told Kigo her story, everything from her father's disappearance to the attack on her mother, to her life with the foster homes leading up to getting her quirk. The only parts she left out were her third foster home. She just said they abused her, but didn't elaborate, and her decisions regarding heroism, both before and after her epiphany. Kigo listened politely, and when she was done, he patted her on the back. You've had it rough, Izumi. I kind of feel bad for making a fuss about my own situation. Kigo said. Izumi got the impression that he didn't actually want to talk about his past, and had made that deal with the assumption that Izumi wouldn't either. He hadn't expected her to actually open up to him, but then Izumi had never been one to hide her feelings from those who actually seemed to care. I suppose I should tell my story too then, he said with a sigh. You don't have to if you don't want to. I don't mind. Izumi told him. Nah, it would be pretty rotten of me to make a little kid spill her guts and then not follow through on my end. We've still got time before breakfast, so I'll tell you. Kigo said, sitting down beside the pond with a sigh. Izumi sat down opposite him and listened intently, curious about the older boy. Kigo Takami had been born in one of the poverty-stricken areas of Fukuoka Prefecture on Kyushu Island. He was a quiet, expressionless kid, and while he wasn't abused by his parents, he was definitely neglected. Their house was always a mess of trash and broken beer bottles, but Kigo hadn't minded, as he didn't know any different. Then, when he was 5 years old like Izumi, there was a high-speed car accident near where he lived. Kigo had acted without really thinking, using his fierce wings and the speed it gave him to save the lives of those involved, which earned him a lot of attention. The public were shocked that the savior of the day had been a little kid, and Torikago, who was only a mid-level employee of the commission back then, decided to have Kigo put into the custody of the commission so he could be trained as a hero. Kigo's opinion wasn't asked for, and Torikago paid his parents well to give him up. President Kanahana learned of the deal and met with Kigo only once, before deciding to allow Torikago's plan. And so Kigo had spent the next 6 years being vigorously trained as a hero, with his work boosting Torikago's power within the commission until she reached the rank of vice president. And that's pretty much it. Kigo sighed, I usually live in the branch back at Fukuoka, but President Kanahana demanded I transfer here out of the blue last night. I wager that has something to do with you. Izumi's eyes were misty as she looked at the boy. That's so sad, you were sold and used like a tool, that's not what a hero is supposed to be. It's not all bad. Kigo said, actually losing his smile for the first time out of surprise for Izumi's reaction. Come on now, don't get upset. I never felt a connection to my folks anyway, and it's not like the commission abused me. They're kind of strict and there's a lot I'm not allowed to do, but I've still got a pretty good life here. Izumi sniffled, I guess if you're okay with it. I still don't like it. I don't think I like Torikago very much, but I don't think she likes me either. Probably not. Kigo admitted, I bet the prez picked you out because of Torikago. The old bat's been getting a lot of support recently, thanks to me. I'm only 11 but I've already completed the equivalent of 2 years of schooling at a high school hero course. I'm supposed to get my provisional license before the end of the year, and then get my full license by the time I'm 14, with my own agency by 18. Torikego planned it all out carefully. Kigo said, not sounding too thrilled by it. Torikego could challenge the prez if she gets much more support, so I figure the prez is fostering you to make you a hero too and steal back some of Torikego's support. Izumi paled, but how? Your quirk sounds amazing, and you saved people's lives. All I did was stop a couple of bullies. Why would I be anywhere near as good as you? Kigo shrugged, heck if I know. I like to think I'm pretty smart, but I can't figure it out. With a quirk like yours, you could be a lot like that a hero, hound dog, and that mirror is kind of cool, but beyond that, I have no clue. Maybe it's 'cause of your miraculous healing. It sounded like you were lucky to have survived. Izumi looked doubtful, but she couldn't really offer an alternative opinion. I don't know, but I think President Kanahana's going to be disappointed. Still, when she gives me up, at least I'll be able to go to my auntie and uncle now. Heh, good for you, lil pup. Kigo smirked teasingly, I bet you'll miss this place though. I chose the Western-style rooms and I'm regretting it now. The air up here is so clear, it feels great, he said, stretching his wings out and letting the air flow through them. It does feel nice. I would have thought it'd be cold, since we're so high up and it's autumn. Izumi wondered aloud. That'll be my quirk, came the voice of an elderly man. Izumi and Kigo whipped around and came face to face with the speaker. It was a hunched-over old man wearing a blue kimono and a long rope around his neck. He was bald, and his eyes were covered by his long white eyebrows. The rest of his face was covered by an extremely long white beard that almost reached the floor. He walked with a cane and carried a pair of pruning shears in the blue sash of his kimono. Morning, Gramps. You an employee here too? Kigo asked casually. Izumi got the impression that he'd heard the man coming. I am, young'un. I'm Choji Kankitsu, Lady Kanahana's head gardener. You can call me Mr. Citrus, or Grandpa Citrus. You've both met my wife already, I assume, he asked. Oh yeah, the granny who let me in. Kigo said. She was very nice to me. Izumi said, I'm Izumi Midoriya, nice to meet you, she bowed. Ah, a sweet girl. Got some real manners, unlike you boy. Grandpa Citrus said, poking the smirking Kigo with his cane. Anyway, my quirk is called thermostat, lets me control the air temperature in the area around me. Useful when Lady Kanahana builds her manors atop skyscrapers. The one in Tokyo almost touches the clouds. Izumi smiled politely, then elbowed Kigo's leg, gesturing for him to introduce himself properly. Kigo smirked, but indulged her, hey Gramps. I'm Kigo Takami, good to meet you. Humph, you'll get no props from me. I don't much tolerate foolishness. Don't go making trouble for the other servants, Lady Kanahana or young Lady Midoriya. Grandpa Citrus scolded. Yes sir. Kigo said with a lazy smile, making the old man grumble while Izumi giggled. Bah, the arrogance of the young. My wife says breakfast is served, so get a move on, the old man yelled, waving his cane and making Kigo laugh and run off towards the dining hall, grabbing and carrying Izumi with him. They sat down at the table in the dining hall just as a pair of maids, each dressed in dark blue kimonos, came out and placed their breakfasts in front of them with a bow. They children thanked the maids and gave the usual table prayer before digging in. It was a traditional Japanese breakfast of rice, grilled fish and miso soup, something everyone in Japan was very used to. They ate in comfortable silence, and once they were done, the maids took their dishes and Granny Citrus came into the room. Young Master Takemi, Vice President Torikego says you are to go to the training dojo on the top floor and do your usual morning warm-up. Your scheduled training will be postponed until Lady Kanahana has had her meeting with young Lady Midoriya, the old woman said. Kigo nodded, that's fine with me. I heard the top floor dojo was used by Endeavor sometimes. I wonder if I'll get to meet him, he said with a smile. See you later, lil pup. I hope you stick around for a while, if only to tick off that old bat Torikego, he laughed, before heading off to do as he was instructed. Once the boy was gone, Granny Citrus turned to Izumi, I apologize for the inconvenience young Lady Midoriya, but the tour I promised you will have to wait. Lady Kanahana has requested you in her office as soon as possible. She is very eager to meet you face to face, she hasn't been this excited in years. Izumi nodded nervously. She was excited to meet the commission president, but was also a little afraid. She was sure she would ultimately disappoint her, especially compared to the incredible Kigo, and Izumi didn't want to see the woman disappointed after she'd done so much for her. She wondered if she'd still be allowed to visit Kigo when she was inevitably sent away. Granny Citrus gave Izumi a quick once-over to make sure she was properly presentable. Izumi had chosen to wear a simple long-sleeved red dress with white tights. It was September and starting to get cold, after all, and her green hair was tied back with an All Might-themed scrunchie. Izumi thought she looked okay, and Granny Citrus beamed and said she was adorable. With her appearance passing inspection, Izumi was shown to the elevator, where one of the bodyguards from yesterday was waiting to take her to President Konohana's office. It was a short, quiet walk as the office was only on the top floor, below the roof. The bodyguard led her to a pair of large cherry wood doors and knocked. "Come in," said a feminine voice, and the bodyguard responded by opening the doors and then politely gesturing for Izumi to enter. Izumi shyly walked into the large office, taking in her surroundings as she went. The office was fairly normal for what she'd expect from a major company president. It was spacious with expensive wooden cabinets along the side walls and a massive floor-to-ceiling window that made up the entire back wall. A pair of black leather couches were facing each other in the middle of the room, with a glass coffee table between them, and at the back of the room was a large cherry wood desk with a leather chair behind it. Sitting in the chair was the most beautiful woman that Izumi had ever seen. The woman would put most supermodels to shame, and Izumi couldn't help but blush and stare as this woman looked up from her paperwork and laid eyes on her. This was President Sakuya Konohana, the woman that had decided to foster Izumi. Calling her radiant would be an understatement. Her face looked like it had been sculpted from the purest white marble by the world's finest artisan. She had ebony black hair tied into a spiral bun atop her head by a green ribbon, except for two long, full bangs that framed her beautiful face. Her eyes were warm and pink, with green pupils, and she wore no makeup other than some blush to put color in her snow-white cheeks. Her outfit was a cherry blossom pink business suit with a skirt, and it hugged the woman's slender curves to the point that even 5-year-old Izumi blushed as she looked at her. President Konohana's eyes scanned Izumi for a moment, then turned to the bodyguard. "Thank you. You may leave us," she said kindly, her voice almost musical. It carried a near ethereal tone that made Izumi want to beg for her to keep speaking. The bodyguard bowed and left, closing the door and leaving Izumi alone with the president. The woman immediately got to her feet and practically glided across the floor to stand before Izumi, then knelt so they were on a similar eye level. She looked into Izumi's eyes, and the biggest, happiest smile Izumi had ever seen bloomed on her face. "Hello there, young lady. I'm glad to finally meet you. I'm sorry if my actions caused you any worries," Konohana said gently. Izumi smiled shyly. "It's okay, it's no trouble. I'm glad to meet you too. I'm Izumi Midoriya," she bowed. Konohana laughed, a sound that brought joy to Izumi's heart. "You are a sweet girl, a real peach. My name is Sakuya Konohana, but please call me Sakuya. So few people use my given name anymore, it would mean a lot if you would." Alright, Lady Sakuya," Izumi stuttered. Sakuya smiled brightly and petted Izumi's head. "Thank you. Now I'm sure you're terribly confused by all this, and I promise to tell you everything. First though, I would like you to do me a favor. Would you use your power for me?" Sakuya asked. "You mean my quirk?" Izumi asked. "If that is what you want to call it." That was an oddly phrased answer, but Izumi was too enraptured by the woman to question it. She obediently activated her quirk and transformed into her half-wolf state. The moment her hair turned white and the markings and mirror appeared, Sakuya's eyes lit up like stars. "Wonderful. It truly is you. Oh, you have no idea how happy I am to see you." Sakuya cried happily, hugging Izumi to her ample chest. "Why, you know me?" Izumi squeaked out, trying to pull her face away from Sakuya's bosom without seeming rude. Sakuya released her and gently stroked Izumi's cheek. "My dear, you have no idea. I will explain, but first." She stood up and stepped back a bit. "You showed me yours, allow me to show you mine." Izumi blushed at the phrasing, but that was wiped away when Sakuya disappeared into a puff of smoke. The smoke then faded to reveal Sakuya again, but not as she had been. Now, Sakuya was floating in the air and her clothing had changed completely. Her green hair ribbon had been replaced by leaves, and her pink business suit had been exchanged for a kimono of the same color, with a thick red sash that went from the middle of her hips to just below her breasts, and was tied off at the top and bottom by ceremonial white ropes. The sleeves and hem were long enough to hide her hands and feet completely, and to Izumi's embarrassment, the chest of the kimono was open and shaped like a peach, framing Sakuya's breasts, which were only covered by a bra of leaves coming from the top of the red sash. It made her chest look like an actual peach. Lastly, Sakuya had a long scarf made of lilac clouds that floated above her shoulders and then curled around the ends of her arms, giving her a godly appearance. Sakuya Konohana, true form. What? Izumi gasped. Sakuya smiled. "This is the true me. I am Sakuya, the tree spirit of an ancient cherry tree by the name of Konohana. It has been over a millennia since I last saw you. Back then, you were not known as Izumi Midoriya, but even though you've changed your form and lost your memories, I can never forget that pure heart, it truly is you. The tree spirit wiped a tear from her eye. You are OkamiHeroAmaterasu reborn. New chapter, OkamiHeroAmaterasu reborn. To be released, tomorrow. Important note, a large portion of this story has been written before certain events in the newer chapters were revealed, so characters like Hawks and Dobby will have different backstories. 1-5 OkamiHeroAmaterasu reborn, Monday, September 4, 2271, President's Office, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzutafu. The tree spirit wiped a tear from her eye. You are OkamiHeroAmaterasu reborn. Izumi stared, wide-eyed and mouth agape, as she processed the words that Sakuya Konohana had just said. Questions began to rage through her young mind, trying to piece together what was happening. The president of the Hero Commission was claiming that she was some kind of tree spirit or wood sprite, and that Izumi was somehow the reborn Amaterasu, and all Izumi could do was gape at her. Such a thing wasn't possible. Tree spirits and goddesses weren't real. Neither were demons. Her mind helpfully supplied as the image of Rokuju flashed through her memory. The child couldn't help but remember her dreams. The name Ami had cropped up a lot in the first one, and that had apparently been the nickname of Amaterasu, used by the bug man, and Amaterasu's name had appeared in all her recent dreams. What if they hadn't been dreams? Izumi had thought at the time that they felt like half-remembered memories. What if that was true? Izumi wasn't anything special, she was just a normal girl who had some bad luck that was supposed to be turning around with her quirk. Maybe that was it. Maybe this was all the work of some sort of quirk, inserting messages and meanings into her dreams to trick her. But what was the point? 1,000 different thoughts and feelings surged through Izumi's mind and heart. Every logical thought said it was a lie, but deep in her heart, Izumi believed it was true. I. Izumi gripped her head. It was beginning to hurt. I don't understand. Sakuya stopped floating and rushed back to kneel before Izumi, reaching over to stroke the girl's white hair. Izumi was still in her half-transformed state, and her ears were drooping with pain and frustration. Oh, my poor dear. You didn't struggle this much the first time I awoke. But you were still in your own form back then. The first time. Izumi winced. Suddenly, the memory of last night's dream flashed through her head, a dream in which she had watched unblinking from atop a hill, until a woman in pink had awoken her with her flaming mirror. You were the woman in my dream. Sakuya's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Dream? Ah, your memories must be slowly returning. Tell me, what was in the dream? Izumi shook her head. No. I don't know if I can trust you. You said you awoke me before. Tell me about that. Izumi demanded, the pain in her head making her forget her manners. She needed proof that Sakuya was telling the truth, and if she already knew the events that Izumi had seen in her dreams, that would be proof enough for the girl. She did feel a little bad about her rudeness though. Sakuya wasn't upset though, and carefully led Izumi to one of the couches and sat down before pulling the girl onto her lap. All right, my dear, I will tell you of our first meeting. It was over a millennia ago and our country, which we called Nippon back then, was under siege from a plague of demons. My tree, Konohana, was planted atop a hill near a small village called Kamiki. After a previous battle, your first incarnation was entombed there as a statue. To save the country, I returned your weapon, the divine retribution, to you and bid you awaken again as your second incarnation. I remember that vividly even now. You were in the form of a wolf, with such beauty and grace. Nothing has ever been so wondrous a sight. Izumi gasped. That was the same as my dream. I wasn't able to move, but I knew I was under a big cherry tree and overlooking a village. A woman in pink gave me my mirror, and I could suddenly move again. The woman, she called me beautiful and used the name Amaterasu. It's all true. Sakuya nodded with a smile. You see. Living as a human has dimmed your light and left you diminished. The world has been exceedingly cruel to you, leaving you weak and frail. But fear not, beloved Amaterasu, for I will help you regain your strength, and then you will save us all once again. Izumi, feeling her headache fading as she accepted the truth, looked up at Sakuya with shining silver eyes, as they too changed color with her transformation. Please Lady Sakuya, tell me everything. I want to understand who I am. Sakuya nodded. Very well. I was prepared to tell you this from the very beginning. It is a long story though, so please be patient. Izumi leaned in, expression full of interest as Sakuya began her tale. The lilac mist that made up her scarf swirled in front of the little girl and began to form images, the first of which was of the earth, the moon and the sun. The first part happened before I was born, as my tree had not yet been planted. As such I do not know all of the details, but I do know that you came to Earth from the celestial realm in order to seek help in defeating a powerful demon known as Orochi. It had been foreseen by a prophet that you would need help from a human chosen one to finally destroy him. Orochi conquered the area around Kamiki village and for 100 years, he demanded a maiden sacrifice from the village every year. Over those years, you did your best to protect the world from the eight-headed serpent demon, but as your true form was that of a white wolf, the humans believed you a familiar of the demon and scorned you. They called you Shiranui. On the 100th year, Orochi demanded his 100th sacrifice, a maiden named Nami, whose blood would complete his ritual and turn him into the most fearsome demon to ever live. This was also around the time my tree was planted, and I first came into the world. Unfortunately for Orochi, his choosing of Nami enraged a local warrior named Nagi, who disguised himself as Nami and invaded Orochi's home, the Moon Cave. You assisted him in that battle, and at its end, you howled to make the moon shine down and imbue Nagi's sword, Tsukimi, with golden light. Nagi slew Orochi and sealed his spirit within the cave, using his own sword as the linchpin of the seal. Unfortunately, your physical body was deeply wounded, poisoned by Orochi, and perished. Nagi and the humans, now knowing your true value, enshrined your body at the base of my tree until such a time that you would awaken again. After all, you cannot truly kill a god. Izumi watched enraptured as the images in the mist moved to follow Sakuya's story. She watched herself fighting beside a warrior in white armor against a massive eight-headed monster, taking wounds to save his life and howling up at the sky to make the moon shine down on his sword. 100 years after Orochi's defeat, a descendant of Nagi by the name of Susanoo made a foolish mistake and accidentally freed Orochi from the seal, allowing him to regain his physical form and begin conquering the region yet again. I, fearing the plague of darkness, returned your mirror to you so you would awaken. Unfortunately, you awoke in a weakened state, poisoned by the incredible darkness in the world and without the aid of the 12 brush gods that served you. In a repeat of history, you worked with Susanoo and a funny little bug by the name of Isun, to slay Orochi, this time managing to kill the demon completely before he could regain his power. However, in doing so you learned that Nippon had been divided up by other demon generals like Orochi, so you set off on a journey with Isun to defeat them, spreading my divine saplings across the country as you went. You found your imprisoned brush gods, defeated the demon generals and restored peace to the land of Nippon. You eventually even managed to find the ruler of all demons, the origin of darkness, Yami, and slew him in battle. With your powers restored, you returned to the celestial realm, ending your second incarnation's activities in our world. Wow! I can't believe I was ever able to do stuff like that. I think there must be a huge difference between the me who was Amaterasu and the me who is Izumi. The little girl said, amazed. What happened next? Sakuya smiled. Next, the mortal realm began to move on. Eventually, your story and the stories of your allies faded into myth and legend, being warped into the Shinto beliefs. Nippon became known across the world as Japan and the humans flourished. I grew so powerful that even though my original tree, Konohana, was cut down by industrious humans, I was able to survive and thrive through the years. Every cherry blossom tree across the world is now a part of me, descended from the original Konohana. I'm so strong now that I can even maintain a human form and walk among them. Things with humans were always chaotic, but when they started developing supernatural powers in the form of quirks, a whole new age of chaos began. When heroes and villains cropped up, I predicted that soon, you would return to the world to restore order, so I created the Hero Public Safety Commission to groom Japan's heroes into an army that could stand against the tide of evil. Even now, the upper echelons of the commission are descendants of those that served you in the past. Then, about 6 years ago, something catastrophic happened without the humans even noticing. What happened? Izumi asked. The demons began reviving. An evil force of unknown origin was able to revive Yami and his demon generals and now controls them. It has them sending out lesser demons across Japan to gather souls from humans to empower them. With no other choice, you knew you had to come back to Earth, so you boarded the Ark of Yamato, on which you originally returned to the celestial realm, and sailed it back here, only to be attacked on the journey. The Ark was destroyed and your original body was lost to the void between realms. The brush gods were kidnapped and corrupted, turned into the servants of the great evil, while you were forced to abandon your physical form and reincarnate on Earth, taking the form of a human. The process has stripped you of almost all your power, as well as most of your memories. Sakuya finished. Izumi slumped against Sakuya, watching these events being played out by the mist in front of her, until it finally receded back into Sakuya's scarf. So that's what happened. I'm some kind of god. I know it's hard to believe, seeing as how you've been raised human, but it is the truth. I've known about your existence for 5 years, but I didn't know exactly who you'd been reborn as. Then, yesterday afternoon, your quirk was registered and one of my agents in the registry office alerted me. I had only planned on arranging to meet you, but upon learning of your situation, I decided to foster you. That way, I can protect and train you until you've regained your old power and are ready to destroy the evil. I hope you don't think me presumptuous, making these decisions for you despite being beneath you in rank. Sakuya said, bowing her head politely. And no. If anything, I want to thank you. Now I understand. Izumi smiled and stood up, feeling a new sense of purpose and drive. I am Izumi Midoriya, but I'm also Amaterasu reborn. Both those parts are important. I'm going to get stronger, regain all my old powers and be a hero. My dream has always been to be a hero, and now I have an even better idea of how to do it. I spent this whole last year thinking I was cursed or worthless, but now I know there's something important that only I can do. So thank you, Lady Sakuya. I promise I'll make you proud. Izumi declared. Sakuya smiled happily at the girl. Excellent. Oh, there is so much to be done. I need to announce you to the others who know the truth, and I need to prepare your tutors and trainers. You'll need a celestial envoy as an assistant, and you still need the tour. You're going to be very busy, my lady. First and foremost, you have two choices to make. Izumi tilted her head. Choices? What choices? The first is simple, your name. To the world at large, you will remain Izumi Midoriya, as we cannot reveal the truth to just anyone. Only the spiritually strong can even see spirits and demons. If most people walked into this room now, they'd see only you, as I can't be seen in this form, only my human disguise. All of your forms can be seen, since you are half human, but the same can't be said for the rest of us. However, you must decide if you want to be called Izumi or Amaterasu to the people in the know. Sakuya said. Izumi thought about it for a few minutes, before ultimately deciding, I want to stay as Izumi. I only have 2 memories of my life as Ami, so it would be confusing to suddenly change it. Sakuya nodded, understandable. We'll need to work out what to do about that though. As a god, part of your power comes from the belief and praise of mortals, and that praise won't be as effective if it isn't given to your true name, and your true name can't really be changed. Oh. I know. When I become a hero, my hero name can be Amaterasu. That way, people who praise me for my hero work will empower me. I'll be the Okami hero, Amaterasu. Izumi declared, puffing her chest up proudly. She'd not put a lot of thought into her eventual hero name, mostly just coming up with variations of All Might. Calling herself Amaterasu as a hero would allow her to use both her human and god names. Sakuya clapped, an excellent choice. I approve. With a name like that, we'll be able to once again make people across Japan offer their thanks to you. Now, the second issue is more complicated. How should we treat you? Izumi blinked. How should you treat me? I don't get it. My lady, to me and the others who are informed of the truth, you are a goddess. But to the humans, you are a little girl. Do you wish for us to treat you with the reverence your station deserves? Or would you rather be treated like the child you currently are? Should you choose the former, you will become the real head of the Hero Commission, and thus the person in charge of the entire Japanese hero industry. You could decide who can become a hero, and even alter the rankings if you wanted. We technically have government oversight, but it wouldn't be hard for us to circumvent that. I don't want that. Izumi shook her head vehemently. I'm still getting my head wrapped around this whole goddess thing. Until I grow up and prove I deserve it, treat me like just a normal child. In fact. Izumi bowed politely. Lady Sakuya, you're my foster mother now, so I obey you. Please treat me well. Sakuya beamed and stroked the girl's head. I will. As you wish, I will treat you as my own child. Now, since you've been informed of the truth, we should begin getting to work. I'm sorry that you have to miss preschool today, but if you want to keep going to it from tomorrow onward, I won't stop you. But for now, we should start with a proper tour. Izumi nodded. She and Sakuya both returned to their full human forms, whereupon Sakuya decided to dub Izumi's half-transformed state her demigod form. Sakuya took Izumi's hand and lead her to the elevator, taking her down to the lobby so she could begin their tour of the building from the ground floor and make their way up. The Musutafu branch of the commission was almost exclusively geared towards dealings with Udata High School, as the school was the only reason the commission bothered to have a branch in Musutafu. So many of the offices and departments were geared towards supporting young heroes, managing licensing events and requisitioning items from support companies that worked with the school. The upper floors were for dealing with the local heroes, the office used by those working with Endeavor's agency took up a floor by itself, and the very top floor consisted of a training dojo, Sakuya's and Torikego's local offices and the penthouse apartment that Kigo was currently staying in. The rooftop was, of course, Sakuya's manor. All commission branches are modeled this way. Japan became very westernized after that awful war, and while I enjoy these foreign cultures, I often long for a taste of home. Sakuya explained, once they reached the rooftop manor. It's really cool. You usually live in Tokyo, right? Izumi asked. That's right, but that won't be possible now. I would prefer to take you with me to live in our Tokyo HQ, but I understand you have people you care about here, the Bakugas I believe they were called. Sakuya said. Izumi gasped, oh no. I forgot all about them. I told Kaken I'd talk to him after school today, and Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru were supposed to foster me soon. Sakuya sighed sadly, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that. Demons are still lurking in Mizurufu. I can't risk letting you live anywhere but here until the threat is over or you're strong enough to defeat them. You can probably handle the likes of Rokuju now, but green imps are extremely low-class demons. If I wasn't afraid of isolating you from your friends, would insist you be homeschooled. However, I have no problems with the Bakugas coming to visit whenever you like. In fact, you may invite them to live here in the manor, if it pleases you. You'd let me just bring people into your house to stay? Izumi asked, shocked. Sakuya laughed musically, my lady, the manor is yours. I build them atop every branch because it reminds me of home, but I mostly use them as a cover to keep people thinking I'm human. I've had to tell everyone that I'm Sakuya the 7th, and every woman in my family carries the name, otherwise they'd peg that I was immortal. As a spirit, I do not eat or sleep, just like the gods. Really? I eat and sleep, but I guess I'm half human. Then again, in my first dream of Ami, I was being woken up by the bouncing bug, Issen. Izumi blushed. Now that she knew Issen's name and that he had been her companion once, she felt a little bad about calling him a bug. Sakuya didn't seem to mind though, you always did enjoy sleeping. In your past life, you'd often fall asleep in the middle of conversations if you got bored. And you certainly ate a lot, especially the cherry cakes one of the villagers made. You didn't need to do those things, but you could if you chose. It might be different now that you're part human, but I'm not in a hurry to test that. Me neither. Izumi smiled. From there, they continued the tour by exploring the manor. It was easier to see in the light of day and consisted of 3 wings, west, south and east, connected to a large central building. The east wing was solely Izumi's area and had her bedroom, a private workout area, a study, a small library, a private dining area, a lounge and a pair of large rooms without set purposes, which Sakuya suggested Izumi use as a playroom and a hobby room. The west wing was entirely guest rooms, each with their own bathroom and small lounge. The south wing was the servants' quarters and also housed the kitchen and storerooms. The large central building housed the more public dining room, a fairly huge dojo and a meeting room, but most of the building was unused. Maybe Kigo could stay here too. He seemed to like it when he visited this morning. Izumi mused as she looked in one of the empty rooms. He did. That's good to hear. I wasn't too sure about letting Torikeigo take him in, but once I learned of the conditions he lived in back in Fukuoka, I approved her sponsoring him. I had him transferred here to be your friend, and to help with your training. There's another reason too, but I'll explain it to you both at the same time. Now that the tour is out of the way, you should meet the rest of my, and by extension your household. Sakuya said. She raised her hand and caused a few sakura petals to emerge from her sleeve and blow away, flying off in every direction. My petals will find them all and let them know to assemble. As a side note, my lady, if you see a commission employee wearing a sakura petal tie pin or brooch, then they know of my true nature and serve you. Izumi nodded. Thinking back, the aide and bodyguards from yesterday had those tie pins, as had a lot of the employees who had been paying her attention today during the tour. Sakuya led her into the meeting room in the central part of the manor, and sat her down on a seat cushion at the head of the long low table, before taking the seat to her right. Over the next several minutes, several people entered the room, politely bowed to Izumi, and then took positions around the table. Izumi recognized Grandpa and Granny Citrus, as well as the 2 friendly bodyguards and the nice male aide, as well as the 2 maids who had served her breakfast this morning, but she hadn't seen the others. Excluding the people Izumi recognized, there was a young man in a cap, another maid in the same dark blue kimono as the other 2, a rotund woman, a middle-aged man and a portly man. Once they had all bowed and taken their seats, Sakuya cleared her throat, thank you all for joining us today. As you all know, we have finally found OkamiAmaterasu's human incarnation, Izumi Midoriya. I have informed her of her past and she has graciously agreed to train and work with us to end the plague of evil that threatens to consume our world. Granny Citrus smiled warmly, it is wonderful to have you with us, my lady. As the head servant, I pledge to serve you well. Izumi blushed and bowed politely, thank you. I'm still getting used to all this, so please forgive me if I mess up. Oh, and please just call me Izumi. I hope we can all be friends. You see, I told you all she was a sweet girl. There was no way the great Amaterasu would reincarnate as a rotten brat. Grandpa Citrus laughed, you can put your trust in us, Lady Izumi. We all know how badly you've suffered this past year, we'll make sure you never suffer like that again. Izumi beamed, and Sakuya raised her hand, please, if you would introduce yourselves in turn, the tree spirit requested. The aide from yesterday was the first to introduce himself. He was wearing a normal business suit with the Sakura tie pin, and his hair and eyes were both sky blue. My name is Tenji Ida, a cousin of the turbo hero, Ingenium. I didn't want to follow my family's footsteps and become a hero, but I had high spiritual strength, so Lady Kanahana hired me as her personal aide. I primarily serve her, but I'll do whatever I can for you as well. Next was the bodyguards. They were twins, bald and wore sunglasses, as well as identical suits, making it nearly impossible to tell them apart. The only clear difference between them was that one had a red tie and the other had a blue one. I'm Akiji Onikawa, said the blue tie wearer. I'm Akainu Onikawa, said the red tie wearer. We're your bodyguards. We don't talk much. Izumi nodded to them. They seemed nice, despite being kind of scary looking. After the bodyguards was the man in the cap. He was wearing a business suit too, but he lacked a tie and instead wore his Sakura pin as a hairpin to tie back his very long black hair. His eyes were a dull gray color, but his expression was open and friendly. Hey, I'm Kabuto Nezo. I'm your chauffeur. I technically saw you last night, since I drove the limo to bring you here, but old Torikego dragged you off before we could meet. Speak more politely, Kabuto. You can't be so flippant about the commission's employees, especially in front of Lady Izumi. What if you give her a bad impression of them, scolded the rotund woman. She had the same hair and eye color as Kabuto, though her hair was tied in a bun, and she wore a dark blue kimono with an apron over the top. I apologize for my son, Lady Izumi. My name is Doi Nezo, your head cook. I made your breakfast this morning. Izumi's eyes lit up, oh. That was really tasty. Doi beamed with pride, I'm so happy you enjoyed it. No disrespect to Lady Sakuya, but she doesn't really eat, so it's wonderful to have someone to enjoy my cooking. Be sure to tell me your favorite foods later. After the Nezo family was another family working for Sakuya, the Maeda. The portly man, whom had black hair in a top knot, brown eyes and wore a flashy gold kimono with a purple haori smiled broadly as he introduced himself, I'm Jin Maeda, the accountant of the Kanahana family, though I like to think of myself as a merchant. If you ever want something bought, I'm your man. These three lovely ladies are my daughters, he grinned, sweeping his hand towards the trio of maids. Each girl looked to be in their 20s and were fairly similar in appearance. The eldest had black hair and brown eyes like her father, but wore her hair in a ponytail, the middle daughter had black hair with blue eyes, and wore pigtails, and the youngest daughter had chestnut-colored hair, brown eyes and kept her hair cut into a short bob. I'm Hitomi, the eldest bowed, it was I that served young Master Takami this morning. I'm Himori. I got stuck in the kitchens, so I didn't see you. The middle daughter complained. And I'm Hikari. I served you, the youngest added shyly. They're good girls. Granny Citrus smiled, they clean, help cook and do just about everything you expect from a maid. They're reliable too. That left everyone introduced except the silver-haired middle-aged man, who had kept his eyes closed and his arms crossed through the entire meeting. His hair was short and neat, and he had a well-groomed goatee and mustache. He was wearing a white karate gi with a black belt, and the kanji for wolf emblazoned on his back and over his heart. I am Master Onijirai. Your trainer. I come from a long line of warriors bearing that name, one of which even taught you in your past life. I will not dishonor them by doing a bad job, you will never lose so long as you follow my lessons. He opened his eyes, revealing they were red like Katsuki's. I'll be sure to work hard, Master Onijirai. Izumi bowed. Onijirai humphed, we shall see. Lady or not, goddess or not, I won't go easy on you. Do not expect me to spoil you, he said, before promptly reaching into the sleeve of his gi and pulling out a piece of candy and tossing it to Izumi. Izumi caught it easily, wondering with a bemused expression if Onijirai was as strict as he let on. We have one last person who will be joining our household, but she will not arrive until tonight, as she has to travel from Pongtan, Hokkaido. She is Ashiko, a punkle and celestial envoy who has trained for the last 5 years to become your guide, Lady Izumi. Her great-great-great-great-grandfather was Isin, your last incarnation celestial envoy, whose own grandfather was Ashaku, the envoy for your first incarnation. Sakuya explained. The green-haired girl's eyes widened excitedly, does that mean she's a really tiny person too? Of course, she is a punkle after all. They're a bit like a cross between a human and spirit. They're all that small and can live for hundreds of years. Now we have a few more arrangements to make to ensure everything goes well. Tenji, I want you to arrange permanent visitors' passes for the Bakuga family, to allow them to come and go as they visit Lady Izumi. Jin, you are to arrange the transport of Inko Midoriya to the manor. Sakuya instructed. My mommy's coming here. Izumi exclaimed. Of course. We have the resources to better care for her body until her soul is returned. Plus if she's here, you can visit her as you please without leaving the manor. We should really arrange a shopping trip too. I do apologize Lady Izumi, but as I explained earlier, I only discovered your situation yesterday, so we aren't as prepared as we'd have liked. Sakuya frowned, bowing her head contritely. Izumi smiled brightly, that's okay. I really appreciate what you're all doing for me. I need to work hard too. Well said. Onijirai nodded approvingly, allow us to finish making the arrangements. In the meantime, why don't you go down to the dojo and get some exercise in with that Takami boy? Izumi looked to Sakuya for approval, and upon getting a smile and a nod, she jumped up and excused herself, before running to the elevator and taking it down one floor, to the dojo Kigo was using. She walked in just in time to watch the winged boy effortlessly destroy 12 mannequins with his crimson feathers, which flew at his command just as Izumi's mirror did. Izumi stared in awe at the display of power and control, and her wonder only magnified when she got a good look at Kigo and saw he was wearing a blindfold. Across the room was Torikego, watching the display with a cold expression. The woman took note of Izumi and narrowed her eyes. Come to watch Takami's training, she asked sternly. Kigo raised his blindfold and smirked, not much to see really. I've still got a long way to go before anyone here is satisfied. But that was amazing. I've never seen someone do something like that. Izumi gushed. Kigo grinned at the compliment, but Torikego just rolled her eyes. Takami, wait outside for a bit. I want a word with Midoriya, the vice president ordered. Izumi paled, especially when Kigo looked worriedly at her before leaving the room. Unbeknownst to Izumi or Torikego, he allowed one of his feathers to detach and hide itself in the hem of Izumi's skirt. Once Kigo was out of the room, Izumi turned nervously to the older woman. What did you want to talk about? Torikego's steely blue eyes narrowed, I know what you are now. I know why that fool of a spirit had you brought here, she said, walking past Izumi to the dojo door. She locked it, then stowed the key in her suit jacket and turned back to Izumi with an icy glare. Why you know what I am? What do you mean? Izumi stuttered. She cursed herself, she sounded so obvious. She wasn't very good at lying. You are the third incarnation of OkamiAmaterasu. Don't think you can hide it from me. Torikego snarled, making Izumi jump in surprise. Izumi was fully on guard now, she hadn't liked Torikego since learning about Kigo's situation, but now she was sure the woman had bad intentions. What do you want from me? Izumi demanded, trying to sound brave. Torikego suddenly chuckled, then her eyes turned entirely blood red, sclera, iris and pupil alike. A foul-smelling black and purple fog began to emanate from her body, and she bared her teeth at Izumi. I want your life, now die. Next chapter, The Bird and the Cage to be released, tomorrow. I hope you guys all enjoyed. I rushed some of the setup stuff so we could get to the action and so the rest can be brought up when necessary. As a side note, every character in this chapter, excluding the Maeda maids and the Onikawa brothers, is a descendant of an Okami character and is based on them too. Those who've played the game, see if you can guess who is who. As a hint, they're all based in Kamiki Village and Shinshu Field. Next chapter will begin the main battle of this story arc. 1 to 6 The Bird and the Cage. Monday, September 4th, 2271. Top Floor Dojo, Hero Commission Branch, Dorofu Ward, Muzodafu. I want your life, now die. Izumi gasped and just barely managed to dive out of the way as an iron rod shot from Torikego's hand and through the air where Izumi's head had just been, impaling itself in the wall. The little girl stared wide-eyed at the black iron rod, and then at the woman that had shot it at her. Torikego's eyes were glowing an ominous red, and her body was still releasing foul-smelling purple mist, making Izumi feel sick. If Izumi hadn't dodged, that rod would have gone right through her head, she'd have died. The horror of her situation began to set in. Torikego, vice president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, had just tried to kill her. Hold still, brat. Torikego spat, raising both hands and firing an iron rod from each of them. One was aimed for Izumi's leg, and the little girl just barely scrambled out of the way, but the other was aimed for her heart and managed to cut her side as she tried to avoid both attacks. Correction, Torikego was still trying to kill her. What are you doing? Izumi cried, tears in her eyes from both fear and pain. The cut to her side wasn't too deep, but it stung horribly, and for a 5-year-old, it was quite a feat to not burst into hysterical tears. "Trying to kill you, obviously," Torikego said, as if talking to an idiot. She shot 2 more iron rods at Izumi, but this time the little girl defended by immediately entering her demigod form and using her mirror's iron side to block the rods. Torikego growled, "Of course, the only powers you have right now are Sunrise and the Divine Retribution. I'll need to kill you quickly, so stay still and it won't hurt much." "I'm not going to stand still while you kill me," Izumi screamed, dodging another iron rod while her mirror blocked a second. Fear was beginning to take its toll on Izumi. She couldn't think straight. Her every thought was just run, escape, flee. The girl darted towards the door out of the dojo, using her mirror to try and smash the lock so she could escape and get help. Unfortunately, her mirror merely bounced off, barely scuffing the metal of the lock. Torikego laughed cruelly. "This is a top-tier training dojo utilized by the likes of Flame Hero, Endeavor. Everything is designed to be extremely resistant. The only weaknesses are the windows," she said, pointing to the glass along the dojo wall. Izumi ran towards it, smashing it with her mirror and preparing to jump out, only to gasp and stop at the last moment as she looked out at the world below. They were on the top floor, which meant she was currently hundreds of feet above the ground. There were no window ledges or awnings to grab onto. If Izumi leapt out of the window, it would be to her death. The evil woman grinned. "You see now? There's no escape. You can stay still and die quickly, jump out to your death, or keep fighting and force me to kill you slowly. After all, wolves and little girls do have one thing in common, they can't fly," she laughed, firing another rod at Izumi. The little girl blocked it with her mirror. She couldn't let Torikego fire a rod out of the window. If those spikes of black metal hit someone, it would seriously injure or even kill them. With that in mind, Izumi darted away from the window before Torikego could attack again, thankful that her demigod form mixed her human body with the speed and strength of a wolf. With a wild battle cry, Izumi went on the offensive, firing her mirror at Torikego and then running up to slash wildly with her claws. The corrupt woman easily created an iron rod to bat away the mirror, then effortlessly blocked and parried Izumi's claws. Izumi, inexperienced with fighting, overextended one of her wild flails, and Torikego took the opportunity to swing the staff-like hunk of iron into the back of her head, making Izumi see stars, before the woman spun the staff around and uppercut Izumi's chin, sending her flying back. Izumi writhed on the floor, holding her chin while tears cascaded down her face. She was a little girl, not a seasoned hero, and she couldn't take that kind of pain. It was only her demigod form's above-average endurance that allowed her to take those blows without breaking bones or passing out. "I told you, you should have lied down and died quietly," Torikego said coldly, creating another rod with a pointed end, intent on impaling Izumi. Izumi whimpered in fear. She didn't believe she could beat Torikego with her current abilities, which really only boiled down to, do whatever a wolf can do, and control an iron mirror. Izumi didn't know exactly what Torikego's quirk was, but it appeared to be the creation and firing of iron rods, which were strong enough to defend against her mirror and her claws. The only offensive ability Izumi had left were her fangs, but the girl doubted they would be much more effective against those iron rods. She didn't know exactly what a wolf's physical capabilities were though. Izumi was a hero nerd, not an animal nerd. And no. I'm supposed to be Amaterasu reborn, aren't I? I have to be able to do more than this. Without my memories of my past life, I don't know what to do, she thought desperately, watching with fear as Torikego approached slowly, drawing out Izumi's suffering by forcing her to watch her death approach while she was powerless to stop it. In a desperate attempt to drive Torikego off, Izumi shot her mirror at the woman, and while she was blocking it with her iron rod, Izumi managed to grab one of the rods Torikego threw earlier, holding it in her hands like a staff. With her mirror to defend against the thrown rods and a rod of her own to block melee strikes, Izumi thought she could at least hold out until help came. The window had been shattered, so even if the dojo was soundproof, someone must have seen the glass falling from the outside. Unfortunately for Izumi, she failed to notice Torikego's smirk as she grabbed one of the woman's discarded rods. "You lose, brat." Izumi shot her a puzzled look, before the rod in her hand began to bend and warp. It wrapped around the girl's arm and then slithered over her body like a snake, binding her arms against her torso and making her fall on her back again as the metal returned to its rigid state, still wrapped around her. What? Izumi exclaimed. Torikego laughed. "My quirk is called prison bars. It allows me to create iron rods that I can control and manipulate to form various kinds of restraints. I can only create a limited number before I have to reabsorb them, but once they are created, I can make them bend into any shape I please." "You won't be moving anymore," the woman said, before manipulating a couple of her other rods to wrap around Izumi's mirror and bind it to the wall. Izumi paled. She couldn't move and her only defense was now trapped as well. Returning to her human form wouldn't change her shape enough to let her wriggle free from the iron restraints, and turning into a wolf would likely just result in her being crushed by the restraints, as her wolf form was a fair bit larger than her human one. The girl was completely helpless. "Sorry brat, but my master wants you dead. If you got your powers back, you would be a threat to him and his plans. This is where you die, Amaterasu. Pray you have better luck with your fourth incarnation," Torikego said, creating another iron rod and stabbing it into Izumi's leg, pinning it to the floor. Izumi screamed in pain, unable to even look at the spike of iron holding her leg to the ground. I need to do something. Sakuya and the others are depending on me. I promised I'd see Kaken again. I promised I'd get mommy's soul back. I can't die here, she thought, sobbing from pain, sorrow and fear. Torikego, having apparently reached the limit on the number of rods she could make, walked over to the wall that her first rod was impaled in and pulled it out, before walking back to Izumi, ensuring the girl could see her every agonizingly slow movement. She finally stopped in front of the crying girl and pointed the sharp end of the rod at Izumi's heart, and slowly pulled back her arm. It's time to die, Amaterasu. Stop. Torikego and Izumi both whipped their heads to the side, looking at the open window. Kigo was flying there, panting as he struggled to stay airborne with his wings missing several feathers. The boy had 2 large red feathers in his hands, wielding them like swords, while he glared with fierce eyes at Torikego. Put the spike down, Torikego. I've already warned the Prez and the rest of the commission. The building is in lockdown and the heroes are on their way. Now step away from Izumi, the winged boy demanded. Izumi smiled with relief. Kigo had come to save her, like her own guardian angel. Everything would be okay now. Torikego, however, had other ideas. She actually smirked, my job here ends with Amaterasu's death. Even if I'm caught here, it won't stop the master's plans. But you're looking a bit weak, Takami. You used up a lot of feathers in training this morning, and you barely have enough to fly. Her eyes flashed with malice, you can't save anything, little bird. In an instant, Torikego threw her iron rod at Kigo, forcing him to parry with his feather blades, and then, before the boy could do anything, the corrupt woman ripped the spike out of Izumi's leg and plunged it into the poor girl's heart. No! Kigo cried, flying as best he could with his diminished wings, trying to get to Izumi. Izumi exhaled hard as the power of the stab forced all the air out of her. Pain exploded through her chest and she felt her life slipping away. Torikego was watching her with a gloating smile, but Izumi couldn't hear her words of victory, nor Kigo's desperate pleas. The smell of her own blood faded from her nose, as did the taste of the coppery liquid crawling up her throat. The pain began to numb, and Izumi stopped being able to feel Kigo's hands on her chest, as he tried in vain to stem the bleeding. The last thing Izumi saw was Kigo's eyes filled with tears as the darkness forming at the edge of her vision began to creep inward, until Izumi could see nothing at all. Her breathing slowed until it stopped. Her pierced heart ceased to beat. Izumi died. A familiar blackness swallowed her, and for an unknown amount of time, Izumi floated in the void, devoid of senses, emotions or thoughts, just as what had happened after hitting her head in the park the previous day. That thought and the sense of familiarity was the first thing that returned to Izumi, followed shortly by her senses, and finally, her emotions. As soon as those feelings returned to her, the void around her disappeared to be replaced by the sea of golden clouds in which she had merged with the wolf inside her. Izumi took note of this, but did nothing about it, instead just sitting there on the clouds as she struggled to come to terms with what had just happened. I died. I really died. She said numbly. She looked down at her hands and saw that she was fully human again, having lost the wolf features of her demigod form. As the reality of the situation began to sink in, the numbness Izumi felt gave way to despair, and tears began to cascade down her face. And no. She cried quietly, trying to get up, only to lose strength and fall to her hands and knees, no. After all that, she pounded her fist against the soft clouds beneath her. I found out who I was. She punched the clouds again. I gained the power to be a hero. Another punch. I found people who cared about me. Another punch, who needed me, and another, and I failed. Both fists slammed the ground this time. Everything I went through was all for nothing. She slammed her head against the clouds. I'm supposed to be a reborn goddess. And I die to the first villain I fight. Izumi screamed with rage and despair, punching and head-butting the ground over and over in manic frustration. I failed Lady Sakuya. I failed Granny Citrus and the others. I failed Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. I failed Kaken. I failed Mommy. I failed the whole world, she sobbed. Her tears felt like lava as they ran down her cheeks, blurring her vision. I'm so pathetic. Kaken was right, I am just a useless, worthless Deku. I should never have been born. The memory of the last time she was here flashed through her mind, making her scoff through her sobs. Love myself? What's to love? I was deluding myself from the beginning. I'm just a failure. Maybe it's better that I die, maybe my next incarnation won't be such a worthless person. Izumi began to feel herself sinking further into despair as those dark thoughts took hold. The clouds around her began to turn dark and stormy, and she started to sink into them as if they were a tar pit. Suddenly, in a flash of light, her mirror appeared. Izumi looked at it dispassionately, wondering how it could appear when she was in her worthless human form, but the mirror floated down to face her, showing her her reflection. Izumi looked at herself, with her eyes red from crying and her cheeks stained with tears, feeling disgusted with herself. That wasn't a face that could smile like All Might. The image began to warp, and instead of seeing herself, or even the wolf goddess she had once been, Izumi saw the world she had just left behind. Kigo was fighting Torikego, with tears in his eyes, defending Izumi's little broken body with all his might. His remaining feathers were being pushed back by Torikego's assault, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He was only an 11-year-old boy, no matter how brilliant, and he was up against a woman that may well have the power of a demon backing her. He was shouting something at Torikego, but Izumi could only see through the mirror, not hear, and so his words went unheard. Kigo, he's fighting so hard. He's hurt and tired, this is all my fault. He's getting hurt because of me. Izumi's sobs were renewed. She hated it so much. There were few things in the world that she hated with all her heart, but the idea that people would be hurt for her sake was definitely one of the things she hated most. People had put their hope in her, their faith in her, and she'd failed them. The little girl looked down, sinking further into the clouds. Then, a voice from the distant past echoed within her mind. Bah! That furball's always spacing out like that. Ami can't get anything done without my help. Izumi's eyes widened. She knew that voice. She'd heard it when she first appeared in this sea of clouds, calling for her to wake up. It was the voice of Issen, the celestial envoy that had traveled with her during her past life. Can you hear me, Ami? You're not floundering about without me, are you? You gotta pull yourself together. Izumi looked around. Issen. Is this just my memory? I finally chose my path. And I have the resolve to see it through. I've started to roam the land as your missionary. But you gotta take care of things on your end, too. Izumi's eyes widened. But I. Don't look so sad. Just psych yourself up like we always did, remember? Izumi's heart began to lighten, and the sinking stopped. Even the people of the distant past had faith in her. It felt wrong to give up. All Might didn't give up, and neither did Kaken, and they were Izumi's idols. She had people believing in her and trusting her now. No matter what, she couldn't fall at the first hurdle. After all, the best thing about the great god Amaterasu is. Issen's voice swelled with pride, that happy-go-lucky spirit. Right, Ami? Issen, you were right. I can't give up. Izumi declared, beginning to pull herself from the dark clouds that had begun to swallow her. Answer if you can hear me, you big furball. Izumi felt her power swell. I hear you, Issen, even all these centuries later, with my memories gone and you long departed. I can still hear you. I won't give up. I stumbled and fell, and almost lost faith in myself, but as long as I stand back up, I won't lose. Her body began to glow, and she transformed into her demigod form, her mirror moving to rest on her back again. With a burst of power, Izumi ripped herself free from the dark clouds and leapt to the surrounding gold clouds. Landing softly, Izumi focused her power and calmed her mind. This isn't the end for me. I may have died, but Lady Sakuya said it herself. You cannot truly kill a god. Izumi declared, following her instincts and releasing a huge burst of golden energy from within her chest. The light engulfed her, and immediately, her soul shot from the sea of clouds and returned to her body. Izumi Midoriya, third incarnation of OkamiAmaterasu, was not done yet. Minutes earlier, back in the world of the living, Kigo Takami was having a bad time. He had just been forced to watch as a little girl died right in front of him. And he'd been left completely helpless to save her. Torikego knew him and his quirk inside and out, knowing full well that after the morning's training, he'd need time to recover his stamina and regrow the feathers he'd lost. She had planned for the possibility of him getting involved by making him work harder than usual while training, personally ensuring he wouldn't have enough feathers to move fast enough to stop the evil woman from killing Izumi. Now he was stuck fighting her, doing his best to parry and block the iron rod she was creating. He hoped President Konohana would have the heroes there soon, as he was rapidly reaching his limit. You damned evil bitch. Why did you kill her? Kigo roared, dodging an iron rod and slashing with his feather blades. Torikego scoffed, easily sidestepping his blow and swinging back with her own weapon. enough of this foolish sentimentality, Takami. You didn't know her. Neither did you. Kigo spat. All I know was that she was a little girl. 5 years old, and you ran her through. How can you justify that? The winged boy hated getting emotionally attached to people for reasons like this. In the world of heroes and their helpers, you never knew when someone was going to die, so he liked to keep people at arm's length, treating them with casual friendliness. It made him appear more whimsical and jovial than he really was, but also helped protect him from the heartbreak that came when people he liked died. Torikego was right that Kigo hadn't known Izumi any better than the other people in his life, but that didn't stop him from feeling rage over the death of an innocent girl. I can justify it easily. That girl would bring destruction to my kind. You should be thanking me, Takami. It was her that brought about your whole miserable existence. If not for her, you may have grown up in a loving family, all happy and whole. Torikego yelled, lunging with an iron spike. What the hell are you talking about? Kigo yelled back, dodging the lunge by jumping over it. Izumi was 5 years old. I was in your clutches before she was even born. Torikego sighed and shook her head. Oh, if only you knew what she really was, what you really were. It matters not, join with me, Takami, and I will spare you life. My master wants the hero commission under his command, comply and you will receive a kingdom of your own once he has finished his work. Kigo growled, oh yeah, and how do you plan to manage that? The whole building is locked down and the heroes are coming. Everyone's going to know what you did to Izumi. There's no way you'll be allowed to walk free, and you sure as hell won't be taking over the commission. Torikego smirked, oh, you're still under the impression that you're talking to Ryuko Torikego, that's almost cute. Kigo blinked, what? The woman clapped her hands mockingly, come now, did you not notice the eyes? The quirk? Since when has this sack of meat been this powerful? She could barely create 2 iron rods before, and yet here I am spitting out dozens of the things. Torikego has just been a useful puppet, a disguise that I've been using to spy on Konohana and her little commission. I've been in here, influencing this idiotic woman's mind for half a decade. Kigo's jaw hung open, you're controlling the real Torikego? Of course. Well, I was mostly just influencing her and only took direct control when she resisted. Poor little Torikego struggled pretty damn hard when I skewered Amaterasu, the possessed Torikego laughed. Why do you keep calling her that? Her name was Izumi, the boy yelled. He had stopped attacking, instead opting to let Torikego keep talking in order to buy time for the heroes to arrive. The possessed Torikego was too powerful and knew all of Kigo's moves, meaning fighting her while he was at full strength would have been risky, so it was even worse with him weakened by his harsh training that morning. Kigo really couldn't risk prolonged combat. Instead, he tried to move a few feathers through the shadows of the room, hiding behind the iron rods Torikego had left around the place. She had absorbed most of them after killing Izumi, but a few were still present and made for good cover for his feathers. Torikego didn't seem to notice. Like I said, you know nothing about what Izumi Midoriya really is. To be honest, I didn't know for certain until this morning when Konohana spilled the beans to the brat. Foolish woman didn't know I had her office bugged. Little Midoriya was the 3rd incarnation of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Kigo groaned, great, not only was Torikego possessed, but the person possessing her was completely nuts. Now, I think that's quite enough conversation, little bird. Give me your answer, will you serve and be rewarded, or will you fight and die for a dead brat? The woman demanded. Well, I think you can guess my answer. Kigo said, narrowing his eyes on Torikego. At that moment, the small feathers he'd been working around the room darted at the woman, aiming to slash her in the blind spot on the back of the neck and on her center of balance. The attack was silent and fast, but Torikego just smirked shot iron rods from the exact locations on her body that the feathers were aimed for, impaling them and rendering Kigo's attack useless. Torikego laughed, nice try, but I know your moves. I arranged for you to learn them after all, and have watched the recordings of every training session you've ever had. You can't pull the wool over my eyes, she declared, grabbing her most recently created rods and attacking with incredible speed. Kigo was completely unable to defend, as the possessed woman weaved through his guard and struck his wrists to make him drop his feather blades, then striking his wing joints hard to render him momentarily unable to use his quirk. Defenseless, Kigo stumbled back, tripping over Izumi's body and landing hard beside her. Torikego stepped over the girl's prone form and held a rod to the boy's throat. Such a shame. This could have gone much better for you. Don't worry though, I won't kill you yet. Kigo snarled, what are you plotting? Simple. You said it yourself, I can't get away with this, the brat's been murdered and there will be no covering it up, poor little Torikego is going to have to take the fall, and I'll need a nice new body to possess, one that has an in with the commission already. Who better than the up-and-coming prodigy, Kigo Takami? Or do you like your little hero name better? Wing Hero, Hawks. The boy paled, you're insane. Hush now, no more talking. Just lie back and close your eyes, it'll all be over soon, the woman grinned manically, leaning down. She opened her mouth wide, and a huge concentration of the foul purple smoke began to build there, ready to pour out and onto Kigo's face. Kigo watched helplessly as that smoke got closer, and Torikeigo grabbed his jaw and forced his mouth open. He was almost ready to give up and accept his fate, when suddenly, Torikeigo's jaw clamped shut in a grimace of pain before she collapsed on top of him, her legs giving out. The winged boy reacted quickly to the woman's slackened grip and tossed her away, then rolled onto his front and got back to his feet. He looked around for what caused Torikeigo's sudden pain, and promptly gasped as he laid eyes on his savior. Izumi Midoriya, in demigod form, smiled up at him, her clawed hands dripping blood from the slashes she'd just carved into the backs of Torikeigo's legs. Izumi! Kigo cried, running to embrace the girl, you're alive. How is this possible? You're not even hurt. Izumi blushed at the hug, sorry Kigo, but I don't know everything myself. I'll tell you what I know later, but for now we've got to stop this demon, she said, turning to Torikeigo. The possessed woman was glaring furiously while nursing her wounds on the backs of her legs. You! How are you alive? I skewered you through the heart, she yelled, her voice beginning to sound distorted. You said you knew what I was, so you should already know the answer. You can't truly kill a god. Izumi declared, you managed to kill my body for a little bit, but somehow, I was able to send my soul back. I woke up a few minutes ago and heard your whole plan and confession. I know you're not really Ryuko Torikeigo and I've been playing dead all this time to catch you off guard. My claws slashed through your tendons, you won't be able to use your legs again until you've been healed. Torikeigo hissed and winced as she tried to stand, but just as Izumi said, she couldn't put any strength into her lower legs and Izumi was already prepared with her mirror to defend against any surprise iron rod attacks. How is this possible? You only awoke your powers yesterday. You shouldn't be able to manage an astral resurrection yet, the woman screeched. Kigo looked to Izumi, astral what? Beats me. Izumi shrugged, I barely know more than you, Kigo. All I know is that I had to come back, and then there was a huge burst of power and I was suddenly waking up where I died, all healed up. Well, don't go dying like that again. Seriously, I'm 11 and I'm gonna have gray hairs after today. Let's take Torikeigo to the prez, I have a feeling she'll know what to do about this possession thing. Kigo said, sighing with relief. He took a few steps towards the prone Torikeigo, then paused and looked back at Izumi, hey, lil pup, sorry I couldn't save you. I'm really glad you're not dead. Izumi beamed at him, thanks, Kigo. I'm sorry I scared you. Oh, how touching, the possessed woman spat, but I'm not out yet. Izumi was immediately back on guard, ready to use her mirror to defend Kigo, while the boy had picked up his discarded feather blades and rubbed the feeling back into his wing joints, allowing him to move them again. Give it up, he demanded, putting the edge of his feather blade against the woman's chin, without your legs, you can't dodge. You don't stand a chance at avoiding or blocking my feathers, Izumi's claws and that weird mirror. Surrender with some dignity, would ya? You have no idea what you're dealing with, don't worry, I'll happily show you, the woman roared, suddenly releasing huge amounts of black and purple smoke. The smoke engulfed her, and quickly rushed forward to consume Izumi and Kigo too. With his superior speed, Kigo leapt back and just managed to grab Izumi and cradle her against his chest before the smoke engulfed them too. For a moment, the two children choked on the smoke, unable to breathe, but then Izumi's body began to glow and a piercing white light dispersed the smoke, allowing them to breathe again. With the smoke gone, Izumi and Kigo stood up, both looking around with wide eyes as they found themselves no longer in the dojo. The world had been completely replaced by the sea of clouds that Izumi had found herself in before, only this time the clouds were all stormy and gray, while the sky had gone from the color of parchment to the color of blood. A short distance away from them, Torikeigo was still knelt down, a sinister red aura surrounding her. Welcome brats, to the astral plane. My power can only truly reach its zenith while we're in here, she boasted, her voice gaining a demonic echo. Now allow me to show you my real power. The children both put up their guards as Torikeigo began to transform before their very eyes. Her muscles swelled up, giving her a physique more in line with All Might than the woman she'd been before, then her hands became clawed and covered in thick black scales. Her feet burst free from her shoes, transforming into draconic feet with the same black scales as her hands, and the back of her skirt ripped open a bit to allow a thick draconic tail to slam down onto the floor. Black scales appeared on her cheeks, and her teeth sharpened themselves to a razor's edge. Her silver hair began to stand up and harden into horns, and then a massive pair of black dragon wings burst from her shoulders. When she was finished, Torikego looked like a twisted demonic dragon-human hybrid. To Izumi's shock, red markings identical to her own appeared over Torikego's face. Who are you?" the little girl yelled. The dragon demon laughed. "You wouldn't recognize me as I am now. I was once your servant, one of the celestial brush gods, but after your fall at the hands of the master, I and my brethren were twisted into these new, immaculate forms. I am now an infernal brush demon. I am the dragon of destruction, Akumayomi. Next chapter, Akumayomi. To be released, tomorrow. Important note regarding Izumi's resurrection. For those who don't know, the Okami video game has a feature called the Astral Pouch, which the player can fill with food items until it is at full capacity. When the pouch is full, Amaterasu will be resurrected upon death during a battle, allowing her to keep fighting without having to reload the game. This power can be upgraded to allow Amaterasu to have 4 stockpiled resurrections at once. Izumi's power, Astral Resurrection, is an adaptation of this. Rather than food, she naturally gathers astral energy over time and can then use it to return to life if she has enough. It takes a full 24 hours to gather enough for 1 resurrection, so Izumi can essentially survive death once per day. Unlike the game, I don't intend to have Izumi gain more than this, so battles still have some stakes. This power is also limited to her, she cannot use it to revive others. 1-7 Akumayomi. Monday, September 4, 2271. The Astral Plane. The demonic dragon, Akumayomi, roared loudly as he revealed his name, sending a small shock wave through the entire astral plane. Izumi braced herself, but was still blown back a few steps, while Kigo barely managed to hold his position thanks to his strength and stabbing his feather blades into the clouds at his feet. Kigo grit his teeth. What the hell is going on today? Amaterasu, celestial brush gods, infernal brush demons, astral resurrection, am I dreaming? This is one hell of a nightmare, he snapped. I honestly don't know. Lady Sakuya told me that I was the reincarnation of Amaterasu and that I used to have these friends called brush gods, but I have no idea what's happening. Izumi exclaimed, all I know is that we need to beat that thing somehow. Defeat me. The dragon of destruction. You delude yourself, puny goddess. Akumayomi laughed mockingly. The demon no longer spoke in Torikego's voice with an added demonic echo, now he spoke in his own deep, rumbling voice. It certainly suited the form of the mutated mess that he'd forced Torikego's body into. Akumayomi suddenly took flight, circling the children from the sky and forcing them to stand back to back so as to never let the demon out of their sight. The two watched it carefully, and with a whispered word from Kigo, both launched attacks. Izumi shot her mirror towards the dragon, aiming for the torso where the scales hadn't covered his body, while Kigo manipulated one of his feather blades to fly through the air and pierce one of the demon's eyes. You will not bring me down. Akumayomi roared, flying away from the attacks. His large form made him a slow flyer, and the children's attacks followed him as both were controlled by the user's will. However, once the dragon got far enough away, Izumi's mirror did a U-turn and returned to her. My mirror came back. I guess there's a range limit. Izumi frowned as the iron disc took its place on her back. It's fine, I've got him. Kigo said, focusing on weaving his feather blade through the air pressure whipped up by Akumayomi's flapping wings. It got close enough and then lunged for the dragon's eye, but the demonic reptile just opened his mouth and spat a glob of red liquid, which looked a lot like blood, at the feather. It hit, and the feather sank into the liquid and rapidly decayed, rotting away before the children's eyes and leaving only dust. Kigo gasped, he dissolved my feather like it was nothing. Was that acid? It didn't look like it melted, what was that stuff? Izumi frowned, does that thing have a different quirk from Torikego? Akumayomi laughed mockingly, did you think I would have the moniker, Dragon of Destruction, with only the power that Torikego wields? Foolish girl. The red ink I produce corrodes whatever it touches, making it age rapidly out of existence. Kigo suddenly grabbed Izumi around the waist and picked her up, before doing his best to take flight. We can't stay here like sitting ducks if he can spit that stuff. We'll take to the sky, he said, flapping his wings hard. Izumi frowned, feeling Kigo's sweat dripping off his face and onto her back. He was pushing his limits and was barely able to get them a foot off the ground. Kigo, your wings are too small now. You barely had enough feathers to fly by yourself before. There's no way you can carry my weight with even fewer feathers. Fly away and get help, I'll try to hold him off. I'm not leaving you to die. Kigo yelled. Akumayomi roared with laughter, before suddenly dive-bombing the two. Kigo's eyes widened and he tried to fly away, but Izumi had been right, with so few feathers left, he couldn't outfly the dragon on his own, let alone while carrying Izumi's weight, though the girl was fairly light compared to what Kigo was used to. The dragon pulled up just inches from colliding with the two, the air pressure he produced making Kigo lose control and fall to the ground. Izumi hit the ground first, and Kigo landed on top of her, which proved to be good for Izumi, as Okumiyomi spat more red ink at them. The ink splashed against Kigo's wings, making him scream as they began to corrode. Thinking fast, the boy jettisoned the feathers that had the ink on it, letting them be corroded without damaging his body but leaving him with even fewer feathers with which to fight. He wouldn't be able to fly now. Kigo. Are you alright? Izumi yelled, crawling out from under the wincing boy. Yeah, managed to get the feathers off before I was injured. That ink really burns, he groaned. Izumi frowned. Kigo, you can't fly any more and you're almost out of feathers. Run away while I hold him off, she begged. I told you, I'm not leaving you to die again. Kigo shouted. It's okay. I came back again, remember? Izumi argued. Do you really have time to be fighting amongst yourselves? Okumiyomi cackled, performing another flyby ink attack. Kigo tackled Izumi out of the way, leaving the red ink to splash harmlessly against the stormy clouds. It looked like the ink didn't work on the clouds at least. Izumi wondered if it only worked on organic matter. Okumiyomi performed a few more flyby attacks, forcing Izumi and Kigo to dodge, while he was cackling madly, foolish brats. We are in the astral planes, a place accessible only by gods and powerful demons. A human like Takami, no matter how spiritually strong, cannot enter or leave on their own. Even if he flees, he'll never leave the planes alive. In fact, it works better for me, as I'll be able to kill you and then possess his body. Izumi growled and aimed her mirror to hit the demon as it drew close for the next attack, but Okumiyomi easily raised his scaled arms and batted the attack away. The iron mirror hadn't hit as hard as Izumi wanted, and it only managed to lightly scuff the demon's jet black scales. Even if I die, I'll come back again and again until I beat you. Izumi declared, trying another mirror attack. This time, Okumiyomi flew out of range again, still laughing at the girl's attempts. Oh no, you won't. Brush gods and brush demons alike cannot exist outside of host bodies or the astral plane, and our power is greatly affected by the strength of our host. Torikeigo was weak, so my senses were dulled, but here in the astral plane I can sense you clearly. You used up all your astral energy during your last resurrection. It will take at least a day for you to be able to gather enough to resurrect again, and by that time I will have killed you. If you die without the power to resurrect, you'll be forced to reincarnate, reducing you to a newborn infant somewhere in the world and with no memories at all. Okumiyomi boasted. The dragon then shot a trio of Torikeigo's iron rods from each of his wings, causing 6 of the things to go flying at Izumi and Kigo. Kigo managed to deflect a few by sacrificing some more feathers, but the remaining ones had to be blocked by Izumi's mirror. No sooner had those 6 rods been deflected, Okumiyomi flapped his wings rapidly, sending wave after wave of iron rods at the children. This was too much for either child to block, so they ran and dodged, moving as fast as they could to evade the attacks. Kigo, while unable to fly now, could still flap his wings for a burst of speed, and Izumi briefly transformed into her full wolf form to outrun the spikes raining down on them. I thought they were limited. He couldn't shoot this many before. Kigo yelled, trying to keep Izumi in his line of sight while running away from both her and the spikes, so as to avoid accidentally getting her caught in the crossfire. Kigo was right too. Torikeigo could shoot 2 rods, and with Okumiyomi boosting her, she'd been able to shoot just over 20 of them, but now he was firing volleys of at least that many every few seconds. The limit was either gone or so far increased that it no longer mattered. Izumi tried to shout back an answer, but only succeeded in barking. She couldn't speak human languages while in wolf form. Making a risky move, Izumi skidded to a halt and then ran back towards the rain of iron rods, using her wolf form's superior speed and dodging abilities to dance through the attacks. She managed to get through the assault with only a few minor scratches, as her mirror blocked or deflected any direct hits she couldn't dodge, and this left her directly beneath Okumiyomi's form. Relatively safe from the rods, Izumi turned back to her demigod form and shouted to Kigo. We're in the astral planes now, Okumiyomi must be using its power to further boost his host. He can survive here, but he's still using Torikeigo's body so he can use her quirk. Izumi shouted. Okumiyomi sneered, ceasing his iron rod attack, clever little gnat. It's easier to fight in my own form, but so long as I possess this woman, I can utilize her power and also survive a lethal attack. If a demon's host dies, they can survive by simply abandoning the host. Consider it my form of resurrection. Like I'd kill you anyway. Izumi yelled, you used to be my friend in my last life, right? Then I'll save you from your corruption and save Torikeigo too. Such arrogance. God or not, you are but a child and one without most of your power. Now die. Akumayomi roared, spewing a torrent of corrosive red ink. Izumi raised her mirror to block it and ran back to the iron rods that had embedded themselves in the clouds. The mirror and rods blocked most of the torrent, which didn't have the force to dislodge the metal. Unfortunately, Izumi had been incorrect earlier when she assumed the ink could only corrode organic matter. The iron rods rusted and turned to dust immediately upon contact with the liquid, and even Izumi's mirror began to rust, though much slower. Thankfully, Akumayomi couldn't exhale forever and needed to stop his attack, giving Izumi the chance to run back to Kigo before the dragon started up its attack again. Before Akumayomi could catch his breath and look up, Izumi had dragged the winged boy behind a large collection of the iron rods to stay out of sight, being mindful not to touch them in case that gave them away. Damn it, we're running out of options. Kigo frowned. That won't take many more attacks, he said, pointing at Izumi's mirror. The reflective side was completely cracked and warped with rust, and the sturdy iron side had gone from greenish-gray to a dull bronze. My feathers can deflect one rod each, but it destroys the feather and I don't have many left. He gently flapped his wings, which were in a rather ragged and sorry state. We can't run forever, and we're about to lose our only defense. Plus we can't even reach the damn thing to attack. Izumi frowned. Things did look bleak. Akumayomi was flying out of reach, and their ranged attacks required them to give up some of their defensive ability and didn't even do much damage anyway. If Kigo ran out of feathers, he wouldn't be able to attack at all, and without her mirror, Izumi would only have her claws and fangs, which would never pierce the dragon's scales. Cautiously, Izumi began clawing at the clouds that made up the ground beneath them. They felt like cotton in her hands and tore away with ease, before slowly regenerating over the space of a few seconds. However, the stormy clouds carried a minor electrical charge, which Izumi could only stand for a few seconds. If it weren't for the rubber soles of their shoes, Izumi and Kigo would have been slowly fried just by being here. Oh no. I had an idea, but it won't work unless I can get out of Akumayomi's sight. Izumi frowned. Where are you, children? Come out, wherever you are. Akumayomi shouted, blasting some of the iron rods nearby with some corrosive ink, reducing them to piles of orange dust. Kigo frowned, fear beginning to really settle on his face now. Victory seemed impossible, and if Kigo didn't die before Izumi, he'd be turned into Akumayomi's new host, a fate worse than death. He resented being a bird in a cage for the Commission's big shots, but being caged within his own body was nearly the definition of hell itself for the winged boy. Come on, there must be some way to win. Didn't that freak mention some powers you had before? Sunrise and divine retribution? Kigo asked. Izumi blinked. Well yeah, it was right after she first attacked me. Wait, how did you know that? I left one of my feathers inside your skirt when I left. I was worried what Torikego would say or do to you, so I left the feather to spy. My feathers pick up vibrations and changes in the air, then sends them back to me, allowing me to work out what sounds were made near the feather. I heard Torikego's words and ran to warn someone before coming back, but then I couldn't get through the door so had to fly out a usable window. On a lower floor. Kigo explained quickly, now one of those powers has got to do something. Divine retribution sounds promising, you and that dragon keep talking about gods, can't you use that to smite the bastard? Izumi frowned and showed him her mirror. I don't know for sure, but I think divine retribution is the name of this mirror. Sakuya said she returned my divine retribution to me in my past life to wake me up, and I had a dream where I was a statue and she gave me this mirror. Kigo cringed, that's not going to help. Sorry. Izumi said dejectedly. Forget about it. What about sunrise? Is that your transformation power or something? He asked. I have no clue. Izumi shrugged, I never heard about it. I don't think it's the transformation ability, since Sakuya said my wolf form was Amaterasu's true form, and called my halfway transformation demigod form. But come to think of it, if I'm supposed to be the reincarnated sun goddess, shouldn't I have sun powers? We could use some sunlight here, the red sky and dark clouds are making it tough to see, especially when that monster's attacks are all black and red too. Maybe you could make some light to blind him. Kigo suggested. Another blast of ink destroyed more of the iron spikes, this time closer to where Izumi and Kigo were hiding. Kigo had to cover Izumi's mouth to stop her screaming from surprise. Honestly, we need to try anything to survive. I don't want to sit around waiting to die or be made into that thing's host. Some sunlight would at least brighten things up, so we're not dying in the dark. Izumi's eyes widened. Wait, that might be it. Akumayomi is being powered up by the astral plane, right? That's what he claims. Kigo nodded. But when I was here before, it didn't look like this, the sky looked like kinda yellowy paper, and the clouds were golden. I think Akumayomi's corrupting it to empower himself. Maybe if I can make some light, it will drive out the darkness and weaken him. Izumi exclaimed. That's a bit of a leap of logic, but I've got no better ideas, the boy said, looking unsure. Izumi was sure though, she tended to second-guess herself a lot, but what she just suggested made perfect sense to her, as if the instincts of her past lives were shining through. After all, her memories and knowledge from the past weren't gone, just buried in her soul. She needed to dig them up. Closing her eyes, Izumi concentrated on the feeling of warmth that had first appeared after fusing with her mental image of Amaterasu, the event that first awakened her powers. When she let the light flow through her entire body, she transformed into demigod form, and when she let it completely fill her, she turned into her original Amaterasu form. But what would happen if she let that light flow out of her body? Focusing on a single finger, Izumi let the light surge forward, filling her arm until finally, it began to leak out of her finger. Izumi opened her eyes as Kigo gasped. Black ink was slowly flowing from her finger, as if she was sweating the stuff from her fingertip. Ink? Like the stuff Akumayomi's been puking at us. Wait, didn't he say some stuff about brush gods and brush demons? Kigo asked. Izumi nodded, still enraptured by the ink flowing from her finger. With only a thought, she changed the color, turning it yellow instead of black. Then making it shift through all the colors of the rainbow. Brush gods. Sakuya said I had 12 of them serving me. Ink and brush strokes. I think my abilities were based around those. I made ink, then drew things with it to use different powers. Izumi said, staring transfixed at her ink. Seriously? Izumi nodded, I think so. I can't remember, but my instincts are screaming at me. Each brush god had a technique, and I could use them too, but there was one that was just mine. If I don't have the brush gods on my side anymore, then sunrise must be the technique that was mine. So you don't know for sure and are just winging it based on instincts? Kigo asked, eyebrow raised. Basically. Izumi replied. Great, my kinda plan. So come on then, let's see what sunrise does. Kigo smirked. Izumi nodded, trying to remember more of her past. Just making ink wasn't enough, she needed to know the brush strokes she used to cast sunrise. She began calming her mind and focusing all her thoughts onto the word sunrise. Images and words began surging through her mind, almost too fast for her to register. She saw the village she had watched over, Kamiki, shrouded in an endless night. She witnessed its people turn to stone by the night's curse, and she saw herself in lupin form running with Isin to the top of a hill, upon which was a platform overlooking the great Konohana tree. She saw herself stand on this platform and look skyward. A circle of gold, clearly drawn with a single brush stroke of golden ink, suddenly appeared in the sky and right before Izumi's eyes. This circle filled itself in and became the sun itself, shining light down on the village and breaking the night's curse. When her memories ended, Izumi smiled confidently at Kigo, I think I've got it. I'll turn this place back to the light and bring that dragon down. Kigo nodded and gave her a reassuring pat on the back, let's do this. We'll be like heroes from legends, taking down a dragon. Izumi grinned, she liked the sound of that. Willing the ink she was producing to turn gold, Izumi drew a circle on her palm in a single stroke. She couldn't figure out how she was supposed to draw it directly onto the sky as her past self had, then thrust her palm skyward and forced all the power she could muster through the circle. The golden ink began to glow, and the circle turned into a ball of light within Izumi's hand, then shot itself skyward. Sunrise! Izumi cried, feeling a large drop in stamina as the ball of light left her skin. Akumayomi, spotting it, narrowed his eyes and spewed corrosive red ink, but the ink evaporated the instant it got close to the ball of light. What is this? You figured out how to use sunrise by yourself, he bellowed. The ball of light reached the sky and promptly exploded, forming a massive golden sun. The effects were immediate, as the red sky began to recede and be replaced by the parchment-like sky Izumi was used to, and the clouds began to lighten to their usual golden hue. Seeing this, Izumi touched the clouds with her bare hands and found that not only did they no longer shock her, but she could now move through them at will, as if she could choose if they were solid or intangible. The light made Akumayomi roar in pain, and his body began to smoke. Jiga! Curse you! You're trying to wrest control of the astral plane from me. Master, grant me the strength to force her back, he roared. With a mighty roar, Akumayomi released a wave of dark energy from his body, causing the darkness to begin pushing back against the light. Izumi and Kigo watched with amazement as half the astral realm remained pure and golden, while the other half returned to the corrupted state it had been. These two sides pushed against each other, until they began to twist and grind together, going from two perfect halves to a whirlpool-like swirl of gold and dark gray, with the sky becoming the same but with parchment yellow and blood red. The sun Izumi had created floated in the dead center of this maelstrom, the eye of the storm. After a few turbulent seconds, the swirl ceased moving, though the plane remained twisted between light and dark. Kigo, peeking out from their hiding spot, frowned. Looks like it worked, but not completely. Whoever this master of his is, they're strong. Still, it looks like there's enough gold clouds for you to dig through. What's the plan? He asked. He'd have preferred to take charge himself, considering Izumi's inexperience, but she was at an advantage in this kind of situation, while he had been left weakened by the loss of his feathers. Now that he's weakened, I don't think he'll be able to make as many rods with Torikego's quirk, which means he'll stick to his ink breath. Nothing either of us can do will hurt him, so I want to see if his own ink can corrode him too. Izumi said. Not a bad plan, but if it doesn't work, we're back to square one. Besides, won't it kill him, and take Torikego down too? Kigo asked. I have an idea for how to win, but I need to know if his ink hurts him. Do you think you can get one of his scales with your feathers? Izumi asked. The boy nodded, sure, but he knows my moves and will see it coming. Take one of my feathers with you and go under the clouds. If I'm not the one moving it, he might not see it coming. Just whisper to it when you're behind him, and I'll be able to hear and direct it to attack. With luck, I might just be able to chip off a scale. Izumi and Kigo both nodded to each other, their plan set. Kigo shed 2 small feathers and had them stick to Izumi's forearms as she burrowed into the clouds, opting to go just deep enough that her head was a foot beneath the top layer. She was able to easily run beneath the surface of the clouds, choosing to keep the ones below her solid while the ones around her were intangible. Being a god in an astral plane was convenient. As Izumi ran along the golden clouds, following the swirl and being careful to avoid the black clouds, Kigo jumped from his hiding spot behind the bars and began darting and weaving through them as fast as he could. Akumayomi noticed him immediately and began blasting with his ink. Kigo almost smirked. The dragon wasn't using Torikego's quirk at all. He must have exceeded his limit now that his power wasn't being boosted by the astral realm and he wasn't flying down to reabsorb the fired rods, which to Kigo's mind meant that it was a risk for the dragon to do so, meaning they must be able to hurt him. He wouldn't avoid them if they couldn't hurt him. Amaterasu has abandoned you, little bird. Accept your fate as my new vessel, and get revenge against her. Akumayomi demanded. Kigo just ignored him and kept moving, luring the dragon's attention away from where Izumi was hiding. Izumi popped her head above the clouds from time to time, just to ensure she was still going in the right direction. She was primarily using her demigod form's enhanced sense of smell to navigate closer, and when she popped up and saw she was directly beneath the distracted Akuma Yomi, she whispered, now, to one of the feathers she'd been given. With near lightning speed, the crimson feather shot upward and sliced at Akumayomi's tail. The dragon roared in pain as a couple of scales rained down on where Izumi was lying in wait. The wound didn't bleed, instead releasing more of that noxious gas. Izumi grinned and caught one of the scales. Aha, she cried, holding her prize aloft. It was about the size of a playing card, and was a centimeter thick, though shockingly light. There you are, roared the now enraged demon. He inhaled and then exhaled the largest blast of ink so far, directly at Izumi. The little girl squeaked in terror and dived out of the way, leaving the scale behind. The ink hit the scale and immediately, it began to rot away, corroding as quickly as the iron rods or Kigo's feathers. Izumi saw this and grinned. Diving beneath the clouds again to escape Akumayomi's wrath, Izumi began explaining her plan to Kigo, while making her way towards him via his scent. Kigo listened to the plan through the feather remaining with Izumi, slowly beginning to think Izumi was either insane or a genius. Her entire plan was a long shot that relied on a theory of hers, that a direct usage of sunrise on the demon's body would drive out the darkness corrupting him and restore him to his original brush god form, but it wasn't guaranteed to work and the plan Izumi had involved using up all their resources. If it worked, they'd be victorious, but if it didn't then they'd be defenseless against a very angry dragon monster. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Once Izumi was close enough to Kigo that his feather could return to him unnoticed, the duo began to implement Izumi's plan. Izumi performed the first step, then kept her mind focused while Kigo leapt out of cover and did his part. Hey, dragon breath, try this on for size. Kigo yelled, firing his attack at the demon. It was a massive wad of all his remaining feathers, aimed right for Akumayomi's head. The demon laughed uproariously, this is your new trick. You think making up and using a technique I haven't seen you use before will allow you to outwit me? You are naive, little bird, he mocked, before firing a jet of corrosive ink at the wad of crimson feathers. As expected, the feathers began to immediately corrode, leaving Akumayomi to continue laughing mockingly at the seemingly futile attack. His laughter was cut short when a horrendous pain suddenly shot through his back, making him roar. Turning his head, Akumayomi looked to see what had happened, really craning his neck due to still only having Torikego's human neck and face. His eyes widened with horror at what he saw. His own corrosive ink was on his wing joints. It was eating through them, making them rot away until finally, the wings snapped off and the dragon plummeted to the ground with a roar of pain. He landed hard and rolled onto his back immediately, trying to rub the remaining ink off himself. As he writhed, he noticed the remains of his wings, and spotted a shard of a very familiar mirror slowly corroding between the scales. The demon's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. Kigo's attack hadn't been a slapdash attempt to catch him off guard, but a way of covering the approach of Izumi's mirror. It was a divine instrument, and thus resistant, though not immune, to his power, as Izumi had noticed earlier when it had survived an attack that the iron rods had been corroded by. Since it hadn't been immediately corroded, it had been able to carry some of the ink on itself after the feathers rotted away, and as Akomiyomi had been distracted with gloating, it had flown right through his blind spot and struck his wing joints, spilling the corrosive ink over them before finally breaking from the rust. The ink splashed on the joints then caused his wings to be broken off, forcing him to the ground. Akomiyomi knew in that instant that he'd been played, a thought that grew worse when he noticed Izumi had popped out of the clouds and crawled onto his chest while he writhed. His solid red eyes met the emerald eyes of Izumi's demigod form. Akomiyomi, this is the end. I'll force the darkness out of you and return you to what you were meant to be. You were once a celestial brush god, a friend. You will be again. Izumi declared. The golden parts of the astral realm began to pulse and grow stronger, encompassing the darkness, and Izumi put both hands against the draconic demon's chest. A ring of gold appeared on her joined palms, and just as she had before, Izumi shouted, "Sunrise," and released the technique. It didn't go into the sky this time though, instead going straight into the demon's chest. Akomiyomi released a deafening roar as cracks began to emerge across his body. Black smoke billowed out from these cracks, followed shortly by golden light, as if the light had been literally chasing the darkness out of the demon's body. The smoke burned away into nothingness in the light of the astral plane, and Akomiyomi's body began to melt away, leaving behind the non-mutated form of Torikeigo, unconscious and dressed in the rags of her former business suit, but undoubtedly alive and well. The astral plane seemed to shudder as the darkness was driven out, and the swirling war between the light and dark sides of the plane ended with the light side completely engulfing and erasing the dark, leaving the entire place as a tranquil sea of golden clouds, and an endless parchment-colored sky. The golden sun that Izumi had created faded away, its purpose fulfilled. The light that had shot from inside Akomiyomi's body gathered together into a large sphere, which then began to shape itself into what appeared to be some kind of giant scroll. Izumi and Kigo looked at it with confusion, though Izumi was sure she'd seen it before. Suddenly, the scroll unfurled itself to reveal a massive ancient Japanese-style painting of a white, serpentine dragon. It was beautifully done, and as Izumi admired it, the image of the dragon leapt from the scroll, winding itself through the air as it went from painting to flesh. It only emerged halfway, leaving a portion of the dragon inside the painting, while its tail stuck out the other end. The dragon appeared closer to the traditional Eastern form of dragon than the Western form that Akomiyomi resembled, and had 4 clawed arms along its body, each clasping a yellow orb of glass or crystal. The dragon had long white whiskers, resembling a mustache, and a similarly long strand of white hair on its chin to act as a beard. Its scales were as white as Izumi's demigod form's hair and fur, and it sported the same markings on its face as Izumi did, as well as more of the same markings on its arms and along its spine. Its tail ended in what appeared to be a calligraphy brush, not unlike Izumi's wolf tail. This was what Akomiyomi had originally been. This was a celestial brush god. Yamagami. Wow, now that is a dragon. Kigo whistled, coming down from the adrenaline high of the fight. He still couldn't believe Izumi's crazy plan had worked. Are you okay now? Izumi asked nervously, unsure of how to properly speak with the massive dragon. Technically, as Amaterasu reborn, she was in charge of the brush gods, but she was still only a little girl faced with a mighty dragon. Ah, my mistress, it is so wonderful to finally see you again with my own eyes. The dragon said, its voice deep and rumbling. He sounded a little like Akomiyomi, but without the evil echo and instead a more divine timbre. I am so sorry, even if I was twisted by the will of the evil one, I took your life. I can never atone for the things I have done. You didn't do anything. You weren't yourself, right? Can you tell us what happened? Izumi asked. Yes, of course. It was shortly after the Ark of Yamato was destroyed by the evil one. Your previous form was cast into the void between realms and forced to reincarnate, but as we spirits of the brush cannot exist outside of you or this place, we fled here to the astral plane. But before we could arrive, my brethren and I were captured by the evil one. He used foul sorcery to twist us into infernal demons and made us his loyal pawns, scattering us about to spread his evil plans. I was made to possess Ryuko Torikeigo with the intention of spying on, and eventually assassinating Sakuya the wood sprite. My orders were to report her actions to the Evil One, then eventually kill and replace her as leader of the Mortals Hero Commission. I was also to find heroes or others with the ability to see demons and spirits, and corrupt them to his side. That is why I bade Torikeigo to take in the winged boy, Takami. Kigo snorted, should I feel honored that some kind of god took an interest in me? Well, it is pretty cool. Besides, you're my friend, and if I'm a god, then you're a god's friend. That's gotta be something good, right? Izumi smiled cheekily. Kigo chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. Izumi turned back to the white dragon, so, I'm guessing you're not a Kumayomi anymore. I'm sorry, but I don't have many of my old memories, only a few short ones, so I don't know your name. I am Yamagami, the god of restoration and a most loyal servant to you. I bore witness to everything experienced by Ryuko Torikeigo and my corrupted form, so I know you are now called Izumi Midoriya. Forgive me, mistress, but my power weakens. I must take time to recover, but please, allow me to rest within you once more and return to you the power that I govern. Yamagami asked, bowing its head. Izumi smiled softly, reaching up to pet Yamagami's head, your ordeal is over. Take as much time as you need to rest. If I'm your mistress, then it's my job to look after you. Please rest well, she said kindly. Yamagami nuzzled his face against Izumi's body, almost lifting the girl off her feet with his sighs and getting a quiet giggle from her. This kindness and warmth. I have missed it so. Wolf or human, god or mortal, the heart that beats within is still the same. I, Yamagami, the god of restoration, humbly return to your side, and return to you my celestial brush technique, rejuvenation. Fare thee well, daughter of the sun. With that, Yamagami's body receded into the scroll he had emerged from. The scroll then rolled itself up again and transformed into a ball of light, no bigger than Izumi's palm. Within this ball, the kanji for Yomi floated. Izumi took it gently, and following her instincts, she pressed it into her own chest, feeling it fuse into her flesh and soul. The warmth of the light joined with the warmth Izumi had gained when she first awakened as Amaterasu, and images began to flash through her mind. Izumi saw herself in her previous life, standing atop a hill beneath a starry sky. She saw herself looking up at those stars beside Isen. She saw the stars form themselves into the shape of Yamagami, and then she used the dragon's power to restore a river made of stardust. When the images stopped, Izumi and Kigo were suddenly back in the mortal realm, in the same dojo they'd been fighting in earlier. Torikeigo was unconscious before them, and Kigo sighed with relief. Izumi smiled, pleased that she'd managed to win and free the first of her brush gods, as well as making a new friend in Kigo. With those thoughts in her mind, and the fatigue of the previous ordeal, Izumi sat down on the ground and quickly succumbed to sleep. Kigo watched as she curled up, a small smile on his face. He had no idea what had just happened up there in the clouds, but he did know one thing, life wouldn't be boring with Izumi around. Next chapter, the first tales of the past. To be released, tomorrow. For those who've never played Okami, the memories Izumi gained before using Sunrise and after merging with Yamagami are scenes from the game in which Amaterasu first unlocked those powers, as well as her first usage of them. What did you think of the battle? Future fights will be more intense, once Izumi has trained and can fight effectively. 1-8 The First Tales of the Past. Monday, September 4th, 2271. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzudafu. After a few hours of blessed rest following her ordeal in fighting a Kumayomi and the possessed Ryuko Torikeigo, Izumi awoke to find herself in her new futon in Lady Sakuya's manor. The cuts and scratches she'd gotten from dodging the demon's iron rods in the astral plane had all been bandaged carefully, and Izumi could feel her strength returning quickly. She was alone in her new room, and based on the level of light, it was sometime in the late afternoon to early evening. Izumi's stomach grumbled, she'd missed lunch. As she pouted at that thought, remembering how delicious Mrs. Nazo's food was, she suddenly remembered Kigo and Torikeigo. Izumi has fallen asleep shortly after beating a Kumayomi, so she didn't know what became of them. Izumi immediately hopped out of bed, noticing she'd had her clothes changed to a simple light blue sleeping yukata, and made for the door. She slid it open and immediately found one of the maids, the middle daughter Himori, waiting beside her door. Himori's eyes lit up when she saw the little girl, young Lady Izumi. I'm so glad to see you awake and well. We were all very worried after what happened to you, she said, kneeling down and checking Izumi over, ensuring everything was fine. Izumi smiled bashfully, I'm okay, Himori. Sorry for worrying you. Please don't be sorry, Lady Izumi. We should have known better than to send you off alone while you weren't aware of your powers, the maid said. If you're feeling rested enough, we should go to meet the rest of the household. Lady Konohana and young Master Takami have been awaiting your awakening, they and the rest of the household are in the meeting room. Okay, we should go see Izumi's words were cut off by her stomach loudly growling. Izumi was mortified and promptly blushed crimson, but Himori just smiled kindly. Mrs. Nazo has already prepared you a snack. It's waiting for you in the meeting room, the maid said, purposely stopping herself from laughing so as not to embarrass Izumi. The little girl appreciated that and simply nodded, still red in the face. She and Himori walked to the meeting room, with Izumi trying not to seem too eager. When the pair arrived, Izumi found the room to be absolutely chock full of people. Not only was the entire Konohana household present, but so was Kigo, Torikeigo, a doctor Izumi hadn't seen before and a few very important-looking people in business suits, all of whom were wearing sakura tie pins or brooches, signifying they knew of Izumi's true identity. The moment Kigo saw her, his tense expression completely relaxed, finally. "Geez lil pup, I was beginning to think you'd never wake up," he said, getting to his feet and greeting Izumi with a hug. Izumi enjoyed the embrace, then got a good look at the boy. Kigo's feathers had begun to regrow, so he had small wings on his back, though nothing close to the large wings he'd had when they first met. Besides his reduced wing size, Kigo looked completely fine, not a scratch on him. He'd been faster than Izumi, and had managed to avoid any direct injuries to his body. To Izumi, that showed the difference between the two. Kigo was older and a well-trained genius, while Izumi was still only a little girl and barely understood her power. "Kigo. I'm glad you're okay. Sorry I fell asleep like that, using so much of my power all at once really wore me out," Izumi said with a smile. "Are you truly alright, Lady Izumi?" Sakuya asked. She was in her spirit form, something that only Kigo seemed to think was odd. Sakuya's question was echoed by everyone in the room, including Torikeigo, who was currently sat in a wheelchair and being seen to by the doctor. The woman's legs were bandaged and she looked weak and sickly, but more than anything, she looked at Izumi with unmistakable guilt. Izumi bowed to everyone. "I'm okay, I promise. I'm not in pain and I feel rested, just hungry," she said. Mrs. Nazo nodded. "I have just the thing for your hunger. Come, take a seat," the plump woman said, bustling over and urging Izumi to her seat at the head of the table. Once Izumi was sat down, Mrs. Nazo produced a small white linen bag with a ceremonial rope tying it shut, and placed it in Izumi's hands. Izumi looked at it strangely, then carefully opened it to find that it contained some strange white treats. They looked a little like mochi, but were hard and had an unmistakable aroma of spiced meat. The smell was intoxicating and Izumi couldn't resist taking one and popping it in her mouth. She bit down, crunching the thin white shell, and immediately, her mouth smiled by itself. It was delicious. They were spiced meat treats of the kind Izumi had never had. The outside was crunchy, the inside was chewy, and the very core melted in her mouth. Izumi would almost have been willing to say they were as good as her mom's katsudon. "Delicious. These are delicious. What are they?" Izumi asked, barely able to keep her manners and restrain herself from devouring the whole bag in seconds. Mrs. Nazo grinned proudly. "My secret recipe. Holy bone bites." "Bone?" Kigo asked, looking a little green. The treats were white like bones, and did make a hell of crunch when Izumi bit into them. In her past life, Izumi's favorite snack was holy bones, the bone of a cow or pig that had died naturally after living a good life, then blessed and washed with holy water, spiced with sacred herbs and tied up with a ceremonial rope. Mrs. Nazo explained, "I adapted that to work better with Izumi's new human body. I used the same ingredients, but instead puree the bone marrow with some of the meat and the sacred spices, then coat it in a shell made from holy water, bone meal and spun sugar. It makes for a crunchy treat that even a 5-year-old's teeth can get through. I love them." Izumi gushed, "Imagine using these as a topping for katsudon." She began to drool a little. "Here, try one, Kigo," Izumi said, offering one of the white bites to the winged boy. Kigo looked at it with some trepidation, before shrugging and eating it. It actually wasn't too bad, nowhere near as good to him as Izumi seemed to think, but not bad. Once Izumi had eaten, she felt a lot happier and more energetic. Seeing this, Sakuya drew her attention to the important-looking people at the other end of the table. "Lady Izumi, allow me to introduce you to 7 of the 13 members of the Hero Commission's Board of Executives. Myself and Vice President Torikeigo make the total number of board members on your side, 9. Only 4 do not know about your true identity, as they lack the spiritual power to see spirits and demons," Sakuya explained. The people in suits nodded politely. A woman with orange hair sat in the middle of the group and acted as their spokesperson. "It is good to have you with us, Lady Izumi. As Lady Sakuya has said, myself and my fellows here are aware of your identity. We will ensure the Hero Commission and the government do not interfere with your work against the demons. However, we should confess that unlike Lady Sakuya and her household, we are not followers or worshippers. The woman looked a tad nervous as she continued. We believe in your work and understand how crucial you are against the demons, but we aren't comfortable with gods and demons fighting each other in our world. Humans have enough trouble with other humans. Please do not be offended, but while we will be your allies, we will not be your servants. Izumi smiled. That's okay. The spokesperson blinked, while the rest of the board members began whispering and muttering to each other. That's okay? Aha. Izumi nodded. You aren't offended? The little girl shook her head. I actually prefer it. I'm kind of uncomfortable with the idea of being worshipped. If it helps, don't think of me as a god, but as a hero in training. I've always wanted to be a hero, and I'm gonna train really hard to become one. The board of executives all sighed and relaxed, slumping against each other with relief. I thought we'd be punished. Gods and legends don't tend to be the forgiving type, one of them said. Izumi and the Konohana household chuckled at that. Once the executives knew they wouldn't be punished for not worshipping Izumi, they began to treat her more casually, basically acting as if she was just a normal little girl, the way they'd treat a friend of their own kids or grandkids. Now that the big shots are feeling better, Kigo said, a bit of resentment in his voice, can I finally hear what all this is about? From the stuff. I've heard from you all, what Izumi said and what that crazy demon dragon said. I figure that Izumi is the reincarnation of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, who is somehow real, and is here to fight demons, which are also somehow real. Sakuya nodded, of course. I will tell you everything I told Lady Izumi. The tree spirit retold the story she'd told Izumi earlier that same day, almost word for word. Kigo listened expressionlessly, taking in every detail that Sakuya told him. The executives and Torikeigo listened too, only knowing the short version and not the full story. When Sakuya was done, Kigo sat in silence for a few seconds, then frowned. Okay, considering everything I saw today, I can't really help but believe you, but pardon me for saying this, are you all completely nuts, he yelled. Grandpa Citrus bristled at this. Now see here, boy. You have no right to be speaking to Lady Sakuya like that. No right. After the commission basically forced me to do whatever it wanted for the last 5 years, I think I have the right to say what I please. And what right did you all have to send a 5-year-old girl into the meat grinder of the hero world? Kigo looked at Sakuya with anger. You didn't even tell her about what she could do. If Izumi wasn't so smart, she'd be dead, old Torikeigo would be in prison for her murder and I'd be a puppet. You didn't explain her weird ink techniques, their relationship with the brush gods, or even that she could come back to life. Not to mention that you didn't actually get the heroes to help us like you said. Kigo yelled. Izumi blinked. Huh? The heroes weren't on their way? No. Not even the police. Prez ignored my warning and sent her bodyguards after us, but they were too slow and we were already in the astral plane when they arrived. Kigo said. Akiji and Akainu looked down in shame, clearly disappointed in their inability to help Izumi. Sakuya was ashamed too, but felt she had to at least explain her actions. I couldn't allow normal heroes or law enforcement to learn of the incident. I didn't know Miss Torikeigo was possessed, and thought we could handle it ourselves. If the police learned about the attack, they'd have you taken from my custody for failing to protect you on your first day here. I locked down the building under the pretense of a security test and sent the Onikawa brothers to your location. I am sorry I lied to you, Takami, but I did not expect you to return to Lady Izumi's side after I told you to return to your rooms. It's a good thing I did, or Izumi would be dead. Hell, she died once right in front of me. Kigo yelled. He knew he was being a little unfair, seeing as no one could have predicted the day's events, but after the stress of watching Izumi die, nearly being possessed and having to fight a literal goddamn demon dragon, he felt entitled to throw a bit of a tantrum. Everyone in the room looked at Kigo with shock. He had refused to tell them what happened until he knew Izumi was fine, so they hadn't known Izumi had died. They'd not properly registered his comment about Izumi's resurrection ability at the beginning of his rant, and hadn't guessed that they discovered it through it actually being used. Torikeigo especially looked deeply upset, and was doing her best not to begin sobbing. She didn't feel like she had the right to cry after what she'd done, possessed or not. Granny Citrus was the first to regain her voice. Died? Lady Izumi, you really died? Izumi frowned, not liking how upset everyone looked. Yeah. I didn't know I could resurrect and I still don't know how it works, but I was stabbed in the heart by one of Akumiyomi's iron rods. I woke up in the astral plane and, kind of had a meltdown. I was snapped out of it by some memories of things Isan said to me in my past life, and then I came back to life. My wounds were fully healed too, all these came after. She said, pointing at her bandaged injuries. Oh my poor dear. Granny Citrus cried, hobbling over to Izumi and embracing her gently. Izumi enjoyed the hug, then smiled brightly to everyone at the table. Sakuya looked at Izumi with a miserable expression. My lady. I am so sorry. I should have told you everything you could do, I was just worried about overburdening you with everything all at once. I thought we'd have time to gradually teach you all you needed to know. I never dreamed you'd be attacked before we had even started your training. It's alright, it's nobody's fault but Komiyomi, and I defeated him and turned him back to his original brush god form, Yamagami. Izumi said, trying to smile reassuringly, thanks to Kigo, I'm still alive. Komiyomi has been purified, Yamagami's back with me and Miss Torikego is free now. Sure it was really scary, and it hurt a lot, but everything will be okay. Please, I don't want anyone to feel sad because of me. Torikego couldn't hold her silence anymore, but after all I did. Izumi tilted her head, I don't know what you supposedly did, but I'm sure it's nothing I can't forgive, she said, not really understanding what Torikego had done. Komiyomi had been behind her actions, why would she feel guilty? How can you forgive what I've done, the woman yelled, the beginnings of tears forming in her eyes, I hurt you. I killed you. I killed the last vice president so I could take his position. I bought Takami from his family like a common house pet, then murdered them so they couldn't take him back. And then I trained him as a tool. How can you look at me and say you don't know what I've done? Izumi flinched back, but I don't understand, you were being controlled. Komiyomi said so himself. He said that he controlled you directly most of the time, but then influenced you the rest of the time. You didn't actually do any of that stuff on your own, right? She asked. Torikego looked at Izumi with wide, tearful eyes, how can you say that with such certainty? I killed you. I shoved a spike of iron through your heart. No, Komiyomi did that. He was mean and bragged that you struggled really hard to stop him too. Izumi pointed out. I did, these last 5 years have been a nightmare, watching myself do things without my control, listening to my own voice saying horrible things. When I was made to kill the old vice president, I tried so hard to stop it, but I was completely out of control. Then I was made to kill you. I wasn't in control, but I felt all of it, the heavy iron in my hand, the resistance of flesh as I pushed it in. That evil monster's constant mockery and whispering. Torikego began to rub her arms, as if suddenly feeling a deep chill. I'm sorry you feel guilty over it. I really don't blame you though. Komiyomi was really strong. Izumi said, trying to sound comforting. I don't feel like I deserve your forgiveness, but thank you. Torikego said, wiping a tear from her eyes. She looked to Kigo, Mr. Takami, you suffered from my actions too. I am deeply sorry, I wish I could take back what I'd done. Kigo frowned. He was still coming to terms mentally with the knowledge his parents were dead, he felt like he should feel sad about that, but then again, they'd sold him like a commodity and he'd spent almost as much time away from them as he had with them. Try as he might, Kigo couldn't bring himself to feel anything but surprise. He wasn't sad about their deaths, nor was he happy, it was like hearing about the deaths of a random couple on the news. Torikego was a problem for him too, he wasn't sure he could say he suffered because of her, life in the commission hadn't been easy, but it hadn't been bad or abusive exactly, and Izumi did have a point in that Torikego hadn't been in control of her actions, but was that enough to make Kigo forgive her? Tell me what happened, he demanded after some moments of thought, I want to know exactly what you did while under Komiyomi's control, and how you came to be possessed. Tell me it all, and I'll decide if I trust you. Sakuya nodded, that's a good idea. Miss Torikego, we haven't involved the police yet for the reasons I mentioned before, but we will if we have to. Tell us everything you can about Komiyomi, his master and his plans. Yes ma'am. It all started just over 5 years ago. Torikego began, closing her eyes as she remembered how it all began. I was a mid-level office worker in the Commission HQ in Tokyo. I originally wanted to be a hero, but my quirk was weak and when I was a teenager, over 30 years ago, the big hero courses didn't take students without flashy combat quirks. I decided to join the Hero Commission instead, and aimed to reach the highest position possible. Unfortunately, I never managed to get very far, it took me most of my career to reach the mid-level position I had. The only way to jump the ranks quickly was to get noticed by the higher-ups, and to do that you needed to discover a hero and help push them to success, usually by mentoring and helping a sidekick until they go independent. That was my plan, then I remember going home one night after drinking with some colleagues at a local bar. It was after the high-speed car accident that got you noticed, Takami. Torikego explained. The woman frowned as she tried her best to remember the next part, this part's hazy, but I took a wrong turn down a dark alley. I was attacked by a group of odd green apes with paper tags on their faces and holding flutes. I was drunk and my quirk was weak, but I managed to smack one of them unconscious, slurring about why the weird monkey creatures were attacking me. That surprised them, and they acted like I wasn't supposed to be able to see them. Izumi's eyes narrowed. That sounded very familiar. Those creatures must have been green imps intending to steal Torikego's soul, not expecting her to be able to see them. It proved Torikego had some spiritual power, though Izumi did wonder why they targeted her. It was rude and she felt bad to think it, but Izumi wouldn't have considered Torikego to be young and pretty, which were the targets of the imps in Mizutofu. Maybe the imps in Tokyo had a different criteria for their victims. Or Torikego aged really badly in the last 5 years. What happened next? Sakuya asked. I'm not sure. I remember seeing red eyes, and then I woke up the next day in my apartment, the formerly possessed woman said. I figured it was all a dream, but when I went to work the next day, my boss said that we had a flight to Fukuoka to catch. He said that I'd called him late the previous night and told him about Takami. I was sure I'd never heard the name before, but when I opened my mouth to deny making the call and deny knowing who Takami was, my voice instead confirmed what he'd said. I heard my own voice say, out of my command, that Kigo Takami had a powerful quirk and could be a great hero, and that I recommended we sponsor him to become a hero. It was terrifying, but I was completely out of control. My body said and did what it wanted without my say-so. We went to Fukuoka and met with your parents, Takami. My boss got sick on the flight and couldn't make the meeting, so I went without him, along with a few interns. Kigo frowned. I remember the next part. You showed up at our house and asked me to use my quirk for a few things, then you offered to foster me. My parents refused, and you flashed some money and promised them a weekly check. You handed over some papers, they signed and I was dragged off without a word. Torikego nodded sadly. Yes, but the thing is, I had no idea where I got the money or the papers. They were just there in my briefcase. That was when I first became aware of the thing inside my head. I didn't know what it was, but it was really insistent on taking you with us, saying you'd make a good ally for the war with the mutt. I didn't understand and tried to talk to this other presence in my head, but either it couldn't hear me or it ignored me. After I took you, I told my boss that I'd fostered you with the intent of having you trained by the commission to become an amazing hero, while the voice in my head said it would get me promoted up the ranks. That demon was clever and correct, one of the board members said. You were a genius, Takami, a real prodigy. Torikego's reputation within the commission grew massively, and even Lady Sakuya agreed to Torikego's plan. I did. Torikego told me that you'd been abandoned by your parents, and as I knew your lineage, I didn't want to leave you to fall under the influence of the demons, though that failed. Sakuya said. What lineage are you talking about? My family was nothing special, but that demon went on and on about how Izumi somehow destroyed my chance at a happy life, even though this happened before she was born. Kigo asked. Sakuya winced. It's kind of a long story, we should at least let Miss Torikego finish her own tale first. Honestly, the rest is mostly the same. I'd have moments when I was in control, but then as soon as I tried to do something, I would suddenly not be in command. I stopped trying and just let the demon do what it wanted. Even when I was trying my best, I couldn't even nudge the thing's control, so I gave up. After I fostered Takami, I moved to Fukuoka to stay close, and was forced to watch as I attacked and killed his parents. The demon used that weird red ink of his to corrode them, making them look like they'd died weeks ago and had just not been discovered. The coroners never worked out the cause of death. After that, I used Takami's growing fame within the commission to go up the ranks, while being forced to subtly sabotage the efforts of others. Dozens of people quit and close to 50 promising heroes left the industry because I sabotaged their support, ensuring they wouldn't bring power to their supporters and overtake me. When the next position up was vice president, I was made to use the demon's corrosive power on the shutters of his garage door as he went under it, causing it to rust and fall on him, killing him. It was ruled an accident and I became the new vice president of the commission. Then Izumi Midoriya appeared. Torikego smiled at the little girl, the first genuine and happy smile Izumi had seen on her face. It was marvelous. The demon was afraid. The moment we heard you being called Amaterasu by Sakuya via the bug in her office, it became terrified. It began plotting how to get rid of you, when only a little while later, you came to the dojo where I was watching Takami's training. You know the rest. Torikego finished. Izumi and Kigo both exchanged sad looks. Kigo was still conflicted over what he should feel, but Izumi was watching him with puppy dog eyes, silently beseeching him to forgive the woman. Kigo took a deep breath, sighed, and leaned back. Okay. I understand now. I'm so sorry. Torikego repeated, not meeting the boy's eyes. Don't worry about it. I'd feel like a jerk if I treated you bad for what someone else did. Let me live my life the way I want and I'll forgive you. He said, giving the woman one of his signature lazy smiles. Torikego's eyes began to overflow with tears. Oh okay. Thank you both for forgiving me. Both children smiled at her, willing to let this dark chapter of their lives come to an end. Izumi, Kigo and Torikeigo had all been victims of the demon Akumayomi, and there was no need for them to continue prying open old wounds. Better to let it heal. It was decided by Sakuya and the board members that Torikeigo wouldn't be handed over to the police. The day's events would be covered up, forgotten by all those who didn't know the truth of Amaterasu and the demons, and the tragic deaths of those harmed by Akumayomi would be mourned as best they could be. It was unfair to punish Torikeigo for things out of her control, and they couldn't punish Akumayomi either, as Izumi had essentially destroyed him by returning him to his original form, so there was nothing that could be done. It was horrible for those whose lives had been affected, but having more innocent people suffer wouldn't fix things. Instead, Torikeigo would remain vice president of the commission and Kigo's foster mother, though both positions were largely going to just involve obeying the orders from someone else, Sakuya in the former and Kigo in the latter. Torikeigo accepted this, knowing she was being given a second chance she didn't feel she deserved. She swore to do her best in both positions, and Sakuya would support her when it came to being Kigo's foster mother. Once that had been decided, Izumi and Kigo told everyone how the fight with Akumayomi had gone. By the time they were done, it was getting on for dinner, so Mrs. Nazo and the maids excused themselves to cook while everyone else reacted to what they'd been told. "I'm impressed with your tactics. To think you were able to work out how to use sunrise by yourself, as well as how to use it to regain some control of the astral plane and purify Yamagami, the two of you make a skilled team," Sakuya praised. Master Onijirai grunted, "I'd give it a C grade. You both fumbled and wasted time and resources, as well as staked your lives on a single plan with no guarantee of success, but you managed to survive and win. Considering one of you has no means to permanently harm demons and the other is 5 years old without training, I think you did an acceptable job." "Harsh, but fair. Is this old-timer your trainer, lil pup?" Kigo asked with a smirk. "Yup. He's Master Onijirai. He'll be teaching me how to fight," Izumi said excitedly, "then I'll be able to beat all the demons and get my mommy's soul back. It's gonna be tough though." Izumi suddenly frowned. "My mirror was destroyed." "Have no fear, Lady Izumi." Sakuya smiled, "Your mirror is actually a type of weapon known as a divine instrument. We tend to call it a reflector rather than a mirror though. Its name is Divine Retribution. Divine instruments can't be permanently destroyed, and will begin to regenerate in time. Your mirror should be fixed by tomorrow morning, and your astral pouch will be full again." "Astral pouch? What's that?" Kigo asked, "Is the lil pup actually a kangaroo now or something?" he teased. Sakuya chuckled, No, nothing like that. The astral pouch is a special spiritual organ that Amaterasu, and thus Izumi, possesses. It fills with astral energy, and when it's full, you can use that energy to perform an astral resurrection, returning to life after death. At the peak of your power, in your previous life, you were able to do this 4 times in one day. However, with your weakened state, the pouch takes a full day to fill up again, so while you can cheat death once per day, you need to wait 24 hours before doing it again. It's a good thing the tour took so long. Huh. Izumi blinked. Why would it matter that the tour took so long? Well, otherwise, you wouldn't have regained enough astral energy, after your resurrection yesterday. Sakuya said. The little girl's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying that when I hit my head in the park, I died? Sakuya paled. Oh dear, my apologies, I thought you had already worked it out. Okay, that's scary to think about. Ashigaki actually killed me. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't know that and forget about it. Izumi said, shaking the thoughts from her head. She had quite enough to be thinking about without that cluttering her mind. Well, how about I explain why Mr. Takami is so important? That'll take your mind off it. Sakuya offered nervously. Yes, let's do that. I want to know what makes me so special. Kigo said. Sakuya smiled and looked to Izumi. Well, it all began a short time into your second incarnation's life, when you and Issen had a run-in with the Sparrow clan. Next chapter, Sparrows, Punkles, and Bakugas to be released, tomorrow. Next chapter will be the last one of the origin story arc. It's already been a week since the story started, so I want to say thank you to everyone who read this. Especially those who took time out of their day to comment. Thank you all. 1 to 9 Sparrows, Punkles, and Bakugas. Monday, September 4th, 2271. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzutafu. Sakuya smiled and looked to Izumi. Well, it all began a short time into your second incarnation's life, when you and Issen had a run-in with the Sparrow clan. Sparrow clan. Kigo muttered, a strange wistful expression on his face. Sakuya nodded and smiled kindly at him. Yes, Takami. They were you ancestors. Even though you never met them, and your family likely forgot its roots, your soul still remembers the people it came from even after over a millennia later. The Sparrow clan were a clan of anthropomorphic sparrows, most of whom were roughly the size of a human child, and they lived in the era in which Amaterasu battled the demon hordes of Yami. Kigo leaned in. Please, tell me more. Akumayomi said Izumi was my enemy, so there must have been some bad blood between her last incarnation and the Sparrow clan. It was actually quite the opposite, the tree spirit said. Amaterasu ensured the safety of the clan, but even a benevolent act can create discord in those whose hearts are hard or self-serving. Amaterasu and Isin first encountered the Sparrow clan at the inn they ran within the ancient Sasa sanctuary. They needed to pass through the inn to find a warrior they had been asked to search for, but the inn was sealed by the clan head, Jamba, due to his precious daughter being kidnapped. In order to enter the sanctuary and find the warrior, Amaterasu went off to find and rescue Jamba's daughter, Chun. She found the young sparrow being held captive by demons disguised as humans, who planned to eat her. Amaterasu defeated these demons and saved Chun, earning the gratitude of the Sparrow clan. Izumi smiled brightly. I'm glad I was able to save Chun. I wish I could remember. A little sparrow girl sounds really cute. Yeah, it does. How the heck did saving a little girl result in my family's situation millennia later? Kigo asked, eyebrows raised. The same way things often go with royal families and ancient clans, succession. Sakuya said with a sigh, you see, Jamba had 2 children, Chun and her little brother, Tai. Both were good-hearted children, but Tai had been very spoiled by his father and sister, and so was somewhat weak and childish. In those days, a male heir would always inherit before a female one, so many in the Sparrow clan believed Tai would replace Jamba one day, and could be manipulated by his weakness. Those who saw this as a way to get more power supported him, but those who saw it as a way to weaken the clan, supported Chun instead. Jamba even decided to let Chun become clan head after his death, so Tai could live peacefully and the Sparrow clan would remain strong. I have often wondered if Chun ended up in the clutches of those demons because of Tai's supporters, but no evidence to that effect was ever discovered. After Amaterasu saved Chun, the Sparrow girl was believed to have the blessings of the Sun Goddess, and her supporters began making elaborate plans to honor Amaterasu for her services, up to and including becoming her vassals. Izumi frowned, not liking the sound of that, while Kigo looked like he could tell where this was going. After Jamba died, Chun became clan head as planned and had the support of Tai. Amaterasu had returned to the celestial realm by this point, so she wasn't around to stop what happened next. Tai's supporters were resentful of Chun's ascension, which violated traditional inheritance law. They were angry with Tai for not fighting for his birthright, and they despised Amaterasu for creating this situation. A coup began, with Tai's supporters now following a new sparrow by the name of Shida. They killed many Sparrow clan members, both Chun loyalists and those uninvolved in the fight. Chun loyalists began fighting back, claiming to be servants of Amaterasu enforcing her divine will. It became a religious war as well as a civil war. Damn. Kigo looked down. Izumi leaned over to pat his back, really hating the idea that people had gone to war in her name, especially against their own family. The spirits that occupied the same area as the Sparrow clan grew restless, fearing the bloodshed and darkness would cause demons to flock to the area again. So they gathered together and decided on what to do with the clan. I was invited, due to having a divine sapling in the area, but I didn't consider myself a resident of the region, so I decided not to get involved. Sakuya explained, the spirits essentially formed a court and tried the leaders of each faction. It was decided that as no true sparrow would ever fight a fellow sparrow, then the members of the clan couldn't be considered true sparrows anymore, so the spirits transformed them. Shida and his supporters were called kinslayers and traitors, as they had spilled sparrow blood first. It was decided they would be cast out and left penniless as hawks, an animal known to prey on sparrows. They became the Hawk clan. Chun and her supporters were allowed to keep the wealth and property of the former Sparrow clan, but were reprimanded for fighting a war in Amaterasu's name, when the Sun Goddess would never support such a thing. Yeah, I'd never let people kill their own families, especially in my name. Izumi declared. Sakuya nodded, indeed. As penance, they were tasked with serving you properly as vassals. The spirit that spoke on behalf of the others declared, as you have wrongfully spilled blood in the name of the Great Mother, Amaterasu, you will do penance by serving her truly and loyally as peaceful servants. Your feathers will darken as you serve in the shadows of her light, and thus you shall become as ravens. Chun and Tai accepted this, being the first to be turned into ravens. The rest of the clan followed suit and became the Raven clan. Both the Raven and Hawk clans were asked to leave the area and go their separate ways to prevent further war. They hid among the humans, using mysterious arts to disguise themselves, and soon they began to marry humans, breeding with them and eventually becoming humans themselves, though they never lost their bird-like features. When the era of quirks came about, they stopped using the arts to disguise themselves and now those are mostly lost and forgotten. Wow, so those clans still exist today? Izumi asked. The Raven clan does. Sakuya said, the wealth of the former Sparrow clan stayed with them and they managed to thrive. To this day, they are loyal but reclusive servants of the Sun Goddess. I have been searching for them to inform them of your rebirth, Lady Izumi, but I have had no luck so far. The Hawk clan, left penniless, almost immediately devolved into infighting. Shida was killed and the Hawk clan disbanded. They settled all over the place, but never managed to find success and were often poor. The members of the clan that still remember their history believe their poverty is a curse cast by Amaterasu, and hate her to this day. Takami, your mother was a descendant of one of these members, though we don't know if she knew her family's past. Kigo sat silently as he listened. He was descended from people who went to war with their own family for power, and had been left poor as a result. He looked at Izumi, but he couldn't feel any of the hate that his fellow clansmen supposedly had for her, nor did he feel the urge to worship her as the Ravens had. Perhaps it was his own sense of justice, his distance from his blood family, or his affection towards the small green-haired girl, but he couldn't feel even the slightest connection with the Hawk or Raven clans. All he felt was annoyance that Akumayomi thought he should hate Izumi for something that wasn't her fault, and irritation that the hero name he'd chosen, Hawks, would now make him think of the sad story he'd been told. Kigo. Are you okay? Izumi asked nervously. A part of her feared he would hate her now, he was her first friend other than Kaken, so she didn't want him to hate her. I'm fine, lil pup, just processing. So Akumayomi made old Torikago foster me because I was descended from a clan of people who hated Izumi's old incarnation, Amaterasu, and he thought I would help fight against her. Why did you accept to have me trained by the commission? Kigo asked, looking to Sakuya. The wood sprite smiled, you appeared to be a good-hearted child, and you had nowhere to go, so I was happy to let you stay. I also thought that since you seemed to have high spiritual power, you'd make a good friend and companion for Amaterasu when she appeared again. That's why I summoned you from Fukuoka when I discovered Izumi. Kigo hummed, makes sense I suppose. Guess you didn't think I'd follow my ancestors' footsteps. Is having me around gonna cause trouble if you find those Raven clan guys? It shouldn't, and if it does, I'm sure a word from Lady Izumi will make them reconsider. Sakuya said, winking at Izumi. The little girl nodded enthusiastically, yeah. We're friends, right? I only have one other friend, so I won't let anyone bully you. Kigo laughed at that, oh really? Don't get too big for your britches now, Izumi. Remember, I'm a big powerful hawk, while you're still only a little puppy. I could carry you off to my nest and eat you, he teased, poking Izumi's ribs and making her giggle. Mrs. Nazo and the maid trio arrived not long later with dinner, and everyone moved to the dining hall to eat. It was a large feast and everyone ate their fill of delicious food, letting the thoughts of the day's action and heavy conversations fade from their minds. Kigo felt more at ease, understanding his origins but deciding not to let them affect his future, while Izumi was glad to understand her friend a little better, and felt secure in the knowledge he liked her too. After the meal, the board members all said their goodbyes and left, asking only that Sakuya keep them informed on anything important. That left only Izumi, Kigo, Torikago, Sakuya and her household around the table, as well as the doctor who had been silently observing the whole time. At Izumi's urging, the man introduced himself as Dr. Tanaka, the personal doctor of the Konohana household. He wore a basic white shirt and black slacks, with a lab coat over the top, and his appearance was somewhat unusual. He was a tall man with vivid green skin, short black hair and brown eyes covered by rectangular wire-frame glasses. Most interestingly, his right forearm was swollen to twice the size of his left and was wrapped in bandages. Dr. Tanaka, being a member of the household staff, even if he didn't live with them, had known about Izumi's true nature and had been called in to see to Izumi and Torikago's wounds in the aftermath of the battle with Akumayomi. He would also be in charge of caring for Inko once she was finally transferred from the hospital to the manor. After his introduction, Izumi asked, Doctor, what injuries do we have? Why is Miss Torikago in a wheelchair? Dr. Tanaka pushed his glasses up his nose. You suffered fairly minor lacerations to the sides of both arms, your left thigh, your chest and abdomen. They weren't too deep, so they didn't require stitches. I cleaned and bandaged the cuts and you should be fully healed within a few days. Miss Torikago was more badly hurt, due to not being healed by a miraculous resurrection as you were. Akumayomi's possession has left her body weak, as has the overuse of her quirk while under his control. Injury-wise, she has slashes to the backs of her legs, which will leave her wheelchair-bound until they heal so as not to exacerbate the damage to the tendons. She also has a small cut on her lower back which needed little more than a band-aid. More seriously, she had what appears to be rotten flesh over her shoulder blades, likely as a leftover from when Akumayomi's wings were corroded off. I was able to remove the rotten flesh and treated the wounds, but it will likely scar. Izumi and Kigo frowned. Even when a Komayomi transformed, it had technically been Torikego's body being mutated. The cut on her lower back had likely been from Kigo's feathers chipping scales from the demon's tail. Is there anything I can do? Izumi asked. Well, technically yes. Sakuya said, surprising the doctor. You purified Yamagami, correct? He rests within you, so logically speaking, you have access to the celestial brush technique he wielded, rejuvenation. That ability allows you to repair any kind of damage. It consumes a lot of your ink, and thus your stamina, but you should be able to heal injuries with it. Any damage can be undone by rejuvenation. Really? Izumi exclaimed, hopping to her feet excitedly. If she possessed a healing technique, then that would be perfect. She could not only be a hero like All Might, who saved people and beat villains, but also a hero like Recovery Girl, who saved people that were hurt before the heroes got there. She could even support other heroes in battle, like Kigo. Yes, really. Sakuya smiled. Miss Torikego, may I try and heal you? Izumi asked, turning to the wheelchair-bound woman. I was the one to give you those injuries, even if I didn't mean to. Can I try to fix them? Torikego nodded without a second thought. Of course, do as you please, she said. She wasn't too bothered about her own injuries, but Torikego didn't want Izumi to feel any guilt for hurting her, not unlike what Izumi felt towards her. Lady Sakuya, what's the brush stroke for rejuvenation? Izumi asked. There isn't a traditional brush stroke. You must simply paint the ink over the wound whilst willing rejuvenation to work. Treat the ink like a salve, but be warned, the more ink is required, the more tired you will become. Sakuya said. Nodding in understanding, Izumi trotted over to Torikego and knelt in front of her, aiming to treat her ankles first. Izumi entered demigod form, pausing a moment to feel a little melancholic that her mirror hadn't regenerated yet, then willed her ink to coat her palm. She carefully untied Torikego's bandages, wincing a little as she saw the stitched cuts that her claws had left, then gently painted over the cuts, using her ink-coated palm like a palette while using her other hand's fingers to fill in the cuts. Torikego winced a little at the direct contact with her wounds, but before Izumi had finished inking the first cut, the parts she had inked were already being healed. Once the first cut was healed, all the ink on the woman's leg turned to white smoke and blew away, leaving behind no trace of the wound, not even a scar. The stamina drain wasn't too bad, merely feeling like Izumi had done a couple of jumping jacks, so Izumi quickly painted over the rest of the cuts, healing Torikego's legs completely. The older woman slowly stood from her wheelchair and grinned, feeling the strength in her legs. This is amazing, she gasped. Dr. Tanaka gave Torikego's legs a quick examination, finding there wasn't even a hint of damage left. It was like the injury had never been there to begin with. The only physical evidence it had happened was that the skin that had been healed over was softer than the rest. Spectacular. What I wouldn't give to have a power like that. The doctor said with an amazed smile, full regeneration without a cost for the patient, it's a dream come true. Izumi grinned proudly, Yamagami's power is awesome, right? So, can I heal your back too? She asked eagerly. Torikego nodded, then looked to Kigo. Takami, do you mind turning around? She asked. The woman was only wearing a sleeping yukata, much like Izumi, and couldn't really expose her shoulder blades without also exposing her chest. Kigo, who was neither a pervert nor had any wish to see the breasts of a woman Torikego's age, obediently turned his back and took an immense interest in the opposite wall. The other men in the room did the same, with only Dr. Tanaka watching to ensure all went well. Torikego untied the yukata and opened it at the top, pulling it down so Izumi could get to the wounded area. Izumi, with help from Dr. Tanaka, removed the medicated bandages and immediately went pale at the grisly injuries. The doctor had warned that he'd had to cut away rotten flesh, but the raw open wounds were hard to look at, especially as the bone of her shoulder blades were visible in some places. Izumi swallowed thickly, closed her eyes, put the image out of her mind, and began to heal. As with the leg wounds, the injuries were fully covered in ink, and seemed to simply vanish as the ink turned white, then evaporated into a fragrant smoke. Izumi even healed the tiny cut towards Torikego's tailbone, though the woman did insist it was unnecessary. It left Izumi much more tired than she had been, as if she'd just done a full workout, but the little girl was energetic and didn't mind. Once Torikego was fully healed, she redressed and the males were allowed to turn around again. Thank you so much, Lady Izumi. Torikego said, bowing politely to the girl. Despite the trouble I caused, you've done a lot for me. I can never thank you enough. No thanks needed. Izumi smiled, I'm happy to help. But if you want to pay me back, then be a good foster mom to Kigo. I will, I promise, the older woman said. Kigo smirked, Lil Pup's gotten you wrapped around her finger already. Still, I would have thought her healing you would have improved your health. Everyone looked at the older woman with a critical eye. She wasn't hurt anymore, but she still looked weak and sickly. Izumi frowned, lip quivering a little. Did I mess up? No, Lady Izumi, you did not. Rejuvenation is the power to repair damage either to flesh or to other objects. It can't restore a person's strength or treat illnesses. If Torikeigo were to lose a leg, you could regrow it, but if she were to catch a cold, you'd be unable to help. Sakuya explained. Okay then. You've got to rest and get your strength back, Miss Torikeigo. Izumi said. I will. Now, does rejuvenation work on you? You're quite banged up too. Torikeigo pointed out. Izumi looked down at herself, specifically the bandaged injuries on her arms and legs. Without asking Sakuya for the answer, Izumi unwrapped one of the cuts on her arm and began applying ink to it. It didn't stain her skin, so it was easy to wash off. It didn't work. It did work however, and Izumi grinned as she healed the rest of her injured limbs. I don't want to take my clothes off, so I'll heal the rest when I have my bath. Izumi said, aware that the rest of her bandages were on her chest and abdomen. She may only be 5, but she was still conscious of showing herself to others. Speaking of bath, you should probably have that soon. Sakuya said, you've had a long day and need rest, especially after using rejuvenation so much. Izumi nodded, she felt quite tired after using so much of her power. Rejuvenation was not a low-cost technique. Good girl. Once you're done with your bath, you should go to bed. Ishiko should arrive from Pongtan by morning, and I booked a meeting with the Bakugo family for tomorrow afternoon. It'll be a busy day. Sakuya smiled. No preschool again? Izumi asked. No. I think we should leave it for this week and start going again fresh on Monday next week. That gives you time to adjust to everything and begin your training. The green-haired girl accepted that. To be honest, so long as she got to see Kaken, she didn't care much about preschool. After that, Granny Citrus took her to the bathroom to bathe and prepare for bed, during which Izumi unwrapped her bandaged chest and stomach, then healed the last of her cuts. By this point, she'd used enough rejuvenation to really exhaust her, and she almost fell asleep in the warmth of the bath. She was coaxed out by the kindly old woman wielding a fluffy towel and allowed herself to be gently dried and dressed in a fresh sleeping yukata. Half asleep, she went to say goodnight to everyone. Night-night, everybody. Izumi sleepily mumbled, waving to them as her eyes struggled to stay open. Good night, Lady Izumi, the household servants said together, smiling at her. Gee, night, lil pup. I'll see you for breakfast tomorrow. Kigo grinned. Izumi smiled sleepily, you'll come visit? Nah, it was decided while you were bathing, but I'm gonna be living in the manor while I decide what to do next. The air up here is nice and clean, the winged boy said. Kigo's gonna stay. Yay, the little girl cheered, almost losing her balance and falling over due to raising her arms in triumph while also struggling to stay conscious. With a cheerful wave from Kigo, Izumi was half walked, half carried to her futon and tucked into bed. She was just barely conscious enough to feel Granny Citrus stroking her hair and humming a lullaby, before the child succumbed to sleep. That night, Izumi's dream from her first night in the manor continued. It picked up right after Sakuya had used the divine retribution to awaken Izumi/Amaterasu from her stony slumber, and depicted her first meeting with Issen, who had apparently been a bit of a lecher and had hidden in Sakuya's kimono. Izumi/Amaterasu and Issen teamed up and disappeared through a portal, appearing in a strange stretch of land seemingly floating in a starry sky. Izumi watched her past self exploring this place, then summoning Yamagami from a constellation atop a hill. From there, her past self had used rejuvenation to restore a river made of stardust, allowing her to cross to the next area and through the another portal. Izumi didn't get to see what happened next, as the sun had risen and she awoke. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, Izumi got up and performed her usual morning routine. Unlike the previous day, Izumi knew that she was welcome and could do pretty much what she pleased, so after washing her face and dressing for the day, she slid open the door and happily skipped out. It was 6:30 a.m., and it would be a while before breakfast, so Izumi opted to explore the manor's gardens by herself. The tour of the previous day had been fairly extensive, so there really wasn't much for Izumi to explore through sight, so she instead transformed into wolf form and began sniffing around, getting an idea of what everything smelled like to the sensitive nose of a wolf. It proved useful too, as it let her gather the smells of all the residents in the manor. Izumi recognized the smell of pine and grain, Kigo's scent, as well as the smell of cherry blossoms, Sakuya's scent. The only other scent she recognized was a vaguely odd combination of metal and mothballs, which belonged to Torikeigo. That smell led to one of the guest rooms in the west wing, so Izumi guessed Torikeigo had stayed the night too. It wasn't hard for Izumi to match the scents she didn't recognize to the Konohana household servants, including the Onikawa bodyguards, who were awake and watching her from out of sight, though she could smell they were there, but there was one extra scent, one belonging to someone she hadn't met before. Curious, Izumi began following the scent as it wound through the gardens. It was a smell not unlike Izumi's ink, mixed with flowers and shiitake mushrooms, and it was hauntingly familiar. It didn't match the smell of anyone she knew, but Izumi was sure she'd smelt it, so deduced it was the smell of someone she'd known in her past life. Following the smell to a patch of flowers beside the small pond, Izumi peered inside, finding herself staring directly at the owner of the smell. It was an extremely tiny person, so small that Izumi couldn't make out the details of their face or clothing, only their silhouette, though that may also have been related to the yellow glow the person gave off. Based on their silhouette, the person was female and had fairly long hair and wore some kind of dress, as well as a butterfly-like hair decoration. They were snoozing against the stem of a flower, using its petals as shade, and appeared to have something long and pointed at their side. Transfixed by the tiny person, and with her few memories of Isen flooding her mind, Izumi couldn't stop herself from sniffing closer and closer, until she ultimately nudged the sleeping person with her nose. As she was in wolf form, her nose was a wolf's, ergo cold and wet, which made the sleeping person startle awake with a shriek. Eek! What's the big idea? The person shouted, brandishing the pointed object they'd been sleeping beside. I swear, whoever did that will get a taste of my blade, then Shumaru. The tiny person's voice was definitely female, and was forceful too, reminding Izumi a little of a younger-sounding Auntie Mitsuki. Returning to her human form, Izumi pulled her face back a bit. I'm very sorry, Mississippi. I didn't mean to wake you. Izumi apologized. She would have bowed, but she was basically already kowtowing just to see the person. The person looked up at Izumi and began jumping up and down, getting quite a bit of height with each jump, as she vented her anger. Why'd you dump water on me, huh? Don't think I'll go easy on you because you're a little human girl. I didn't mean to. Izumi frowned. I was in wolf form and forgot that their noses tend to be wet like a dog's. I was sniffing you, 'cause I hadn't seen you before. You look a lot like Isen from my dreams, she explained. It seemed logical to her that this little person was a punko like Isen was, what with being bug-sized and bioluminescent. Wait, you know my ancestor's name, the person said, pausing in her angry jumping. Izumi could feel the little woman's eyes scanning her, then the punko let out a wail, by the spirits. A little girl with green hair, turning into a wolf, knowing my great-great-great-great-grandfather Isen. Are you Izumi Midoriya, Amaterasu reborn? Yes ma'am. Izumi said quickly, thinking she was still being scolded. The punko wailed again, I can't believe it. I threatened the sun goddess with my sword. Oh, how can I ever show my face in Pongtan again? I'm a disgrace to my family. It's not that bad. Izumi soothed, I just startled you a little, no need to get upset. Besides, I won't tell anyone. Why you won't? The punko sniffled, you promise? Izumi nodded, yep. I'm guessing you're a Shiko, right? The punko who's supposed to become my new celestial envoy? Lady Sakuya said you'd be coming. That's right, I'm a Shiko, you really won't tell anyone? Ishiko asked nervously. Really? It'll be out secret, I promise. Ishiko went quiet for a moment, then laughed, haha. Then my family honor is safe. You have my thanks, Lady Amaterasu. I, the great Ishiko, the greatest painter of my generation, thank you. I will proudly serve as your celestial envoy. It is an honor for us both, I'm sure. Ahahaha. The green-haired girl blinked, Ishiko's personality sure changed fast. Oh well, Izumi preferred the more boastful Ishiko to the one that was panicking and looked ready to fall on her own sword. With a short hop, Ishiko jumped onto Izumi's shoulder as the little girl sat in the grass beside the flowers. So, you are Lady Amaterasu's new incarnation. That's what everyone tells me. My name is Izumi Midoriya. Please just call me Izumi, I hope we can be friends. Izumi said with a smile, offering a single finger for Ishiko to shake. Ishiko giggled as she shook the finger, good to meet you. I'm Ishiko of Pongtan. I'd be glad to be your friend, I was kinda afraid that you being part human would make you as cocky and proud as them, but you seem pretty mellow. I've been training for the last 5 years to be your envoy, though the position is kind of pointless with you being part human. Ishiko said, sitting comfortably on Izumi's shoulder. Pointless? Why? Izumi asked. Well, back in my ancestors' day, almost no humans could see gods or spirits, and you were stuck in the form of a wolf. You couldn't speak, and humans that couldn't see spirits just saw you as a white wolf, without the markings or divine instruments. We celestial envoys acted as your mouth, speaking for you since we can understand animals, and we could both see gods and be seen by humans. But in this era, people would assume any godly act was the work of a quirk, and you being half-human means you can just transform in order to communicate with other humans. My job is basically ceremonial now. Ishiko explained wistfully. Still, Ishaku aided you in your fight with Orochi, back when the snake was in his prime, and Isin aided you in your fight with Yami. I want to be like them, so I'll aid you in your fight with this new evil. You can count on me for emotional support. And hey, we punkles have quirks too. You do? Izumi asked excitedly. Heck yeah we do. My quirk is pretty cool too. I can store a single object inside an alternative dimension and release it whenever I want. There's no restriction on size as far as I know either. I could store a truck and then spit it back out when I need it. The only downside is I can only store a single object, regardless of size. As far as my quirk is concerned, a single marble is the same as a truck. Can't store living things either. Ishiko said, jumping off Izumi's shoulder and touching a stone about the same size as the punkle's body. The stone disappeared in a flash of light, then reappeared in another spot. Cool, huh? Yeah. It's super cool. You could use that to clear big chunks of rubble, or steal a villain's weapon. You could be a hero with a quirk like that. Izumi gushed. Ishiko giggled. Lady Sakuya was right, you're obsessed with heroes. Izumi smiled bashfully and rubbed at the back of her neck. Kinda, yeah. So, we're partners now, right? Ishiko nodded, holding up her tiny fist. Partners. I'll outdo Ishaku and Isin, and you'll outdo your previous incarnations. Together, we'll be this generation's All Might and Sir Night Eye. Izumi very gently pressed her fist to Ishiko's with a grin. Yeah. Do you like heroes too? Ishiko's answer of course, who doesn't, began a long conversation between the two about their favorite heroes. Ishiko preferred handsome male heroes, whom the 15-year-old punkle thought were attractive, while Izumi obviously preferred cool heroes that helped a lot of people, though both girls agreed All Might was the best. A short time later, Kigo woke up and came across the girls, joining their conversation after a brief good morning. According to Ishiko, she had arrived late the previous evening and had met everyone except Izumi, who had already gone to bed. Kigo chimed in with his own favorite hero, Endeavor, saying he admired the Flame Hero for never giving up his pursuit of surpassing All Might without emulating the number one, while most other heroes just saw surpassing All Might as impossible, or tried to become just like him. The conversation and debate on whether All Might or Endeavor was the more admirable hero continued even after the trio were called to breakfast, where they were joined by Sakuya, who'd spent the night doing paperwork in her office, and Torikego, who confirmed she was staying in the manor until she had recovered her strength. Once they finished breakfast, Torikego looked to Kigo. Kigo, have you told Lady Izumi about your plans? The older woman asked. Izumi's eyebrow rose. Torikego was using Kigo's first name now. She wondered what happened between them after she went to sleep. Oh yeah, I suppose I should mention it. Lil pup, you remember why I'm here, right? Both at the commission and in Mizurufu? Kigo asked. Izumi nodded. You were training to become a hero. You said you'd probably have your provisional license by the end of the year and a full license by the time you're 14. Miss Torikego planned it all out when she was possessed. And then Lady Sakuya called you here to Mizurufu to be my friend. Yup, you got it. Kigo smirked, his hawk-like eyes focused on Izumi. After you went to bed last night, I had a talk with old Torikego and the prez about what I wanted to do. I could basically choose to ditch the commission and do something else with my life, ditch Torikego and go into another foster home, stick with both and lead a pretty privileged life, or keep doing what I've been doing these past years and become a hero, either here or Fukuoka or whichever other commission branch I wanted to live at. I could do pretty much whatever I wanted. So what did you pick? Izumi asked, eyes shining with anticipation. She didn't want to get her hopes up that Kigo would stay, but she also didn't want to be parted from her new friend. Kigo reached over and patted the girl's head. I'm staying here in Mizurufu, and keeping up with the training. Old Torikego is going to be giving me all the freedom I want, so I don't mind continuing the training. Besides, if I give up now, all the work I already put in would go to waste. I'm going to be the youngest ever fully licensed hero, and save people in my own way. I'm going to reclaim the name Hawks from my crappy family. Yay! Izumi cheered, throwing herself at Kigo, toppling the boy to the ground with the force of her hug. You're staying. Now we can be heroes together. Ha! Figured you'd be happy. Kigo grinned, petting the excited girl's head as if she was in wolf form. Lady Sakuya said you'd be trying to follow the same training routine as me, but I had tutors instead of school. Think you can get your license before high school? He asked. Aha! I'm gonna do it. It might not be as fast as you, but I'll do it. Izumi nodded, still snuggling up to the winged boy. Torikego chuckled. I'll be sure to hire Kigo's trainers for you too. They've done a good job, though some will be different, she said. She and Sakuya had spent some of the night organizing it, and found that only a third of Kigo's tutors and trainers would be continuing their work. Some didn't like the idea of going easier on the boy, wanting to push him just as hard as before, but Torikeigo wouldn't allow it. Others simply didn't want to transfer from Fukuoka to Muzurafu. Okay. I'll work really hard. Izumi grinned. Me too. I don't want you facing any more really scary demons without a good partner backing you up. Kigo said, flicking Izumi's forehead and making the little girl giggle. I also have the whole week off now while my trainers move here or are replaced, and since you have a week off from preschool, I figured I'd tutor you a little. Izumi nodded with sparkling eyes, but the playful Ishiko couldn't resist a teasing jibe. Well, they say those who can't do, teach, she laughed. Oh. Careful now, butterfly girl, hawks like me eat bugs like you for snacks. Kigo said, still smirking as his sharp, golden eyes narrowed on the giggling Ishiko. The punkle girl felt a shudder go up her spine and decided that maybe it was a bad idea to tease the hero prodigy. She'd stick to teasing someone else instead. Later that morning, while Kigo was teaching Izumi about the basic classifications of hero work, a team of doctors from Muzurafu General Hospital arrived in an ambulance with the comatose body of Inko Midoriya. Izumi was ecstatic and watched closely as they set her mother up in one of the rooms in the West Wing. Dr. Tanaka and a pair of nurses would be staying in the West Wing from now on too, to keep watch over Inko's body and ensure it remained healthy. Izumi had only seen her mother 3 times since she had her soul stolen due to her foster family's never letting her go, leaving only Auntie Mitsuki to take her. Because of this, Izumi spent the rest of the morning and the early afternoon at her mother's side, talking to her and informing her of everything that had happened since her last visit. Izumi was overjoyed and talked excitedly, but Kigo, Sakuya and the Kanahana household found it a sad sight, watching this little girl talk to her comatose mother, whom they weren't even sure could hear her thanks to the loss of her soul. It made Kigo more determined to become a hero at top speed so he could prevent more cases like Inko's, and it made Sakuya more determined to find Rokuju the Green Imp and figure out which of the demon generals he served, so they knew who to target. After a human soul is consumed by a demon, it remains within them until that demon is slain, so if Izumi could slay the general Rokuju served, she could wake up her mother. The little girl ate lunch beside her mother, and only left her side at 4 p.m., when Sakuya arrived to tell her the Bakugas had arrived for their meeting. As the two walked to Sakuya's office, where the Bakugu family were waiting, Izumi was excited to see them and Sakuya had to give her a mild warning. Lady Izumi, I know you're excited and a lot has happened, but I need to ask you not to tell the Bakugas about your true nature, the tree spirit said. Huh? Why can't I tell them? Izumi asked, confused. It could be dangerous for them to know. If they aren't spiritually powerful, which 90% of humans aren't, then they won't be able to see spirits or demons and will think we're insane, which will make it harder for you to maintain a healthy relationship with them. If they are powerful enough to see the demons and those demons take notice, they'll try to possess them, steal their souls or kill them to keep us off their trail. Every person who knows the truth is taking a big risk with their own lives, but the board members and my household all live in high security areas, meaning they're safe as we can make them. If the Bakugas are both spiritually powerful enough and agree to live in the manor, then we can tell them the truth. Otherwise, we need to keep it a secret. Do you understand? Sakuya asked, her voice losing a tiny bit of its softness. It was the closest the tree spirit could get to being strict with Izumi. Izumi frowned. She didn't like keeping a secret like this from the Bakugas after all they'd done for her, but if it was to keep them safe, Izumi would do it. She just hoped Kaken would forgive her. He didn't like when people lied to him. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Sakuya smiled sadly and stroked the girl's hair. Good girl. I know this is difficult, but it is for the best. A short walk later, and the two walked into Sakuya's office and Izumi was immediately grabbed and pulled into a hug by Mitsuki Bakugu, while both Masaru and Katsuki scanned the little girl with critical eyes for any sign of mistreatment. Both Sakuya and Izumi were suddenly really glad for rejuvenation. They'd never have been able to explain the cuts caused by a Komayomi. Oh Izumi. Thank goodness you're all right. We were so worried. Mitsuki said, taking a seat on one of Sakuya's couches with her son on one side and her husband on the other. Izumi was left sitting on the woman's lap, blushing a little from the sudden hug. Sakuya was mostly ignored, taking a seat on the opposite couch, though Katsuki did give her a suspicious glare. I'm okay, Auntie. Kaken, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise to talk to you after preschool yesterday. Izumi said, bowing her head apologetically. That's not your fault, Izuken. Katsuki said, it's these weird commission people. Katsuki, mind your manners. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Masaru said evenly, ever the voice of reason. Izumi thought he looked a little tense though, and he kept one hand in his pocket, which was unusual for him. "I'm glad you're okay, Izumi. What happened?" "Katsuki said you never showed up to preschool yesterday, and when I went to the Uchidas, they said you'd been taken away from them. We'd never have found you if this Kanahana woman hadn't called us. We never imagined that the Hero Commission would take you away," Mitsuki said, patting Izumi all over and trying to see if she was heard in her patented subtle way, which is to say, not subtle at all. "I apologize for any stress my actions caused. My name is Sakuya Kanahana, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. I have also recently become Izumi's foster mother, a position I'm enjoying greatly." Sakuya smiled politely. "You better explain that to us." Mitsuki growled, "I was supposed to be her next foster mom until Inko woke up from her coma. What gives you the right to swoop in and take Izumi away? Why'd you even do it?" Izumi looked worriedly at Sakuya, wondering how the woman was going to answer. They hadn't had time to come up with an explanation that didn't involve Izumi's past incarnations. At least, Sakuya hadn't told Izumi her explanation. Putting on a sad smile, Sakuya said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you, Mrs. Bakugo, but I assure you I only have the best of intentions for Izumi. You see, my family has led the Hero Commission since its foundation. However, due to circumstances I'd rather not get into, I cannot have children of my own." The Bakuga's expression softened. Izumi was mildly impressed. She didn't like lying and manipulating people, but Sakuya technically hadn't lied yet. "Sorry to hear that," Mitsuki said, relaxing a little but still keeping an edge to her voice. "Thank you, Mrs. Bakugo, you're as kind as Izumi said you were. Now, being unable to have children to carry on my family legacy and because I wanted to take in a child when the right one came along, I became a registered foster parent. I've been keeping an eye on the children entering orphanages and foster homes to see if I felt a connection with one of them, but hadn't had any luck. I eventually moved here to Mizutofu from the HQ in Tokyo, hoping to find a more peaceful place to live and was made aware of all foster children and orphans in the area. I immediately felt a connection to Izumi and read her record, which told me about her background and her less than stellar previous homes. The psyche report in those records spoke of her desire to be a hero, even without a quirk, and her deep wish to help others. I was moved and wanted to foster her right away, with the intention of adopting her if all went well, but she was already fostered with the Uchidas. After that incident in the park on Sunday, a note was added to her file about both her quirk and the police made a comment about Mrs. Uchida's less than warm attitude towards Izumi. I confess, I used it as an excuse to convince the government to transfer Izumi's guardianship to me," Sakuya explained. Now Izumi was really impressed. Sakuya was using a collection of vague answers and half-truths to make a fairly reasonable explanation without outright lying. It goes to show what one can learn after spending centuries in a government position. It certainly seemed convincing enough for Masaru, who relaxed completely, taking his hand out of his pocket to reveal his phone. Izumi gave it a sideways glance and saw the man had been recording the conversation, likely as evidence if Sakuya proved an unfit guardian. Katsuki became oddly subdued, though his glare didn't diminish much. Mitsuki, on the other hand, didn't know how to feel. "We were a week away from fostering Izumi ourselves, after trying for the last year," Mitsuki said, "While I sympathize with your wish for a child, and can understand why taking in Izumi seems like the best thing for both of you, I have some misgivings," the woman said seriously. "First off, you can't expect to adopt Izumi, her mom is still alive." "I understand that," Sakuya said. "Inko Midoriya is actually living here, in the manor atop this building. So that Izumi could see her more frequently, and so I could use my family's wealth for a good purpose, I had her transferred to the care of my family doctor. My goal is not to adopt Izumi and replace Inko as her mother. I would be content just to raise her until Inko wakes up. It would bring me great joy to have even small part in helping Izumi achieve her dreams and destiny." "What? Inko's here?" Mitsuki exclaimed. Izumi nodded. "Uh-huh. The hospital brought her over. I spent the day talking to her about everything that's happened," the little girl smiled. The Bakugas all looked sadly at her. They had all attended at least one of the few visits Izumi had gotten to have with her mother, and they had all been heartbroken to see the girl trying to sound cheerful as she spoke to the comatose woman. The knowledge that Izumi was being fairly well cared for by Sakuya blunted Mitsuki's desire to take her home. The Bakugas weren't a very wealthy family, but they had led a more luxurious life than Izumi and Inko had. Mitsuki had hoped that fostering Izumi and spoiling her a little would make up for some of the abuses the child had suffered in the last year, some of which had been caused by her own son. Mitsuki wasn't a fool, she knew Katsuki had been needlessly cruel to Izumi when they all thought she was quirkless. But compared to the opulence that the extremely rich Sakuya could offer, Mitsuki's family lived very humble lives. If Sakuya was genuine in her affection for Izumi, and she certainly seemed to be, then was it okay for Mitsuki to take Izumi away? Was it fair to potentially reduce the girl's happiness for her own pride? After a moment's thought, Mitsuki looked to Izumi. Are you okay with staying with this woman? If you'd rather come home with us, I'll fight to take you, but it's your choice. I want to stay here, but I want to stay with you too. Lady Sakuya said you could live with us in the manor, so we're all together. Izumi mumbled, unsure of what to say without offending her auntie. Mitsuki smiled softly. That's a nice offer, but we'd like to stay in our own home. She looked at Sakuya. You were really going to let us live with you because Izumi asked. Sakuya nodded. My manor is large and mostly empty. Perhaps I'm spoiling her a little, but if letting you occupy a dozen of my empty rooms will make Izumi happier, then it's something I'm willing to give. The Bakugo matriarch smirked. Sounds like you're a typical rich first-time parent. Still, if Izumi is happy here. She crossed her arms. I have some misgivings, but I won't interfere with what Izumi wants. She's suffered enough crappy foster parents without me taking her away from a good one. But I've got some demands. It was rudely phrased, and mostly hollow since Mitsuki didn't actually have a way of enforcing her demands, but like her son, Mitsuki was tenacious. First, you'll let Izumi and us visit each other. Done. Sakuya nodded. Izumi is welcome to spend time at your home, and your family is welcome here. I might ask for one of my bodyguards to accompany them from a distance though. Fair enough. Mitsuki nodded. Second, you won't move Izumi's school. I know you can afford fancy tutors, but she needs to be allowed to go out and make friends. I already promised that to Izumi. She'll be taking the rest of this week off, but she'll be back on Monday. Also, I will be arranging for her to receive extra lessons with the goal of becoming a hero, like she wants. Sakuya replied. That caught Katsuki's attention. Hero lessons. Like at U.A. Yes, but naturally tailored to her age and abilities. Izumi will be the second young student in a sort of experimental sponsorship program. If all goes well, it'll be offered to more children in the future. It is voluntary, and Izumi has agreed to it, the president said, seeing Mitsuki gearing up to argue. Katsuki didn't seem bothered, which Izumi found a little odd, and Mitsuki appeared satisfied. Finally, Mitsuki made her last demand. Lastly, no matter what, don't hurt Izumi. Not in harsh training, not corporal punishment, and not by stopping her from seeing her mom or us. I would never do that. Sakuya said, not shouting but certainly raising her voice. I would never raise my hand to Izumi. I can't promise she won't be hurt by mistake during training, but she will never purposely be harmed by me or anyone under my command. If one such person did hurt her, they wouldn't be keeping their jobs or their freedom. The police would be arresting whatever scraps of them I left behind. Mitsuki sighed with relief. Thank goodness for that. Sorry for lowering the mood there, but after Izumi was beaten by that rotten reaper and that evil bitch that broke her ribs, I'm a bit more guarded over corporal punishment and stuff like it, she admitted. Truthfully, Mitsuki had never been a fan of it. She'd swat the back of Katsuki's head from time to time, but that was never hard enough to hurt and was often more affectionate than disciplinary. These days, after Izumi's experiences, Mitsuki was a lot slower with that particular gesture, though she hadn't broken the habit completely. For Katsuki's part, he didn't really care. The backlash of his own explosions had more impact than his mother's glorified pats. So, I've agreed to your requests and Izumi approves of me. Do I have your seal of approval? Sakuya asked. Mitsuki looked at Izumi, who looked back with hopeful eyes. The Bakugo matriarch smiled softly and nodded. Okay. I'll put my trust in you to raise Izumi well until her mom wakes up. First sign of anything fishy though, and I'm taking her for myself. Deal. Sakuya grinned. She and Mitsuki shook hands, making Masaru and the children laugh. They looked like they'd just closed a business deal. With the Bakugas now on board with Izumi staying with Sakuya, they were invited up to tour the manor, meet the Konohana household and eat dinner with them. It became a fun and casual evening, with Mitsuki getting along well with Sakuya, while Masaru was happy to talk with Jin Maeda about designer kimonos and the like. Katsuki wanted to spar with Kigo once he learned the winged boy was less than a year away from his provisional hero license, but Kigo had enough sense to refuse, though Master Onijirai did offer to give the explosive boy some pointers in the future. Both Izumi and Katsuki were asleep on their feet by the time the Bakugas went home, so they had a sleepy goodbye and went their separate ways, promising to play together again on Monday. Ishiko, who had been hiding the whole time, so as not to raise questions with the Bakugas, emerged to give Izumi her own goodnight before the little girl was put to bed. Starting tomorrow, Izumi's life as a hero and goddess in training would truly begin. End of Arc 1, Origins.